The plunge into the labyrinth finally hits its breaking point because the party has just slammed onto the 98th floor. Panting hard in the pouring rain, the red-haired Malay girl fights to catch her breath as the battle rages all around her. She cranes her neck in pure horror as Wim Strauss towers above the waterlogged battlefield, standing on a massive armored beast that looms like a living nightmare. A chilling, sinister laugh slices through the thunderstorm as some hidden figure lurks there, staring with a wide, mocking grin. The story jumps back a few months, right to when the party was tearing through the labyrinth's stone-carved halls. Wim's hand shakes as he yanks his dagger free, warning in a grim voice that if you'd rather chase greed than back off from a floor boss, death is coming, no escape. The once proud dragon's wings are left shattered and bloodied, stumbling across the cold stone floor after a brutal fight. Shock slams into Wim as he gapes at the carnage, his mind refusing to accept the nightmare tearing itself open before his eyes. Clinging to one last shred of hope, he begs the universe that his comrades are still breathing even after those brutal injuries. A thunderous crash rips through the room as the massive creature barrels in right behind the adventurer, who doesn't even see it coming. A giant reptile monster, jagged with brutal scales and packed with rows of razor-sharp teeth, looms over the lone survivor like a walking nightmare. The beast let out a deep, gut-twisting growl, and that ruthless predatory eye snapped onto its next target. Staring down the nightmare, Wim finally gets it. He feels the floor boss's terrifying power hit like a tidal wave. With one explosive hit, the monster blasts the whole party, flying ragdolls thrown aside in a heartbeat. Panicked and drenched in sweat, Wim realizes one single strike has knocked everyone out cold, and he scrambles desperately for a way out. He weighs the impossible odds: either buy time for the rescue or haul 3 unconscious allies to safety, then realizes both choices are basically suicide. Wim steals his nerves and realizes he's got no choice left. He grips the only way forward and prepares to meet the monster face to face. Spelling out the words to his secret technique, he braces to flip his one-of-a-kind switch. Puppenspieler, the puppeteer power that's about to unleash chaos. For one scorching second, a wicked thought flashes through his head: ditch the others and bolt to safety by himself. Then it hits him fast how Dragon's Wings welcomed him with open arms, and how those priceless bonds they built over countless days still burn in his heart. Somewhere deep in the shadows, a vile presence keeps cackling, grinning through the unfolding tragedy, like it's enjoying every second. When the beast unleashes a thunderous roar, Wim's chest swells with proud fire because he chose to stand and fight right here, in the moment that defines his entire life. The memory slips away, swallowed by the quiet of the Dragon's Wings party house, back when the whole crew could finally breathe and stay safe. Right now, a jittery Wim is standing in his home in front of his teammates, feeling the air in the room turn weird and heavy. Confusion hits hard as the Wim stammers can't even process that sudden, chilling change in their friend's behavior. His gut drops hard when a sudden razor-sharp move snaps into place way too fast, and it catches him completely off guard. To his total shock, his own leader raises a brutal heavy blade right up to his throat, eyes blazing with a chilling, lethal warning. Kronos, the leader of Dragon's Wings, glares down in pure disgust and snarls at Wim to get lost like he's nothing but scum. Meech Melees and Priest Nakur shrug him off and snicker, acting like it's painfully obvious he no longer has a place in their elite party. They sneer at his heroic act, brushing off the fact that he sealed the boss with the final blow as if it were just dumb luck. Kronos sneers at Wim, slashes his contributions down to nothing, and claims that his own magic blade and Melee's magic are what truly trapped the boss. Cold betrayal hit Wim stammers like a truck. He couldn't believe he'd never seen their dynamic that way. And for real, he'd thought victory was something they fought for together as one team. A brutal memory slams into Wim's head. He's dropped to his knees, wrecked by a beast he just couldn't beat, and he still clings to one hope that his comrades will finally say something, anything, to praise him. The whole party snaps on him with venomous words, claiming his buffs weren't enough, and that his support is the reason they got wiped out by the creature. Harsh accusations slammed into the young man as his former friends turned icy and said every single failure inside the labyrinth was all his fault. A dark realization slams into Wim when he finally sees the truth. His teammates have been quietly hating him since day one. Wim's face twists in silent agony as the full weight of their total rejection smashes the life out of his spirit. Terrified he'd lose everything, Win blurts out an apology for every mistake he thinks he made, even though he's totally lost and doesn't understand a thing. He begs them to keep him, because with his grantor title, no other guild would ever waste a slot on him for an expedition. Sweat streamed down his brow as he pleaded to stay the only place he'd ever truly felt like he belonged. Kronos freezes in cold silence, then drops a ruthless game proposal meant to crush fate's whims once and for all. The leader yanks out his sword and dares Wim with a laughably impossible deal. Wim has to beat him in a duel or he's out of the party. Win knows it cold against a seasoned warrior like Kronos. A non-combatant like him has absolutely no chance. A hysterical laugh bursts out of him as the realization hits he's not getting out alive without another miracle. Fuming with rage at the answer, Kronos snaps that he has to know what on earth could Wim possibly find funny in a crisis this dire. Before Wim can even blink, Kronos explodes forward and clamps a brutal grip on his throat, yanking him clean off his feet. The leader hurls vicious insults at his old comrade, calling him a worthless scumbag who can only crank out beginner-level support buffs. Kronos roars that a lowly bottom feeder like Wim dares not even think about defying the party leader's absolute authority. Wim gasps for breath as the abuse keeps raining down, but his desperate pleas hit nothing but silence. With a thunderous slam, Kronos smashes into the helpless grantor, flings him aside like trash, and roars that he's nothing but a weakling. Kronos clenches his fist, rage ripping through him, because the thought that someone this pathetic could ever get credited with a boss kill makes his stomach turn. Wim crumples to the floor in a violent coughing fit, choking on bitter regret because he risked his life for people who can't even stand the sight of him. His hand shakes on the floorboards as he remembers the promise that burned in him. He wanted to repay the dragon's wings that took him in when he was nothing but an odd job worker. Tears finally burst free as the brutal truth of being left behind smashes straight into his shattered heart. A heavy shadow drops over the room, and then like a threat from nowhere, mysterious high-heeled boots step into the doorway. Wim jolts his gaze up from the floor, his eyes swimming with blood and tears as he strains to make sense of the newcomer. He's sprawled in agony, barely holding on as he turns his shaking gaze up and weakly wonders who's standing over his wrecked body. Kronos lifts his voice and calls her Sophia, then drops the bombshell that she's already been picked to join the party in Wimstead. Sophia drops into a silent bow, while Kronos roars that her skills will effortlessly light up the entire left side after Wim's gone. Towering over his old friend, Kronos slams down a final bone-chilling order. Wim has to leave now, and he better never make him repeat himself again. Kronos lands the final crushing blow, declares that Dragon's Wings is done with Wim, and orders him to get out right now. A razor-close shot catches Wim's face as terror hits his eyes go wide. Cold sweat erupts, and the sudden betrayal knocks the shock straight into his bone. The camera swings over to a sprawling old city, packed wall to wall with towering buildings, and then you see it, a colossal clock tower stabbing up into the cloud. Soaring high above the chaos below, birds whip through the sky, circling the ornate spire of the great clock tower. Dead center in the adventurer's hub, the city's landmark for everyone to spot. This labyrinth city was born from the dreams and hopes of wide-eyed adventurers, all chasing fortune deep within its deadly depths. Merchants rake in fortunes by hawking rare treasures like those high fins pulled from the 35th floor, proving the whole city is basically built on what the labyrinth leaves behind. Market stalls explode with magic stones pulled from the 60th floor, along with other top-tier first-class treasures traded like pure gold and coveted by everyone. Once you break past the city gates, the world opens up into endless, uncharted wilds packed with rare monster materials and secret sites you'll never find anywhere on the surface. In this world, your name rises or falls on what you dare to accomplish, and the friendships you forge with people who face death side by side are said to hit harder than family ever could. Those brave souls who dare to risk their lives plunging into the labyrinth's deadly depths are celebrated as true adventures. Cast out and left with nothing, Wim stumbles through the streets in pure despair, whispering over and over that he just wants to die. He's terrified if this adventurer's guild is racking up jobs. Who would ever hire a grantor when nobody wants that role? Staring at the twig and like it's a dare, he weighs two bad options: hunt alone for small fry, or beg into a pathetic F-rank party while his gut screams he's massively overplaying his worth. Loud laughter spills out of the inn and mixes with clinking orders for drinks, making Wim's miserable mood feel even darker. Wim stared at the few pathetic coins left in his palm, and the exile hit him like a punch he had next to nothing. Convinced that grief hits hardest when it's left to fester, he goes hunting for a drink to drown the ache and heads straight into the lively place. A bell clatters as he shoves the door open, and the second he steps in, a cheerful voice hits him with a bright, warm welcome. Greta San, a cheerful, busty waitress, clocks him the moment he steps in and blurts his name with a bright, welcoming grin. Wim gives Greta San a respectful nod, and when she says she's already heard the latest news about his party, he just welcomes it like nothing could shake him. She can't hold it in. She blurts out her congratulations the moment she hears the rumor that Dragon's Wings just wiped out the floor. Boss. The other patrons jumped in, jeering that he's the world #1, then firing off teasing questions like, "So, are you going to treat the whole place to celebrate?" Greta San is certain the guild's official review will come through soon, and once they check the boss kill site, his party is getting bumped up to the air rank. Without a shred of joy, Wim shoots down the celebration, then quietly orders a beer and his usual plate of sausage. He slumps alone at the bar and digs into his meal, knife points sawing through the sausage as the loud chatter swallows up every sound. He takes one bite and the food turns bitter and gross in his mouth, like his heavy heart is poisoning every craving. Suddenly, that familiar, eerie, foo-hee-hi-hey laugh bursts out of his throat. He jolts back hard and snaps his hand over his mouth in shock. He still winces at the memory Kronos always snapped at him to stop laughing like that, saying it was downright disgusting. A wild epiphany hits him. He's done with Dragon's Wings, and at last he's free from their suffocating rules. He scans the other adventurers clustered together, and the moment his family tosses him aside, loneliness crashes down on him like a wave. Wim stared at those old celebrations and admitted to himself that, no matter what, he'd never really been good at jumping into their conversations. Wim stares at his empty plate and lets the bittersweet memories of the party crash over him, admitting straight to himself that, yeah, it was actually fun. Reality hits him hard. He finally realizes he's got no home left, no place that calls him his anymore. Greta San watches him from across the bar, her face soft with silent pity for the broken adventurer. That sudden doorbell blast snaps Wim out of his dark spiral, and when a familiar voice shouts his name, the whole room jolts. In total disbelief, he gapes as a disheveled Heidi Marie stumbles into the inn's doorway, panting hard. Then he blurts out, "Why did you follow me here?" Panic spreads across the red-haired mage's face as she stares at Wim, her eyes packed with regret she never got to say. Meanwhile, the camera swings to the Adventure Guild headquarters, massive, ornate domes looming over the whole city like they own the sky. Inside the master's office, an official strides in and hands over a formal report detailing the examination of the giant crocodile carcass they crushed on the 98th floor. The guildmaster leans in, grabs every word about their teamwork claim, then demands the investigators' real verdict on how the fight actually went. He can't stop himself. He's grilling whether the dragon's official wing report even matches the proof they found right there at the scene. When they examine the beast's corpse up close, they realize most of its wounds right down to the fatal blow were carved in with a plain old machete. The examiner rules that magic and enchanted swords could carve a mark, but they still couldn't hurt the high-level monster for real. The investigation hits a jaw-dropping turning point. Turns out Wim Strauss is the only guy in the party who even has a machete. The official finally lands on the nearly impossible answer that this non-combatant grantor slaughtered the floor boss alone, straight up with his own power. A mysterious figure leans in over a detailed city map, eyes locked on one pinpoint marked deep in the maze of streets. Totally baffled, she stares at Wim's tracker crest and can't believe it. Why did it suddenly yank itself away from the Dragon's Wings, HQ, and drop over at a cheap inn? She digs through her gear, muttering under her breath as she hunts down her wiretap, desperate to snatch even more intel. A sharp ping snaps through the air, and she locks onto her target, pinpointing the exact spot where the transmission is coming from. Through the device, she catches Kronos' cruel voice as he snarls at Wim, "Get lost, scum!" And it seals her worst fears for good. Rage simmering, she tightens her fist and swears she'll get her revenge on Kronos for daring to talk to her beloved Wim like that. With panic roaring in her chest, she races straight for the battered inn, screaming his name as she barrels toward that towering wooden monstrosity. Inside the tavern, the door slams open, and a panting girl stumbles in like a runaway storm, snatching every single gaze from the startled patrons. Wim whips around, eyes bulging in shock, as Hyde Mary bursts into the doorway breathing hard, cheeks flushed from the run. Greta Sand greets the newcomer with a knowing grin, but Wim's still reeling too hard to even register Hyde Mary's sudden show-up. That waitress flashes a mischievous grin and teases Mary, calling her stalkeress John. Then she just watches Mary spiral into a flustered mess. Hyde Mary fires right back, yells that there's no S in her name, and shoots Greta with a comeback call-out, straight up calling her a cowgirl. The two women trade brutal insults as Hyde Mary chants "scream" and "drop dead" gets shouted over and over, while Greta just smirks and flaunts her chest with a loud, ridiculous boing sound effect. With the banter fading out, Hyde Mary snaps her focus back to Wim and insists through gritted words that she's not there to start anything with the waitress. She slides up to his table, visibly panicked, and asks if he's okay, only for Wim to freeze and stammer, lost in pure confusion. Wim figures the word about his firing is already flying around, and he blurts in a shaky voice asking if she's here because of Dragon's Wings. Hyde Mary shrugs off every rumor and insists she heard nothing, leaving Wim baffled. Because how on earth did she know something was wrong without any gossip? She casually drops, like it's nothing, that she knows everything about him. Then her sudden arrival turns even more sinister, like the mystery just got a level up. Hyde Mary shrugs it off like it's nothing just because they're from the same village, but Wim's shaking with pure horror at what her words really mean. A flashback bubble pops up and shows a younger Wim finally getting it. Her explanation clicks, and his suspicion loosens just a little. Still stuck in confusion, Wim can't stop himself from wondering what happened. Why did she rush over like that? He scratches his head, totally baffled. She hid Mary and Gretis, then slammed him with questions, because the way he looked so wrecked screamed that something terrible had just gone down. Wim fumbles for the right words, rubbing the back of his neck like he's trying to buy time, because he's about to drop a bombshell. He finally spills the truth to the whole room, saying it straight: he got fired from Dragon's Wings. The tavern explodes with shock. Everyone's forks pause mid-bite as his confession drops like a wrecking ball on the whole room. An adventurer slams his palm on the table, ripping into them and demanding answers. Why was Wim cut loose when his party was seconds away from an A-rank promotion? The patrons huddled together, trading whispers. Sure, they know the other three, but when all they ever hear about her is that she's the one stuck doing chores. Wim tells them he barely got a moment to pack, yet he still left all the necessary paperwork behind for them. He shrugs off his own importance, claiming anyone could fill his shoes, and then he throws a compliment over his shoulder. Sophia, the one replacing him, looks seriously capable. The moment Win calls out Sophia, Hyde Mary's eyes snap to her because Win just described the beautiful elf who slid right into his party. Greta clicks her tongue in pure disgust and blasts Kronos as a total womanizer for swapping out the party member on the spot for some new girl. Hyde Mary nods with a grim face, admitting the rumors about the leader's behavior are probably dead on. Wim slumps with a heavy sigh, wishing he had earned enough trust to stay in the party. A shaky, familiar little laugh slips out of Wim's lips as he desperately tries to dodge the heavy, suffocating tension. He snaps his hand over his mouth in full panic, because right then he realizes he's fallen back into the exact habit Kronos despised. Hyde Mary leans in with a sweet smirk, then taps the truth he still hasn't fixed that weird laugh of his. Win drops his gaze in shame and asks, voice cracking, if it's disgusting, just like his old leader once did. Hyde Mary gently shakes her head, smiling as she tells him, not at all, I don't find it disgusting. She props her chin on her hand and admits it. She's crazy about how he laughs, because it feels exactly like him. Caught off guard by the compliment, Wim blurts out that she shouldn't say stuff like that, because he might think he's getting the wrong message. Mary locks eyes with him, her affection spilling out, and coolly assures her he doesn't care if he's giving the wrong impression. Steam practically bursts from Wim's ears as he flails his hands and pleads with her to stop toying with him. The moment it hits, the whole table drops into a tense hush as Wim scrambles to get himself together after that shocking romantic ambush. Wim leans back, locks onto his drink, and finally admits he still can't figure out at all why he got fired. Hyde Mary takes a casual sip, flashes a grin, and basically says, yeah, he beat the floor boss solo, no help at all. Wim snaps her eyes wide, totally lost, and blurts, Wait, what do you mean by that? She slams her glass down and declares that the other dragon's wings couldn't finish the boss, so it has to be him. Panicking, Wim flails his hands and insists it was all a misunderstanding because that finishing blow was pure luck. He insists the win didn't come out of nowhere, it was the party's total damage, stacking up from everyone, that finally sealed the victory. Hydemarie slams in and shuts him down. She claims the floor boss took 0 damage from anyone except Wim. Wim lets out a shaky laugh, convinced Hydemarie's wildly overrating what a support mage like him can really do. He swears he wasn't trying to steal the spotlight at all. He was just desperate to not be a burden while everyone else showed off their amazing skills. With his hand pressed to his neck, he blurts out, "Why does she think I'm any good?" Because the second he looks at himself, all he sees is a total failure. Mary's cheeks flare bright as she looks away, scrambling for words because her faith in him is the kind you can't shake. Greta barrels in at just the right time, worry written all over her face, and calls out that pain from across the counter. The waitress leans in and tells them she's lived in this city her whole life, and she's never once heard of someone taking down a floor boss alone. She grabs Hydemarie and snaps at her to quit that nasty habit, spinning these bizarre tales just to shower her stalked obsession with praise. Greta snaps at her for crossing the line, but Hydemarie fires back because she's the one who wiretapped the battle and she knows the truth. The tavern keeps roaring around them, but Hydemarie's shocking revelation weighs heavy in the air. Wim glares into his cup and grumbles that getting fired wasn't about anything else. It was all because nobody trusted him. Hydemarie slams her palm onto the table with a brutal thud, her face twisting with pure annoyance. She snaps at Wim, screaming at him to drop that pathetic, wimpy attitude right now. She spins toward the counter, slams in a beer order, and then snaps at Greta like she's nothing more than a cowgirl. Greta hisses that the mage can't handle alcohol, but Hydemarie slams the moment shut and orders her to pour the drink anyway. Wim slumps through the silence, feeling painfully out of place, while Greta sighs, relents, and agrees to bring just one drink. The waitress comes back in a flash and slams a huge wooden tankard of beer right down in front of the pouting girl. Hydemarie immediately slurs into a drunken rant, preaching cognitive dissonance like it's gospel and dragging out the fable of the fox and the grapes. Right before she can wrap up her point, her strength just gives out. She face plants on the table and drops out cold. Moments later, she jerks awake and demands another drink. But Greta cuts her off and points out she's still only on her first jug. Win has 0 patience left. She snaps that they're finished for the day. Right before they head out, Mary slides a business card across the table to her friend. Win snatches it up and reads Nactal, then freezes, staring at the card like it just made 0 sense. The card flashes a full brown emblem of the strongest A-rank party famous for its sky-high status and a screening process so strict it scares even tough applicants. Wim remembers how Hydemarie was snatched up by that elite crew right at the start of her career, and she shot to fame almost overnight. Flashback time. Hydemarie scribbles a note, then dares Wim with an invite to come over to their party house the very next day. When he asks if he can just show up, she slams the brakes on his idea and tells him to work for them temporarily to get the experience, and she promises to back him and vouch for him. With cheeks blazing, she brags through her pride that she's the 74th sage, and since she's gunning for the top, pulling this off is a piece of cake for her. Back in the present, a groggy Hydemarie whimpers as Wim hauls her out of the inn beneath the night sky. Win shoots Greta a grateful nod for the meal, then carefully shifts the sleeping girl on his back so she stays comfortable. Greta asks if the weight needs a strengthening buff, and Wim just bursts into laughter, saying she isn't heavy. Hydemarie mumbles in her sleep, whispering that Grantor is weak, then rubs her cheek against his shoulder like she can't let it go. Greta waves them off and tells Wim, loud and clear, to watch his step. Those drunk adventurers are roaming the streets right now. Wim trudged through the dim cobblestone streets, mind racing as the invitation haunted his thoughts. He's freaking out that if he joins Naclable just because Hydemarie said so, the other members will judge him hard. A jolt of doubt snaps across his face. What if someone like him only brings trouble to a party this elite? His biggest fear is that one day his inevitable failure will hit, and Hydemarie will look at him like he's the reason everything went wrong. Out of the blackness, a glass bottle rockets straight for the pair. A bottle slams into the ground with a violent crash right near them, and a flashy hit effect pops up like it just logged a crisp 100 impact score. Raucous bursts into mocking laughter from the alleyway nearby, shattering the night silence. Wim whips his head around two figures lurk in the shadows, and one sneers, taunting the thrower for missing the target completely. In the alley, one of the drunks throws his head back and guzzles the last dark swig from his bottle. He lets out a satisfied breath, declares his turn, and shoves the empty bottle to his equally wasted buddy. Wim barrels on, hauling Hyde Mary past the men, while they spit furious heckles, screaming that their thrown bottle just missed the mark. The adventurer keeps marching without slowing down, so one of the men snaps at him in a hostile voice. The drunk lurches ahead with a beet-red face, slurring out a confused sound as he wrestles to make sense of his blurry, spinning vision. He bursts into the light, squares up to Wim, and barks a slur, forcing the kid's attention on the spot. Squinting at the rider perched on Wim's back, the man stammers, fighting to make out who the person is. Hyde Mary dozes soundly on Wim's shoulder, and a tiny hiccup slips out right as the drunk's eyes snap to her. Recognition hits the man's face as he jabs a finger at her and explodes, shouting that she's the thief from that other day. Wim freezes in confusion, slamming the word thief over and over as he scrambles to link the accusation to his sleeping friend. As they stand there waiting in line, the guys all lose it, screaming in unison that she snatched up the entire limited edition stash of Snowball snacks before anyone else could even reach the front. Wim feels a sharp pang of pity for their petty complaint, but in his head, he can't help thinking calling her a thief just for shopping is completely ridiculous. They toss logic aside and demand instant satisfaction, then shove Wim to wake up so she can apologize. Wim lets out a shaky sigh, eyes clouded with worry, because deep down he knows his words won't save him this time. Drunks snap from his silence and start screaming at him to stop pretending he can't hear them. One of the men lunges forward and shoves Hyde Mary into his grip, screaming at Wim to wake her up right now. A blazing magic crest snaps awake on Wim's chest as he silently kicks on his pump, up Zweimal, doubling his physical stats in an instant. With a flash of speed, Wim disappears on the spot, and the man's hand scrambles for air that isn't there. Two drunks just freeze in the empty street, staring around like, where'd he go, totally lost as their target vanishes from sight. Racing through the alleyways, Wim shot off a silent apology for Hyde Mary, remembering how she'd handed him those same candies before. Back in the alley, the violent drunk gapes with his mouth hanging open, completely stunned that he just watched someone move that fast. Wim slips away from the confrontation, his mind spiraling as he fears his sudden exit only pushed them into even more rage. The two men freeze in place, cold sweat pouring down as the truth of what just happened finally hits like a wave. Panic spikes in their eyes the moment it clicks. This sleeping girl is the infamous Hyde Mary of Necklibel. They huddle in panic, trading frantic whispers, wondering if the guy who's moving at pure impossible speed is secretly part of that elite crew too. One of the men glares at the ground, his face drained of color, and he snaps to his partner, asking if they noticed the damage they left behind. Jagged gouges tore into the stone pavement as Wim hurled himself forward, and that kickoff proved just how terrifying his power really was. Totally blind to the terror he sparked, Wim rockets through the city streets, sprinting straight for the clock tower, with Hyde Mary strapped to his back. He finally halts at a safe distance, wheezing hard, and tells himself over and over that those drunks aren't going to chase him. Safe and sound, Hyde Mary sinks deeper into her dreams and lets out a satisfied little groan, totally oblivious to the disaster she's unleashing. Paused, Win felt a sudden weight on his back, then snapped, "Hey, Hyde Mariette, are you awake?" as he checked if she'd finally sobered up enough to stand and walk on her own. She refuses to let go. She clamps her arms around his neck, squeezes him close, and whispers, soft but deadly certain, that he can't move yet. Wim's mind drifts back to that earlier promise she'd personally vouched for him, joining her elite party just to calm his nerves. Deep self-doubt slithers in. He can't stop wondering if someone with his low status even deserves a spot in a legendary crew like Necklibel. He stares at that massive gap between them and realizes it's way worse than he thought. She's not just some rare sage. She's also a top-tier candidate for the guild's very highest ranks. Guilt crushes him as he whispers to himself that he can't let his mess spill onto the one person who's shown him real kindness. A sharp memory snaps back Hyde Mary roaring at him to just follow her, shoving right through every ounce of his insecurity with pure, crushing emotion. Her hand clamps down hard on his shoulder, yanking him straight back to the moment and promising with zero wavering that she's got him. She leans in close and whispers to his ear, swearing that infinite possibilities are waiting and that once he stands face to face with that naked lie, he'll finally see his true worth. With a soft but staunch voice, she orders Wim to quit holding himself back and finally start living his life the exact way he wants. Her smiling face crashes into his mind, flooding him with warmth and total trust, the kind he's been starved of for far too long. Wim stammers, pours out a heartfelt thank you, roaring with gratitude that she showed up for him when he was drowning in the deepest, darkest despair. With fresh fire in his chest, he tells her, "If I'm going to live free, then you've got him up, or you got to be free to live your way. No limits." Trying to snap things back to reality, he awkwardly blurts that since she's awake and sober, she should probably get off him now. Hyde Mary shoots him down with one blunt word, then buries her face even deeper in his coat to smother the heat rushing up her cheeks. When he presses her for a reason, she only mumbles that his back feels perfect and then shuts him down hard. She's staying put. No way, no move. She leans in and murmurs that he's warm and his back is broad, and for a moment she feels safe and still, something she can't bear to give up. Her voice melts into a soft plea, begging him to let her stay just like this a little longer. Wim's face turns beet red at how suddenly close they are, and he blurts out his stammered yes. Then he decides to carry her for as long as she needs. As Wim steps into the quiet night, he clenches his resolve and vows to bury his past for good, because starting tomorrow, he's going to give it everything. Nacht Liebel's emblem flies high, a proud badge for the biggest A-rank party in the land, more than 100 elite warriors under one banner. A towering mansion dominates the sky, acting as the guild's party house, because they've already crushed 30 of every known floor boss. A silent guard in thick, heavy armor patrols the iron gates, eyes darting across the perimeter, hunting for even the faintest hint of trouble. Wim paces back and forth in front of the entrance, nerves crashing through him in loud, visible waves while the guard just watches. Sweat drips down Wim's face as he freezes in place, his self-doubt crushing him while he wonders, panicked, if he truly has any right to be here. The guard squints at the jittery kid, instantly clocking that this pacing troublemaker is acting suspicious. Deciding to step in, the guard strides right up to the shaking wreck and barks, demanding to know exactly what he's doing with the guild. Wim jerks back in pure panic, blurted words tripping over each other as he scrambles to explain why he's suddenly there. Panic crashes in all at once, and Wim blurts his creepy signature laugh straight into the guard's face by accident. The guard jerks back in pure shock, thinking that sudden move and that strange noise are an attack meant to yank out a weapon. Desperate to stop the fight, Wim scrambles for the business card Hyde Mary handed him and pushes it forward with shaking hand. The guard's face snaps from calm to full-blown shock as he reads the card, and suddenly it hits him. This suspicious boy isn't a threat at all. He's her friend. Wim's eyes snap shut in shock, unsettled as the guard laced that word her with a chilling, ominous weight. Hyde Mary bursts onto the scene with a radiant grin, waving Wim into the headquarters of Nacht Liebel. Wim bursts inside and lets out a shocked gasp, his eyes going huge at the sheer luxury of the hall and that sparkling fountain shining back like pure magic. Hyde Mary shows off the huge training hall and the cafeteria, and Wim can't help but gasp. This place feels more like a royal mansion than a party house. He mumbles an apology and slips through the grand corridors, shrinking like a speck of dust under the weight of all that greatness. Guard Abel shoots out an apology for his earlier hostility, but then bluntly snaps that Wim looks nothing like the person he was told to expect. Abel's words hit like a punch. He couldn't believe his own size, then demanded how he could have possibly made a mistake, because the report he got was nothing like what was real. Blushing hard, Hyde Mary erupts, screaming at the top of her lungs for everyone to shut up while the guard swears she claimed Wim was a gallant, masculine man. Humiliated and desperate, Mary grabs Wim by force, whisks him past the guard, and rockets down the hallway. They burst into the main gathering hall, where noise and energy hit First Elite Adventurers' trade plans, hype each other up, and gear down for the next big quest. Hyde Mary halts in front of the seated figure, and with a crisp, formal voice, declares she's brought the recruit just like she promised. A razor-sharp glare locks onto Wim as a long, sleek-haired woman sizes up his arrival, all calm and ice cold. Wim freezes in stunned silence, instantly sensing the blazing power pouring off the woman in front of him. He snaps to attention and realizes he's face to face with Camilla, the silver hair, the legendary leader of Naklibal. Camilla's eyes rake over him, and she smirks because he's way smaller than the warrior she expected. She bursts into a hearty laugh, clowning him for that handsome masculine hero rumor, while Hyde Mary panics in the background. A massive, iron-plated gauntlet lunges toward him, offering a handshake that feels like it could crush the earth under her strength. Wim squeezes her hand with shaking nerves, introduces himself as a former member of Dragon's Wings, and finally steps headfirst into his brand new life. Camilla flashes a real smile, and she can't believe it. The quiet new recruit is hiding a grip so strong it catches her off guard. She greets him with a formal bow in Naklibal, and before he can even ask, she drops the truth. Hidamari already spilled every detail about what he can do. Wim stammers through a nervous confession, "My mana's low, I just did chores." And Camilla instantly leans in, demanding to know exactly what he used to do in his old party. He lays it out. His job is only the non-combat stuff, like hunting for enemies on detection runs and handling plain old office work. The second he tries to bring up getting fired, Mary's panicked, snaps shut his mouth, and cuts off the talk before he spills more ugly details than they need. Camilla tunes out the arguing, then calmly hands the women a job rearguard duty for their next scouting dive. Shock slams into Wim as he stumbles over his words, staring in disbelief while they plan to march straight into the labyrinth right now. Camilla storms off with a sharp line about how real experience beats theory every time, while Wim stands there, stunned, trying to catch up with the sudden command. Panic snaps into him as he blurts that it's way too soon and that he's never once raided with a crowd this massive before. Hyde Mary spins around with a dazzling smile and swears to him that everything's going to be perfectly all right. Wim jolts in shock, her face screaming terror, and she's got zero faith in her own optimism the second danger hits. The story drops you into the chilly, stone-walled corridors deep inside a deadly labyrinth. Every member of the Nacht Libel Guild gathers in tense silence around a glowing stone pillar at the heart of the chamber. Ancient runes flare to life on the structure as the magical device charges up for its transportation leap. A blinding beam tears out of the pillar, and you can feel it. Teleportation is fully charged and ready to go. This device is a teleportation circle, the maze's lifeline locked into certain levels so adventurers can slip through and keep pushing forward. Beat the floor boss and boom, those circles unlock, letting parties zip through multiple floors in an instant using the special routes. The massive party kicks off their march, and their armored footsteps thunder loud across the cold stone floor. Wim freezes in disbelief as Hyde Mary abruptly slams on the brakes and stops walking right in front of him. The other guild members freeze mid-march, then snap their heads back as the whole air changes and the procession finally grinds to a stop. A battle-worn veteran stares back with a grim face, eyes locked on the leaders, waiting for them to finally snap the holdup into place. Hyde Mary stands stone still, face set in pure determination, ready to trigger a security protocol that non-members don't get to ignore. Wim, thrown off by the sudden stop, blurts out to his friend, "What's going on? Why did everyone freeze like that?" She shoves a thick cloth into his hands, then shoots him a quick, sorry smile and begs him to put on the blindfold for a little while. Hyde Mary tells him, point blank, that since he's technically an outsider, the guild can't let him lay eyes on their secret teleportation line. He ties on the blindfold without a word, like protecting that priceless route, and the intel riding with it is just the smart, natural move. Now blind as a bat, he freezes in place until Hyde Marie finally tells him to stretch out his hand and grab her. With a steel grip, Wim yanks hold of her hand and guides him straight through the darkness. Silence slams down between them as they cling hand in hand, while the whole party watches the scene unfold in stunned silence. Hyde Mary's face erupts in a furious blush, and he mentally squeals with pure excitement because out in public, he's finally got the guts to hold her hand. Wim panics and flails his hands like crazy, blubbering that he should grab her shoulder instead because he can't see a thing. He pleads with Hyde Mary to stop teasing him, totally clueless that she's secretly savoring the closeness of their handhold. Tight on his face, a blindfolded mage tags along with his friend as the party hops through secret teleportation circles to push forward. The squad finally bursts into view of the gigantic, unshakable architecture on the 97th floor, swallowed deep inside that maze-like labyrinth. Wim can't believe her eyes. An A-rank party moved with razor-sharp efficiency, and they still stormed all the way down to that deep floorway faster than anyone should have. His heart hammers with pure anxiety as he spirals, telling himself he's useless, like he has nothing to offer and act liable. He's terrified that all he's doing, just copying everyone else, will drag that huge, talented group down and leave them stuck. Hydemarie shoots a glance back at that mumbling recruit and instantly gets it. This is his first time, so he's holding back on purpose. She doesn't let annoyance win. She flashes a quiet smile to herself, realizing that being cautious might be the sharpest superpower an adventurer can have. Wim blurts a startled yelp as he bumps into something, then snaps his head around and realizes Camilla is standing right behind him, looming. The silver-haired leader leans over, smiles warmly, and gently tells the young boy to drop the insane tension crawling through him. She reminds him, "You've already wiped out this floor's boss with that beer-ank party, so don't sweat it." Camilla told him to just do what he could, saying the whole goal for the day was simple mapping the area. Her kindness hits him like a wave, and Wim's eyes sting. He swallows hard and whispers back, voice trembling. Camilla reassures him one last time that Naklivel is packed with good people, and that's what finally lets him breathe easy. Wim's face flips from worry to pure focus as he starts sweeping the area, hunting every little wrong thing he can find. A sudden anomaly jolts his senses, and he freezes on the spot, staring up at the dungeon walls, panic screaming through him. He hesitates, then tells Hydemarie he thinks he heard something, but his fear hits hard, because what if it's only his imagination playing tricks? He debates whether to report it, but that eerie sound has him spooked like an omen pointing to a hidden trap lurking nearby. He chooses caution over chaos and widens his magical search, determined to track down that gut-twisting feeling that something's seriously wrong. He thrusts his hand out, pours mana into it, and hurls a specialized detection spell straight into the dark. A wild magic circle ignites in front of his palm as he activates his search ability, blasting the area with a deadly scan. The spell flickers to life in front of him, carving the dungeon corridor into view and exposing every hidden passage and secret buried inside. His eyes blow wide with shock as the scan locks in his fears and shows a deadly threat waiting in silence. He shoots himself back to that standing order. If he spots anything at all, he has to report it to Camilla right away through transmission magic. He steals a breath of courage, nods to the order, and readies himself to warn the leader about the danger closing in fast. The party keeps climbing that towering staircase, totally oblivious as something in the shadows snaps to life behind them. Wim breaks formation, steps forward, and politely calls out to Camilla, begging for just a moment of her time. Camilla tilts her head, locks eyes with him, calls him Wim Boy, and hangs on every word as she waits for his report. He says it with total precision. A rockfall trap is planted to trigger on the upper left side, right on the 45-meter mark. Camilla squints at the report like it might be a lie, her sharp gaze slicing right through the tension in the air. Wim stammers, clenches his resolve, holds his ground, and calls it he's damn sure that trap won't fire on time, with a 90 chance of a delayed activation. With a breezy flick of her hand, Camilla orders him to spill his findings on the public channel next time. Wim's throat tightens. She's terrified of the idea of having to talk to the whole massive party all at once. With courage blazing in his chest, he triggers the transmission magic and blasts his voice out, ripping across the air to every single member. He drops a jaw-dropping, razor-precise report, spelling out the rockfall's exact mass, its shape, and where it's about to land. A wave of confusion slams into the vanguard, and the seasoned warriors whip around in stunned disbelief at the sudden announcement. Doubts crackle through the ranks, and Wim's heart drops, panic surges as he spirals, wondering if he just made a deadly mistake. While Wim drenches in sweat, Hydemarie grins through the pressure, and Camilla stays cool as she steers her tank straight at the threat. Abel strides forward without a second thought, announcing that he's taking the trap on himself. The armored warrior charges straight into the danger zone, lifting his massive shield like he's daring the world to hit him. He plants himself on the trigger point, breath held, as the mechanism snaps to life under his boots. A colossal stone pillar crashes down out of the dark, coming for the defender straight to flatten them into nothing. With a thunderous crash, Abel slams his shield up and catches the falling monolith, killing its momentum in an instant. Unscathed and stone cold, Abel shouts that the trap is cleared as the dust swirls and settles around him. Camilla gives a sharp nod of approval at the successful defense, and the rest of the party just freezes, stunned, wide-eyed, and utterly silent. The adventurer's gasp turned into disbelief when he realized the trap matched Wim's description perfectly, right down to the smallest detail. They trade stunned looks because they've never seen a scout map out a trap's shape and then hold still waiting for it to unfold. Wild speculation explodes as they can't stop asking, could this god-level precision be the real secret power hidden inside Dragon's wings? As Hyde Mary flashes a Cheshire Cat grin, some panicked Wim reads the silence wrong and instantly thinks, oh no, I'm in trouble. Hyde Mary grins as she boasts that Wim's normal is the real deal, and she swears he'll prove this win wasn't luck. In the middle of a short break, the whole party just stares while Camilla locks eyes with the horizon, frozen in awe as that shocking revelation sinks in. She jolts in shock when she realizes Wim casually taps high-level detection magic like it's as easy as breathing. Her thoughts slam back to Dragon's Wings, the party that skyrocketed to a top rank in record time. Confusion chews at her as she can't believe this mage was locked away in secret, despite skills so game-breaking. And then, just like that, they fired him. Wim's voice cuts through the silence over the transmission, demanding attention again. He spots the humidity skyrocketing and notices the weird, unsettling thing. There aren't any low-level winged insects around at all. The veterans lean in hard as he explains it. Those environmental shifts mean a dangerous predator is lurking nearby. Wim realizes too late that they've accidentally wandered straight into the kill zone of some massive, merciless beast. He spots the danger and calls it the Great Tortoise, Zeratin. Then he pitches a quick detour to slip around the beast before it can strike. Camilla squints hard and demands a straight answer. She needs to know for sure his report about the monster's territory is legit. Wim locks eyes with her, nerves crashing in, and admits he's 90% sure his assessment is right. Camilla lets out a sharp sigh and tells him to use the public transmission for high-probability threats, clearly irritated by his hesitation. Wim drops his head in shame, stammers out a shaky apology, convinced he just angered the leader. Panic crashes through his head as he spirals into the belief that he's messed up again, another catastrophic mistake. Camilla snaps an order, hand the search to Simon right now and get yourself to the front line. Wim's stomach drops. He reads the order as a death sentence, convinced he's been fired and cast out of his role. Camilla snaps in front of the group and makes it crystal clear. No detours. She's leading them straight to the Great Tortoise. She snaps her razor-sharp eyes back to the recruit and demands to see what he's got right there in real combat. As her grantor, a terrified Wim snaps to it. If he messes up right here, there won't be a single place left in this world for him to run. Fighting through his fear, he clenches his fists and swears he'll do everything he can to be truly useful. Camilla snaps her attention back and slams the other scout with a demand for an enemy status report. Simon flicks through his detection magic and snaps, the target's right up ahead around 200 meters and dead asleep. The leader snaps out rapid fire orders, demanding the fighters in the vanguard grab Hyde Mary and get ready. Spell time is coming fast. Knack Liebel's elite members roar their approval in perfect sync, hands set as they gear up to charge into battle. Camilla jabs her finger right at Wim and slaps him with the crucial job of backing Abel up with his buffs. Wim blurts out a shaky yes, braces himself for the fight that's about to decide his future. Wim shuts his eyes, whispers his personal mantra, and disappears into quiet seclusion just to help people and stay unnoticed. He realizes the whole time his only mission was to figure out how to help people quietly, from the shadows. A piercing stare snaps him out of his thoughts, and he realizes reality has veered wildly off the exact road he'd pictured. The giant Great Tortoise crushes through rubble in the distance with a terrifying crunch, and Wim stands frozen, staring straight at the beast. Mary shoves him onward and snaps, now strike while it's busy chewing. She tells him that with all eyes on him, this is the perfect moment to show the guild exactly what he's made of. Camilla and the elite crew of Knack Liebel lock eyes with the pair, staring them down like they're about to pass judgment. Wind jolts under the legendary party's staring weight, panic flooding them as the pressure to perform hits like a wave. His heart thunders against his chest as he vows to fix what he messed up before and steer clear of any more trouble. Swallowed by a cyclone of self-doubt over his own words, he barely manages to hear Hyde Mary shouting his nickname. Mary Hyde finally blasts him out of his self-pity spiral by screaming his name inches from his ear. She flashes him a grin like she owns the moment and asks for her usual support buff right before she fires off an ice spear. Wim locks onto her back as she hefts that massive weapon, his jaw dropping at how casually she asked for the usual. A rush of nostalgia slams into him as he remembers those duo dives, and he realizes this exact familiar rhythm is the boost he's been craving. A real smile bursts onto his face as the crushing weight of everything finally slips off his shoulders. Fists pumping with fresh fire, he turns to Hyde Mary, throws out a heartfelt thank you, and declares, "I'm ready to fight." Hyde Mary's one-of-a-kind, magical device starts firing up, and with a crisp, mechanical click, all the parts lock in place for the moment of activation. She plants her feet in a killer stance, lifts her weapon high, and declares it's time to let the guild finally see her real power. Wim instantly spots the upgrades to her gear, and she's stunned she tripled the density while shrinking the whole thing. He flashes a grin of pure admiration, thinking, this is exactly the kind of brilliant engineering I knew she'd bring. Hyde Mary fires up the generation sequence, her eyes blazing as she kicks off the spell. Mana starts swirling into shape above their heads, sparkling with raw, blazing energy as the magic finally forms. Zeraton the giant tortoise abruptly stops munching, heaves its massive head around, and finally spots the danger closing in. A crushing silence drops on the battlefield as that massive monster fixes its stare on the two little adventurers. High above, a monstrous spear of solid ice slams into existence with a thunderous crack. Then it's poised to come crashing down. A colossal projectile hangs over the ruined landscape like a threat from the sky, towering over the crumbled pillars and crushing the adventurers beneath it with sheer size. Wim cranes his neck, eyes wide, realizing any normal mage would be totally overwhelmed by just how massive this magic is. Hyde Mary laughs with total confidence, and his powers run on rules so far beyond modern magic that it feels like pure wizardry out of another world. An infographic spells it out. Sorcerers and priests get boxed into certain magic types, but sages, they smash the rules and break the mold. It straight up says Hyde Mary's sage class is the absolute strongest because it lets her command every kind of magic that exists. Hyde Mary leans in and tells Wim the truth. Sages can conjure the very first building blocks of magic, so they can craft brand new spells from nothing. With a dramatic flourish, she officially signs off on the grant Wim Strauss has provided. Wim grins at his friend, then taps into the connection and kicks off the enchantment process. Wim clenches his focus, channels his mana, and slams the solid, frosty enchantment straight onto the glowing magic circle. A glowing magic circle swells outward and snaps into place, locking tight with the gigantic ice tower hanging above the ruins. Hyde Mary jolts in shock. He didn't buffer at all. He slammed his strengthening magic straight into the spell construct itself. The massive ice projectile gets hit by the enchantment, and once that spell clicks in, it reshapes into a razor-sharp, terrifying weapon. Mary screams the order to fire as the gigantic tortoise lumbers straight toward them. So close it feels deadly. With a deafening roar, the massive ice spear rockets out of the sky to slam straight into the oncoming monster. The projectile blasts forward so fast it turns into a streaking blur, ripping through the sky like it's slicing the atmosphere in half. A horrifying blast detonates on impact, hurling icy shards and wreckage screaming through the air in every direction. NAC's members, Camilla included, scream at the top of their lungs as the shockwave barrels straight toward them. The impact launches the giant beast off its feet and hurls it crashing into the ruin walls with a violent slam. Adventurers snap their faces into hiding and brace hard as gale force winds batter them from the impact. The great tortoise gets obliterated, its shell caves in, and its body is driven through by colossal enchanted ice spikes. Shaking from the cold, Wim blurts an apology to cover for Mary, then panics what if he cranked the magic output way too high by accident. Hyde Marie grins and tells him it was perfect, then reminds him he absolutely crushed it and proved his skills to the whole party. She whips around to the leader, flashes a proud grin, and quizzes Camilla about what she thinks of Wim's insane performance. A sharp crack bursts from the leader's direction, and everyone's eyes snap straight to her armor. Camilla stares down at her shoulder pauldron, silent and unreadable, as she studies the fresh damage like it's a mystery only she can solve. Wim spots a crack in her precious armor, and her stomach drops. She instantly panics, swearing he's messed up again. Camilla snaps out to Vimboy in a sharp, serious voice, and he jolts upright, stuttering like he's terrified out of his mind. She brushes off the damage, then snaps an order buff. The shield unit now. A wyvern attack is coming. She spins away from him and boldly demands, "Show me your defensive enchantment in action this time." Wimbo's nerves jolt him forward. He blurts his understanding and, for once, lets out a breath of relief because he still gets to matter. Hydemary clocks the whole interaction with a smug, cat-like smirk, and she just knows Camilla was totally into what she saw. Wim clenched his fist with pure determination because he truly believed fate had handed him another shot, and he vowed to give it everything. Hydemary lets out a heavy sigh at how clueless he is, like not knowing the room by now has turned into a full-on illness. The other party members huddle and whisper in stunned disbelief at that spear's invisible speed, and Hydemary just smiles like, "Yeah, you finally get what I'm worth." Two battle-worn veterans lock eyes with the pair, sweat pouring off them as terror hits hard at the sheer, crushing power of this strange new grantor. Hydemary swivels toward her friend with a sharp, suspicious stare, and Wim panics, spitting out a frantic, "I didn't say a thing." A towering, armored warrior strides up with a calm smile, then introduces himself, Abel, the squad leader. Wim gapes in disbelief because this kid has the same age as him, yet somehow already runs a whole unit. Abel tilts his head in pure confusion, waiting as the frozen recruit just has to answer his greeting. Panic claws into Wim's mind the second he realizes he has zero clue what to say to someone he's never met. Abel leans in to ask if he's okay, and Wim blurts out nothing but frantic, scrambled panic noises. Wim spirals into self-hatred, convinced his awkward silence is making him look totally disgusting to the leader. A crushing vision of rejection floods his thoughts, and he's convinced Abel will turn on him too, just like everyone else. To Abel's shock, a blinding smile bursts across his face, and he soothes the nervous mage, telling him to just relax. Wim's cheeks burn crimson, and a warm, fuzzy glow spreads through his chest after that wild, unexpected kindness. Abel brings up defensive buffs, and Wim quiet as ever admits he's barely touched them so far. What another party member jumps in, saying grantors are unbelievably rare in NACT libel, because that job is so hated nobody wants it. Wim tells him that his magic doesn't fire unless your mind is fully in it, and the target has to say out loud that they approve before anything even activates. It explains how the buffs can pump up your physical stats like strength and speed, or even level up the weapons themselves. Right when he explains that the target has to be willing, a harsh voice snaps in out of nowhere and shuts him down. A hulking, scarred man strides into the spotlight and bluntly snaps that he absolutely hates getting buffs. Wim goes still in total shock, utterly blindsided by the brutal, sudden rejection. Mark introduces himself, then leans in for more details, quickly apologizing because he worries his bluntness might have sounded rude. Mark breaks it down, buffs don't just change stats, they mess with how your body feels. And then he confesses the brutal nightmare he once went through with the grantor. He remembers that last mage who spammed attributes with zero control, and it still haunts him, because in the middle of the fight, his own body slipped out of his hands. Wim quickly assures him, "Relax, these are only beginner buffs, and they won't mess with your body control." He insists it's a wild mix of simple tricks working together, but Mark's face tightens even more, like the tension is climbing higher with every word. Wim jolts back as the veteran locks eyes on him, radiating a terrifying, no-holds-barred aggression. Mark bares his teeth and snaps, demanding to know if Wim thinks he's some kind of amateur just because he dared to ask a question. Rage crawls over Wim as he convinces himself he actually managed to piss off that scary veteran. Mark makes it crystal clear he isn't snapping with rage. He just wants the details so he can learn. Win finally clocks it. Mark's scary interrogation isn't some evil scheme at all. It's just the cold, relentless thoroughness of a knacked liberal elite. He tells the tank his senses won't shift one bit, but Mark cuts in, demanding to know if he's 100 sure. Mark lunges in with an aggressive ha, and that one sound slams a fresh wave of panic straight into the poor mage. Tense silence crashes down as Wim fights to decipher the terrifying sound roaring from the veteran. Confusion crashes through the shield unit as they stare at Wim, demanding proof that his buff truly changes absolutely nothing about how it feels. Wim asks for permission to break down how it works, saying that the real secret of his power is this total lack of sensory disruption. Mark stammered out a hesitant, yeah, caught off guard by the lecture, but still deciding to hear him out. A huge, bright smile snaps onto Wim's face the second he realizes this is the first time anyone has ever actually asked him for a real explanation. He rockets into a fiery lecture, tearing apart the difference between the rusting method and the casting method of applying magic. Wim points out that because every adventurer has their own body and strength level, any one-size-fits-all buff is doomed from the start. He warns that sloppy magical upgrades can crack a person's bones, and Mark blurts out a furious, yeah, right away. Mark stares at the recruit's knowledge in pure disbelief, then praises Knack Liebel's elite standards for turning out experts like this. Wim keeps blasting out his rapid-fire academic rant, firing off a non-stop storm of complex magical theory that sails right over everyone's heads. Wim suddenly clocks that he's been blabbing non-stop, snaps the words in mid-sentence, and offers a sheepish grin as an apology. Mark waves off the apology, but his eyes look wrecked like the sheer blast of information left him dazed. Wim tells them how he crammed 7 defense enchantments and 25 sensory enchantments into one spell perfectly balanced, like it's been forged to hit just right. Mark flings his hands up and yells at him to stop, swamped to the core by all those technical details. The whole squad freezes in stunned silence, staring at that tiny mage who just casually dumped a whole thesis on them. Wim jerks back in pure panic, sure his over-the-top explanation has once again blown everything to pieces. Mark snaps back to himself and, still in disbelief, demands to know if Wim is really saying he can hand out dozens of enhancements at the same time. Wim quietly admits he has to slice up and cast the magic with total precision because his mana runs dangerously low. Mark leans in real close, checking one last time that his body's senses will stay exactly the same. No surprises, just the usual. Wim nods hard and tells Mark this the only thing he'll truly feel is his body roaring better than it ever has. With eyes squeezed shut in sheer determination, Mark presses a hand to his chest and declares straight up that he approves the grant. All the other squad members stare at him, stunned out of their minds, and demand, "Are you really sure you want to trust this newcomer?" Mark grins from ear to ear and boldly says, Wim's massive knowledge is all the proof he needs that he's got the chop. Wim's eyes widen in pure awe and his heart surges as he finally realizes someone trusts him. Tears sting at the edges of his eyes as he swears he'll give it everything to repay that trust. A blazing, intricate magic circle erupts around Mark's torso as Wim slams the spell into action. The veteran tank jerks forward, eyes popping wide as the enchantment's magic sinks into his body. Mark rubs his chin in deep thought, humming under his breath while he carefully gauges every subtle shift in his body. Mark and Abel face off in the stone training hall, both gearing up to put the new enhancement magic through its paces. Mark explodes forward and smashes a brutal hit into Abel's shield, using the impact to test just how powerful he's become. Two warriors smash into each other with jaw-dropping force, their armored bodies gliding and bursting forward with a speed so unreal it feels like gravity can't touch them. Wim hovers on the sidelines, nervy as hell, twisting his hands while he squeaks out just how does magic feel. Mark whips around with a grim face and tells him straight up that no words could ever capture him. With wide-eyed awe, he explains that he can move his body even better than he ever did in his physical prime. Abel nods fast and agrees with wild excitement, stunned by how weightless her body feels like gravity just quit for good. Wim's chest tightens with relief. He clutches it and exhales hard, whispering, "Thank God," because he didn't accidentally hurt them. The other Shield Knights lunged in at once, surrounding the Grand Tour and barking for him to hurry up, then power them up too. Wim lights up with a blazing, heartfelt smile and happily jumps in to help level up the rest of the squad. The story slams into the dungeon's sprawling floor columns, towering all around as the main force assembles. Wim suddenly starts shaking uncontrollably, like his senses are getting slammed by a brutal, hostile presence right near him. He mutters that the enemy's here and his instincts roar like, "Big danger just walked in." A teammate spots his shaking and fires off, "You okay?" But Wim snaps back that something massive is right around the corner. Camilla snaps awake to the danger, screams for everyone to get ready, and orders an all-out fight right now. Wim clenches the collar in his fist and a fierce, focused determination hardens across his face. A nightmare of a winged demon drops from the ceiling, shadows its skull head packed with piercing, many-eyed stares. That creature's cluster of eyes jerked wildly, and it unleashed a guttural, bone-chilling growl. It hangs in the dungeon's high archway, screeching as it dives straight for the adventurers who refuse to back down. Energy surges into the monster's mouth as it coils to fire off a devastating breath attack. The shield unit surges forward like a locked wall, bellowing a war cry as they brace themselves for the hit. A demon roars and spits a giant ball of magical fire, launching it straight at the defender's line. A blazing fireball hurls itself into the magically reinforced shields, and the vanguard gets swallowed by a blinding burst of light. Everyone in the room goes pale. This attack doesn't just get stopped, it gets slammed back into the caster with brutal force. The demon shrieks in sheer agony as its own fireball detonates from the sky, then slams it hard into the ground. The crowd erupts in shock, screaming that the shield unit just pulled off a jaw-dropping, high-level reflection maneuver. Crouched behind his shield, Mark just stared straight ahead, sweat blasting down his face as pure shock took him over. He whips around to his squad mates, voice shaking, and demands to know, "Did you really just pull off a reflection?" The other knights burst out, saying this was their very first time ever, and they couldn't help wondering if it was nothing but a miracle. Mark glares into the distance with a warped grin, flat out refusing to accept that something as simple as a buff could pull off a feat like this. Camilla yells the order to fire and demands the long-range units unleash their attack right now. Arrows and spellfire slam down on the wyvern, exploding around it in a blinding storm of pure chaos. A mage roars out the incantation for Jupiter's spear, and a colossal lightning bolt rips through the air to smash the beast. When the smoke finally lifts, Guji stands there unhurt and untamed, shooting out a mocking growl like it's laughing at everyone. Camilla stared at the failure with ice-cold focus and realized their attacks didn't even leave a scratch. She spots that one-of-a-kind gleam in its eyes and then realizes its scales are shielded by anti-magic coating. The leader snaps to the truth. This isn't a regular wyvern at all. It's a one-of-a-kind subspecies that shrugs off standard magic like it's nothing. Wim just stands there, frozen in silence, not a clue what move could possibly break someone this untouchable. Camilla shot her hand up and commanded the whole party to back off, clearing the area in seconds. With a cocky smirk, she announces, loud and proud, that it's finally her time to step onto the stage. Her cape snaps in the wind as she strides ahead, blazing with an unstoppable, earth-shaking power. Haida Marie grins at Camilla and hands her the rest of the fight, trusting her to take it from here. Camilla's mind snaps back to that insane reflection maneuver the shield unit pulled off earlier. She can't believe it. 5 totally different people pulled off that brutal skill in flawless, locked in sync. A wild curiosity explodes in her as she finally sees what Wim's magic could do, untapped power just begging to be unleashed. She can't stop picturing what kind of monster she'd turn into if that same boost slammed into her body instead. The unknown thrills her so hard that a grin spreads across her face as she pictures herself shattering her own physical limits. She whips around and yells, "Hey, rookie Vim boy," just to snap his attention right now. Wim darts over, jittery as hell, and asks if she wants him to slap a buff on her before the fight. Camilla demands that he unleash every offensive buff. He's got every single one. No exceptions. Wim crunches the numbers, calls out the danger, and says the absolute max safe move is a 3-fold increase. Camilla squints, snaps that he's playing it safe, and dares him to push even further. Wim is trembling inside, terrified that turning up her power too far will rip her body apart. Camilla ignores the warning, lifts her hands, and screams for a power boost 10 times stronger. Wim's mind is screaming because she can't wrap her head around the wild request she's making. He tries to warn her that using a boost like that is straight-up suicide, but she refuses to hear a single word of reason. Sweat drenches his face as the truth hits hard. This leader isn't messing around one bit, and that reckless demand is dead serious. He swallows his pride and admits, in theory, it could happen like that. Confession seals his fate on the spot. Hyde Marie flashes a sadistic grin and purrs that she can't wait to see the result. Wim is shaking in front of the leader, and there's no turning back. He has to unleash the deadliest buff of his life. Wim clamps down on his focus. Sparks of magic blaze from his glowing hand as he kicks off a ruthless chain of spellwork. A glowing digital grid snaps onto Camilla's silhouette as the spell, Analyze, sweeps over every inch of her body in a blink. Wim can't stop staring at her own wild biology, wondering if she's even human while her incredible muscle and bone density leave her completely blown away. His mind races through numbers, pinpointing every fulcrum and center of gravity so his magical boost hits at full power. He locks in the strategy to squeeze out maximum efficiency with next to zero risk, drilling her in every tiny detail until even the smallest parts of her body obey cast, bow, and all. The spell enchant slams into Camilla, and her eyes blow wide as an earth-shaking power surges straight through her veins. A confident smirk snaps onto the leader's face as she feels that insane power roaring through her enhanced body. She yanks her massive blade free, fires up against the beast, and shouts the name of her weapon, Great Executioner. Camilla stands rock still in the wreckage, dust swirling around her, and glares at the monstrous wyvern with ice-cold, fearless focus. She explodes forward in a blur, straight at the airborne monster, blade cocked to land a devastating strike. Her eyes snap shut with focus. Then she slams her signature multiplication skill, blasting her attack into something far bigger. A massive wave of pure energy detonates from her sword, tearing through the air like lightning and hacking the sky open. A pack of adventurers stands there, utterly stuck, eyes locked tight on the insane spectacle that is about to blow their minds. They lean in, shaking with awe as the legendary executioner, Sword, is finally unleashed in front of them, and they witness its true power for the very first time. Even the seasoned vets stared in disbelief, because they'd never seen her multiplication skill grow this enormous before. Camilla taunted the massive wyvern like it was nothing, calling it a little bird, while she lined up her final judgment. The crowd goes silent and forgets how to breathe, because they can't even wrap their minds around the chaos she's about to unleash. With a thundercrack roar, her blade slams into the beast's skull, and the whole dungeon shudders like it just felt the blow. Wim and the shield units are frozen in place, jaws drop to the ground, shattered by how that one strike wiped everything out. Camilla shuts her eyes and exhales hard, and you can see the thrill light up her face as she soaks in the victory's afterglow. She laughs through shaky breaths, riding the rush of enhanced combat until sheer euphoria takes over. The moment the silence shatters, the whole party explodes into cheers, guns and blades lifted high as they roar to celebrate their leader's victory. Wim barrels forward in full panic, frantically checking whether she feels any pain or strange discord inside her body. Camilla gazes down at the worried boy, and as soon as she notices his concern, her face softens. She snatches his hands and grins, telling him his muscles are insane and swears her body feels totally fine. Wim lets out a huge sigh of relief, admitting his fear was real. There was a terrifying 5 chance of side effects. Camilla tilts her head, baffled, and asks, "Are you really freaking out over just a 5 risk?" She just stares at him, dead silent, as he warns that in the worst case, the buff could have ripped a muscle right open. Wim swears muscle tears hurt like hell, and Camilla stares at him like he's joking, like this is just a paper cut. He keeps grilling her about her bodily discord, totally missing the point that she brushes those injuries off like they're nothing. Camilla snaps her head back and erupts into loud, unstoppable laughter at how ridiculous he is. She leans down toward the stunned recruit, flashes a huge grin, and decides on the spot Wim Strauss is hands down fascinating. Her thoughts race through his resume, and in one glance she clocks at his labyrinth-level knowledge. His search skills and his grant writing power are all top tier. She locks eyes on him with hungry intent, thinking she doesn't care what he's done because she wants him, plain and simple. Wim freezes in confusion while she keeps cackling like a maniac, completely lost on why she's reacting this way. Sweat starts pouring out of him as his nerves spiral. He can't stop wondering if this weird change is just a side effect of his buff messing with her brain. Beneath the pale moonlight, the naked level party house looms high, ready to host tonight's loud, wild celebration. Foamy mugs smash together with thunderous clinks as the guild shouts out a loud, happy toast to launch the festivities. The guildmaster stands up and declares the labyrinth dive a total win. New map routes uncovered, a massive gold vein found, and then he tells everyone to feast like champions. The hall bursts into wild, messy cheers, shouts of pure joy exploding everywhere like a frenzy. Monica the mage practically sparkles as she tells Wim she's absolutely blown away by his performance, calling it straight up amazing. She leans in, pressing for the exact enchantment on Marie's spear, like it's got to take serious magic know how to pull off. Wim shyly admits he once dreamed of becoming a mage, so he studied the craft hard before pushing his magic skills even further. Monica bursts into hearty laughter, realizing the truth behind his technique is way more complicated than he lets on. Vim crumples inward, spiraling in his own head, panicked about how to talk to someone he barely even knows, and scrambling to figure out what he's supposed to do next. A voice suddenly booms from under the table. Vimson, and yanks him right out of his spiraling thoughts. Bettina suddenly pops up to introduce herself as part of the search and rescue unit, and she drags her leader Simon right along with her. Vim's jaw drops as he realizes he's standing face-to-face with Simon San, the legendary commander of the search and rescue unit. With his eyes wide and his voice cracking, Vim blurts out that he's read every single one of Simon's books and articles like it's the most unbelievable thing ever. Simon lights up and starts gushing about the trap he's building, but Bettina snaps at him hard at the banquet for slipping into study talk. A huge, loud man barrels in mid-scold, laughs at the top of his lungs, and snaps that they should just ditch this and go drink instead. Bettina's annoyance snaps straight onto Mark. She calls him out for always downing way too much to drink. Mark laughs it off and then pushes a drink onto the tiny masked figure, only for the poor thing to look like it's seconds from panicking. Bettina shrugs off the antique talk and guns straight back to the real point, snapping her attention onto Vim again. Simon lauds Vim's reflection boost, admits he never saw it coming, and presses him. Did you aim for that exact result? Vim quickly shakes off the praise, insisting he only helped, and that the party's skill is what earned all the success. Simon bursts into hearty laughter, slaps Vim on the shoulder, and tells everyone with total confidence that this kid is destined for greatness. Vim freezes there, cheeks burning, completely stunned, so his own hero just laid that kind of praise on him. Yet another guy steps in, swallows his regret from earlier that morning, and loudly praises the enhancement. He finally admits he's been messing up too, and he's determined to fix it, making up for what he did before. Vim lets out a shaky laugh, but inside, panic gnaws at him. What if his awkwardness is ruining everyone's great mood? The whole table goes dead quiet for a second as everyone stares at Vim, and he awkwardly laughs just to keep the silence from swallowing him. Vim's mind explodes with panic, begging to vanish or end it all just to break free from the crushing social pressure. The man leans in and says Heidmares and told him that Vim has his own one-of-a-kind world. Mark lunges in, clamps Vim in a headlock, and grins as he taunts, asking if the kid wants in on Naklibble. Vim gets hit with the rush of their kindness, but his voice stammers as he wonders if he really belongs in a crew like that. He tries to brush off the praise as pure flattery, but the whole table is celebrating him for real. A voice whispers that this guild is where Vim can finally break free and soar like he's meant to. Vim watches them, stunned by the thought that even in all this chaos, they somehow move with this sharp, unforgettable elegance. He starts craving something deeper, staring at the spot like, is this where I finally belong? Heidmary chomps a carrot loud enough to rattle the room, mouth stuffed, and somehow still manages to thank Vim for all his hard work. She chomps loudly with that dead-eyed stare, somehow making her gratitude feel weirdly unbothered and totally her. Everyone looks at her and snickers because she's doing it again today, taking her seat like it's no big deal. She grumbles that the meat's all gone, and the answer comes back, it's mostly gone, which is exactly what she was trying to prove in the first place. She needles Vim, all like, so you're really that popular? And when he tries to play it cool, he snaps at her to drop it. Vim swears he only did a little support while everyone else crushed it, and she leans in like, so that thought doesn't calm you down. A teammate pokes fun at Vim for missing the fact that Camilla's been staring at him, then sighs like, seriously, you're dense again. Between mouthfuls, she swears the Guildmaster is totally, helplessly in love with him. Vim demands where Camilla is, and when she doesn't answer, he learns she's probably stuck in the office, cleaning up the mess left by that dive. Vim realizes this is his shot to talk to her, so he quickly thanks Heidmary and darts off to hunt down the office. In her office, Camilla sits alone at her desk, hammering the keys of an old typewriter like every word matters. She stops to glance at her progress, heart thumping as she asks herself if she can really knock out the paperwork today. She leans back and lets the day sink in, smiling at how flawlessly the labyrinth dive went and how perfectly Vim handled it. She realizes deep in her bones that his contribution just supercharged the team's power. It felt so effortless, like her power had been awakened for the first time, like wings had just sprouted from her back. She can't believe it. She crushed a performance way past her usual limits, stepping into this sweet spot where everything finally clicks and she feels perfectly in shape. A hot breath slips out of her, and she savors that jaw-dropping rush one more time, like the memory is still burning on her skin. She can't stop wondering if remembering that enhancement so clearly could steer the whole team higher, or if it'll even be perfect for training them. With his help, she finally feels the crack in that ceiling, like she's one step away from smashing through it. A brutal knock at the door yanks her right out of her own spiraling thoughts. Vim calls out his name from the hallway, and Camilla wastes zero time. She grabs his hand and ushers him inside. Vim storms in, totally thrown off, and freezes still armored to the teeth blinking as she demands, "What is going on?" Ignoring the awkwardness, Vim starts panicking and nervously shoves a whole stack of documents into her hand. He tells them, straight up, this is his official guild report about the expedition. Camilla stares at the stack, totally confused, and blurts out what the report is even about. Vim figures that ever since they struck a gold vein and pulled in outside help, he has to send a report because his side has to be heard. Camilla nods along to his logic, thanks him with a grin, and instantly realizes how useful all his documentation really is. As she reads, it clicks his report and hers together wipe out every problem, but then she gasps at the sheer mountain of work it creates. Relief hits her like a wave when she finally realizes she can actually finish her work today. She remembers him casually mentioning he used to hustle with odd jobs in the Dragon's Wing Guild. Vim humbly admits he took care of everything except the big battles, yet he still tackled the accounting duties too. Camilla freezes on the spot, staring at him in total disbelief as the shock of his claim that he pulled everything off finally sinks in. She suddenly reads the papers wrong and assumes he cooked them up as leverage to squeeze for a bigger salary in negotiations. She's convinced he hauled that report home to prove himself and make sure he and Nakat Level stay on good terms. She studies him for a second and realizes that his insecurity was just a mask because he's been plotting this move from the start. Not getting left behind, she steels herself and decides to bring him into her world no matter how hard he tries to dodge her. Vim freezes there, totally baffled, and cautiously calls out her name to grab her attention. Camilla snaps straight to the point and throws him an offer of 500 milk as a salary. Vim snaps his eyes open in pure confusion and a stunned "ha" bursts out of him. She snaps back right away, sweetening the deal with an extra 2,000, then makes it crystal clear once he steps in, he can't pull out from the gold deposit. Vim stays totally lost and blurts out straight to her, "What are you even talking about?" Camilla reads his confusion like a smokescreen. He's trying to bury his hand while she claws for the highest possible price. She clenches her teeth, refusing to let anyone snatch them away no matter how ridiculous he is. She lays out the whole offer, 700, on top of a special joining allowance for a whopping 3,000. She sweetens the deal with a fixed paycheck of 600 milk every month, right on par with the high-ranking members, then throws in performance bonuses on top. Staring him down, she challenges him to give his final thoughts on the proposal. Camilla takes his silence for greed and snaps, asking if he wants more, while Vim can't shake the fear that this whole negotiation is a cruel setup. Determined to trap him, she slams down double his old wage and then demands to know, point for point, what he was really paid at Dragon's Wing. Vim stammered, desperate to fix her wrong assumption, like he'd never, ever come close to making it anything near 200. Camilla misreads his pause as a bargaining tactic, then snaps her offer upward, straight to a jaw-dropping 2,000. Red-faced and shaking, Vim finally blurts out the truth. His monthly salary is 20 mercs. Camilla goes rigid with pure disbelief. Her composure shatters as she blurts, "What?" at that ridiculously low price. Vin drops his gaze in shame and confirms it again. Yep, his monthly salary is still a measly 20 merc. Camilla recoils in shock, pointing out that this amount is even less than a newbie general store worker earns, way less than what an adventurer would make after risking their life. She locks eyes on his crushed expression, and horror slamming into her chest realizes he isn't kidding. Those slave wages are real. Vim humbly mutters that she doesn't need to push herself just to land a high reward. He'd be thrilled with whatever she gives. He tries to slip away with some lame excuse, but Camilla snaps, shouting at him to stop. "Wait, hold on, just a second." She leans in and pushes again, stunned like, how could someone with that kind of raw power be worth only 20 merc? As she watches him vanish, she drops into a whisper, furious and confused, because she can't wrap her head around why they treated him like trash and then fired him anyway. Vim straight up admits he has no clue why, and it leaves Camilla standing there, swallowed by pure, unanswered confusion. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, the Dragon's Wing party gets slammed with a brutal reality check about what kind of crew they really are. They're scrambling for their lives on the 35th floor of that twisted labyrinth. Monstrous shadows chase them as they run for their lives, and their breath pounds loud through the dark corridor. A stampede of goblins barrels after them, shrieking like banshees as they slam in on the fleeing heroes. The leader clenched his teeth, still convinced that once Vim was gone, life as adventurers would finally turn comfortable. He figured that with this brand new fighter joining the squad, their formation would finally click perfectly and their wounds would heal fast. Cackling to himself, he insists the grind feels natural right before they get pushed toward A rank, fully convinced he'll blaze straight through the deep labyrinth with ease. Reality smashes his fantasy. He rips into Nicola, screaming for her to heal them fast, only to realize her healing output is dangerously low. He snaps his panic toward Melis, demanding to know if her Doppelini spell is finally finished. His eyes bulge with pure terror. As the chanting keeps going, he blurts a frantic, "Why?" staring straight at the mage who's doing it. Melis finally snaps out a flame veil, blasting a barrier between her and the monsters. The leader snaps into action, shouting for everyone to follow him and get out right now because the fire is still pinning the enemy back. The battered party drags itself up the dungeon stairs, utterly wiped out, with morale shattered to pieces. The leader snaps at Nicole again, furious, demanding to know why she still hasn't finished treating their wounds. Nicola lets out a shaky apology, grips her staff like it's her lifeline, and admits she just doesn't feel right. As she apologizes for being on edge, the leader glares at her with pure disdain, and his frustration keeps climbing. He forces a fake smile, fires off a quick thanks, and tells everyone to cool off for a second. He leans on the hope that if Nicola pulls through, the team can snap back from this disaster and turn the whole thing around. Panic in his chest, he pushes back and swears they can still pull it off, even in their awful condition. He decides they've got to double-check where they are so they can plot a route out away from the goblins, and he asks for a landmark. He whips his head toward Melis, begging for answers, but she stares back with woody, blank eyes full of fear. Melis Dammers, totally clueless, asked what kind of landmark he meant, then got shut down like he was helpless and out of his depth. He blurts out, frantic, begging the others, "Do any of you know where we are?" But Sophia cuts in with a guilty apology. She doesn't have a clue. He whips around to the tank, praying it'll save him. Then it just stares back, stone cold and silent. The truth hits them hard without their old support. They're totally lost, with no direction at all. They slam to a stop, staring at a solid wall like it just swallowed their path. The party is stuck, breath caught in a dead-end alley, while the goblin horde screeching closes in from behind. The leader's expression snaps into raw horror when he realizes they've steered straight into a death trap. He realizes way too late that they've dragged their enemies right into a place they never should have set foot in. A quiet, vine-wrapped house sits calm in the bright sunlight. This is where the Dragon's Wing party kicks off. Inside, a teammate brings water to the bedridden girl, but she shuts it down then. Only after that, she gets asked if she can eat instead. Sophia huddles by Nicola's bedside, her voice trembling as she asks, with pure concern, if he's really feeling okay. Nicola forces a shaky smile, reassures her friend that she's okay, and quietly mouths a thank you like her heart's trying to calm down. The door slams open, making Melis jump as she chokes out a gasp. Kronos strides into the room. Kronos strides in with a small plate in his hands, his face set in stone as he heads straight for the bed. He tells Nicola that Sophia already peeled a few apples for her, then hands over the fruit like a sweet little show of care. He carefully feeds her a slice, and for one rare breath, tenderness cuts through all the party's chaos. Kronos tells them, this time slow down, rest up, pushing their morale back up before they burn out. He admits to himself that the floor boss injuries still won't heal, and he never, ever thought the 35th floor would beat him this badly. Melis fights tooth and nail for him, swears Kronos isn't the villain, and then crucially takes the blame for the mistake right onto her own shoulders. The group gets swept up in the feeling, tears spill into their eyes as they open up and share that raw, gut-wrenching moment. They huddle into a tight group hug, clinging to each other as their bond snaps back into place. Then they dig their heels in and refuse to stop. They huddle up tight, swear they'll grind even harder, and refuse to let this latest failure define who they are. Later in the living room, the air feels dead because the story is still drowning in the wreckage of their disastrous plunge into the labyrinth. The flashback slams them with the truth. Their plan was nothing but crude brute force, chaotic teamwork, clunky map moves, and total disaster from start to finish. Chaos crashes down on their memories as the fight smashes them, and they have to throw a flashbang just to stay alive. They shout Sophia's name like it's a lifeline, clawing and scrambling to escape the dungeon before it seals them in for good. Back in the present, they cling to one shaky victory. At least they weren't wiped out, and somehow they made it back alive. Doubt starts creeping in fast as they realize it's almost impossible to believe they're the same Baran group that just wiped out a floor boss. The elf girl glares at the table, and you can practically see her suspicions spike like she's realizing something is seriously wrong with how things stand right now. She scans the chaos on her desk, papers stacked everywhere, and her mind snaps back to Kronos' order to clean up the mess those useless predecessors left behind. She still remembers him snapping that the guy in charge before was useless and then ordering her to clean up the whole mess. She agreed to share the burden, but the moment she starts reading those documents, her expression flips on the spot. She freezes in shock. There are razor-detailed repair plans for the party house, packed reports, and receipts lined up so neatly they feel like they were planned down to the last detail. She digs up the supplied delivery plans, and the paperwork is so razor-detailed it might as well be a full-blown thesis. She stumbles on a map of every known level, stuffed with monster descriptions, smashing that useless claim into a flat-out lie. Horror hits her. She realizes the predecessor must have been doing all that enormous work completely by herself. She challenges the whole story, insisting the predecessor hadn't been helpful. Then her thoughts snap to a vivid picture of Vim. Rage surges through her the moment the truth clicks, and she can't stop asking what Kronos, the leader, was actually pulling off this whole time. A flashback rips the curtain off Vim's training. Kronos charges him with a real sword, and the brutality hits like a punch. Chrono lands a brutal strike, and Vim rockets backward with a raw, pained scream. This training is starting to look less like practice and more like abuse. Chrono towers over the beaten boy, staring down with ruthless contempt, while Vim crumples on the floor, writhing in agony. He sneers that Vin isn't even good enough to be a real training partner, and the boy quickly nods along, swallowing his pride. A healer snaps her arm and coldly hurls a healing staff at Vim, saying she's not helping him for any reason, she's only there to patch him up. She demands to know why he can't finally be useful to Kronos, hurling verbal abuse on top of the physical pain he's already trapped in. Vim chokes out a desperate apology, completely shattered inside as he shrinks back and cowers before them. She folds her arms tight and barks at him to get back up the second he feels better, like she's got zero sympathy to spare. Kronos towers over him, squeezes his will with cruel words, "No one else would hire you, and you're so replaceable." He rips into Vim, yelling that he'd better be useful or he's out the door, locking in the same brutal cycle of abuse that swallowed Vim's entire time with him. That same brutal nightmare of getting fired slams back into his head. Kronos' screaming demand blasting through his mind as he's told to get out and declared fire. He jolts awake, gasping as the darkness of the memory slips away and crashes into the real world of his new surroundings. Up on the rooftop, Hydemary peers through her telescope and can't help but feel sorry for him as he's still haunted by nightmares of Dragon's Wing. Vim moved into the guest house as a temporary member, stuck under a rule that keeps adventurers from officially joining a brand new party for 3 whole months. Hydemary studies him with a hungry, obsessive grin, practically buzzing because his closeness makes it way easier for her to keep tabs on him. She looks back on all the wild dangers she used to pull, like sneaking into the Dragon's Wing base, and feels this huge wave of relief knowing she won't have to gamble like that ever again. Now she can watch him without a shred of worry, firing up her entire magical toolbox, signaling crests, eavesdropping stones, the whole arsenal. In the moonlight, she giggles to herself, soaking up the thrill of watching every single move he makes. She painstakingly updates Vim's diary, volume 105, recording his entire life with terrifying precision. Vim's morning kicks off before the sun even shows up, like the whole day is waiting for him to start. He kicks off his day by sprinting across the guild grounds, shaking out every muscle before the chaos hit. Breakfast at the Nachtlevel restaurant is pure comfort magic. Steaming boiled sausages, flaky golden potatoes, and bacon so perfectly seasoned it practically melts in your mouth. He spends his afternoon in pure peace plugging away at magic practice, losing himself in his hobbies, and diving deep into monster biology like it's the coolest mystery ever. After getting crushed by endless chores at Dragon's Wing, he's finally free, no more drowning in work. Just time that's his at last. Hyde Mary tiptoes into his room, watches him doze, gushes over his adorable sleeping face, and scribbles notes while he's out cold. She plugs in his biostats and clocks in his weight at 129, 260 pounds, down to the exact plus 021 from yesterday. Later, she engineers a hallway accident, then greets him like she's shocked it's him, pretending it's pure coincidence. She darts off with a bright smile, still buzzing from that quick moment, and can't stop thinking how many years has it been since she last got to be this close to him. Her senses suddenly light up because she spots Vim doing something totally out of character, breaking his usual routine in a way that screams, "This is different." She spots that he slipped into the courtyard and her mind races, wondering who dragged him out there. Suspicion hits her, and she snaps her eavesdropping stone on right away to catch every word of what's going down. Her face turns deathly pale when the stone finally crackles with a woman's voice, apologizing for bothering her so early. In the courtyard, Vim squares up across from Camilla on a massive training grid. Camilla stands locked and loaded in her armor, gripping a wooden sword, and she declares, "All right, let's start our session now." Hyde Mary leans over the roof's edge, heart thumping, then lets out a breath of relief. It's only Camilla training, not some romantic meetup. Camilla snaps into action, activating Enchanted and wrapping herself in a blazing magical aura to kick off the exercise. Hyde Mary peers through her telescope and gasps. Camilla is trying a training trick that leans on Vim's exact enchantment style. You hammer your body with max speed practice so it starts learning the moves. Then you cast a weaker version of the enchantment until the movement feels natural, and you finally fire the full spell to seal that muscle memory for good. Mary hides in the shadows, glued to the scene, realizing this is how you stretch your body step by step, one hard limit at a time. Camilla whips her sword through the air at breakneck speed, eyes locked in with total intensity as she drives the drill home. With one brutal strike, she tears a shockwave through the air, shredding everything in its path with terrifying force. Hyde Marie's nervous sweat pours as she realizes Camilla caught up to her movements in just 1 hour. Then she blurts, "You're a monster." Vim stares at the display, stuck in hesitation, trying to decide if he dares to step in and correct her form. He calls out that her arm swings way too wild, then tells her to tweak the joint friction so every movement lands perfectly smooth. He suggests a wild twist, use reverse enhancement to cage his movement instead of supercharging it, and they both nod like, "Yeah, let's try it." Camilla swings the new adjustment and detonates with raw precision, her blade slicing through the moment with sharper control and way more force. Vim watches the dust finally settle, then leans in and asks his guildmaster what she thinks of the new modification. Overwhelmed by joy and victory, Camilla suddenly yanks Vim in and traps him in a tight, crushing hug. Hyde Mary peers through her telescope and watches them lock into an embrace, then lets out a silent scream of pure horror at how close they get. Camilla goes wild, screaming "excellent" and "brilliant" for Vim as she claps like crazy, while Hyde Mary stands back in the distance, watching in silence. Hyde Mary frantically tells herself to breathe, but her jealousy erupts the second she wonders what Camilla thinks she's doing with her Vim. She tries to convince herself the hug is just emotion. Then she snaps a scream at the moment it hits her whole body in fierce denial of how intimate it feels. Camilla crushes Vim in a tight hug, smiling like she just won the day, while Hyde Mary slumps in defeat, slapping the moment with a brutal -10 rating. Camilla wastes zero time. She jumps on the moment and offers to pay Vim to drill Abel with morning exercises every single day. Mark dives into the recruitment offensive in the afternoon, then sweeps the guild members into a drink afterward to keep himself locked in with everyone. Hyde Mary peers from her window and clicks into place. Camilla is tying Vim up with personal connections on purpose, locking him down before he can ever officially join. As night creeps over the city, the clock tower looms high, cutting through the darkening sky like a warning. Hyde Mary slumps alone at her desk, jotting everything down as Vim ditches her to go grab a drink with the guys. She crosses her arms, huffs like she's proving a point, and swears she's got enough sense to respect Vim's privacy and she's not about to tail him 24/7. The second she lets her mind wander, it snitches on her. She's already seeing only the guys and daydreaming about every temptation the local nightlife has to offer. At the tavern, Vice Commander Hans hoists a frothy mug in the air and cheerfully toasts, sweeping Vim into the party with a warm grin. The tavern's packed and buzzing, waitresses in daring outfits weaving through the crowd, while the men flash huge grins, soaking up every second of the wild, energetic vibe. Mary lurks above them from the wall, grinding her teeth with pure rage as she realizes, oh no, this is that kind of shop. She strains to hear through her eavesdropping stone as the crowd's roar drowns everything out, furious, because Vim keeps stealing glances at the girls. Back at the table, Hans casually drops the bombshell that Vim is from the same city as Heidemarie. Vim confirms the link with a sharp nod, admits he's from Ryer Eifelde, and basically says, yeah, that's a whole lot farther than you think. One of the guys blurts out that Vim's been craving this kind of adventure for ages. Vim nods and admits that when he was little, he devoured stories of heroes, and he dreamed for years that he'd someday stand exactly where he stands now. Hans remembers Monica saying that Vim had his heart set on becoming a mage. He clocked it instantly. Vim is drawn to that fairy tale magician, not the usual hero you'd expect from some big epic saga. Vim nods hard, all fired up, as he frantically tries to remember the name of that story where the character turns into a princess. He snaps his fingers the second it hits him. Yeah, it was Cinderella all along. The guild members freeze in shock, then burst into whispers because that awkward kid, he's actually having a normal conversation. The whole table bursts into laughter and warm cheer as the crew clinks drinks, swaps stories, and finally clicks as one. Heidemarie leans at the window, watching the sweet moment unfold, her smile turning gentle as she whispers, "Go on, enjoy yourself." She leans in and warns him, "Don't chug too much. Don't fall asleep." Her fury melts into a soft, steady love. Later, Vim slips out of the tavern, and before he can breathe, a crew of men from a stone archway rushes in and grabs him. They shove him toward a singles area, completely brushing off his baffled confusion about where they're taking him. Vim calls out that Mark's married, but the big guy blows it off with a lazy wave like it doesn't even matter. One of the guys hesitates, like he can't shake the thought that they really shouldn't be dragging Vim into this conversation. They corner him about Heidemarie. Are they really lovers, or is there something darker brewing under the surface? Vim panics and flails his hands wildly, swearing up and down that they're absolutely just friends. Heidemarie lurks in the shadows, and the moment she hears his furious denial, her heart drops like a stone. Vim admits, Heidemarie only treats him gently because she feels responsible for his safety. The men shoot wide-eyed stares past Vim, frozen in pure terror as color drains from their faces. They freeze dead in their tracks, staring with wide eyes as a terrifying figure climbs up from behind, sneaking in on a boy who has no clue. Heidemarie flashes a fake smile and pops in like she's done it 1,000 times, shooting them a stiff, "Hey, what a coincidence." Vim presses her, and she stammers out a pathetic excuse claiming she's just there for a girls' night out somewhere nearby. She snaps her head around and orders Vim to send her flying, and the terrified men shove him at her like it'll save their own skins. While they walk, Heidemarie replays a tense talk in her head about how she's got to figure out the moment Vim shows up in the guild. She nods and takes the advice to heart, whispering to herself that too much has happened in just one single day. Vim walks beside her, spilling his confession. He's never felt warmth like this since he was back in Dragon's Wing. He turns bright red and admits that for the first time, it felt like he'd finally found his real circle of friends. Heidemarie flashes a soft smile, lets his happiness sink in, and praises him for crushing it tonight. Vim's face scrunches in confusion at all the praise, and as they cross the quiet street, she demands, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Heidemarie shuts her feelings up and comforts herself with one thought, that she's finally turned into the bright influence his life needed. Inside Naklibal's glittering office, an investigator stands frozen in front of the guild master, so imposing that everyone's eyes snap to him the moment he's noticed. The man steps forward and introduces himself as Dominic, an ultra-serious agent from the Adventurers Guild Investigation Unit. Camilla glares at him from behind her desk, suspicion blazing, and demands to know right now why he's really here in her sanctuary. Dominic leans in and tells her they need her help because his unit has been running a secret investigation in the shadows. Camilla leans in, eyes sharp and narrowed, and demands he spell out exactly what happened. Dominic throws out the name Wim Strauss, claiming he used to be part of the legendary Dragon's Wing party. Camilla takes in the name without a twitch, coolly clocking the info with a sharp, curt sentence. She flashes this sharp, knowing grin and bursts into a little chuckle, telling the investigator, "Don't be silly." Dominic insists her shock makes perfect sense, but he still won't budge on his belief about the boy. Camilla insists it's straight up impossible for Wim to have soloed a floormaster on the 97th floor, and she backs it with logic. Dominic fires back that the only proof they found on the boss was a wound left by Wim's machete, totally smashing Kronos' story. He insists Wim's report came back clean, but they still can't launch a proper open investigation. Camilla snaps into clarity. This whole chase is hunting Labyrinth's secrets, and she insists that only hard physical proof will ever matter. Dominic admits he can't shut the rumors down, but drops the truth someone's deliberately dragging Dragon's Wings a rank promotion. He scoffs at the whole thing. 3 people who couldn't even scratch the boss are getting praised as heroes in Fielbron. He blurts out that he's the only one pushing the idea that the enemy can be taken down alone, even admitting how wildly unbelievable it sounds. Camilla scans the reports, nodding that they're perfect, then zeroes in on one tiny detail that instantly bugs her. She points out that Wim straight up erased his own accomplishments from the records, all so he wouldn't draw attention. She looks at his modest attitude and thinks, yeah, that checks out, because him hiding his real power is exactly the kind of thing he'd do. Moved by the investigator's grit, she finally nods and agrees to team up with their assessment of her new member. She decides she can't just take anyone's word, she has to test Wim's combat power herself, and she needs to make sure she's measuring his real strength. Deep in the ruins, Wim slams the brakes on the party, then spots a pitfall trap 50 meters to the left with ruthless precision. Camilla fires off his warning on the spot, barking for the whole crew to slam their course change without hesitation. Wim pads along in silence, replaying the few months he's shared with Naklabella and wondering if his words are really landing the way he hopes. He charts his spot in the fight, showing that his whole job sits between the vanguard and the rearguard, right where he can back everyone up. He notices the teleportation array isn't hidden anymore, and he can't help but stare like, wow, the guild really trusts and values someone like him. A rush of gratitude hits him hard as it finally clicks. People see him, recognize him, and realize he's actually useful. Camilla snaps out of nowhere and calls his name, yanking him straight out of his head. Wim whips around, nerves cracking in her voice, as she bluntly demands he prove his fighting skills right there. She demands a one-on-one showdown, and Wim scrambles to dodge it by insisting he's already fought plenty of battles. He stammers that he only goes after small fry, and basically admits he's too weak to pull off a real demonstration. Camilla glares him down and demands to know exactly what he can do because the next labyrinth dive is about to be huge. Wim finally relents, realizing that if he proves he can handle fights on his own, it'll ease her fears about his safety. He snaps to a threat out of nowhere, yells that a huge clay doll, Golem, is sitting at a distance of 140 He pushes for a group plan, asking Hydemary and the others to jump in and lend a hand. Camilla totally brushes off his call for backup, then cheers like it's all part of the plan, so he's left with no choice but to accept he's going into that fight alone. Tension thickens in the air as a giant menace barrels toward the reluctant adventurer. A giant clay doll golem looms over Wim, and its stony body drags a terrifying shadow across him. Hydemary shoves the screaming Wim ahead with raw strength, yanking him straight into the monster's path. Wim panics and blurts that he'll probably die, while his teammate ruthlessly snaps back, "Just give it a shot." Hydemary waves Wim off like his fear is nothing, then grips his knife even tighter and promises him death isn't happening today. Wim swipes the fear away, locks his eyes forward with a fierce glare, and thrusts his blade out as he braces to take on the massive threat all by himself. The rest of the knocked libel party just backs away, staring as that giant clay doll golem towers over the tiny enchanter. Hans tells Camilla straight up he's not buying it. How's a clay doll supposed to survive a solo showdown, even with him being special? He's making it crystal clear. Even a battle-worn B rank warrior would struggle to survive that monster solo. Hans tells Wim the truth, his power is unlike anyone else's. Because he doesn't rely on one big boost, he targets every single muscle and bone with tiny customized upgrades. He breaks it down how piling up tiny boosts on the right body parts like the radius bone, turns the whole power into something no other grantor can even match. He admits it's theoretically possible, but in the quiet of his own thoughts, he can't stop wondering, does Camilla really believe Vim can beat that construct? As Vim lines up his spell, Hans smirks to himself, thinking it's hilarious how much his guildmaster clearly has a soft spot for the boy. Think about it, adventurers don't just get a job, they follow some ritual, and boom, it remakes their body from the inside out. While most adventurers level up to bodies 10 times stronger than ordinary humans, the grantor profession plays by totally different rules. Vim looks utterly drained as the narration hits hard. Grantors aren't that much stronger than regular humans, and their art is brutally hard to pull off. Trying to boost yourself with enhancements is usually a waste most of the time. It won't make you stronger than other combat pros. The only real win is that nobody has to morph physically, so they're ready to fight on the spot. No wonder grantors are so insanely rare. The clay doll hurls its giant stone arm downward like a wrecking ball, and Vim has to scramble and dodge for his life. Vim hits instant enhancements Weimar, and in the blink of an eye, his physical power doubles. The golem's fist slams the ground, exploding dust and shockwaves, but Vim already rockets upward, vaulting into the air to dodge the blast. Self-application wipes out the delay of waiting to set up approval before you finally hand the orders to your teammate. Vim tweaks his enhancements on the fly, slamming boosts onto the same body parts twice like he's cheating the usual magic limit. He clenches his teeth, knowing this can only be a quick fight. His magic is too weak to hold the effects for long. A brutal shockwave tears through the air as he rockets forward with explosive speed. Vim grabs the golem and hauls himself up, bracing for the brutal recoil pain that always hits when strong magic slams into a weak body. He freezes mid-action, eyes bulging in total confusion because this time there's zero recoil pain. With a jolt of confidence, he fires up instant enhancement drama for a triple boost, holding his breath, asking himself, did he actually get stronger? Or is the pain just taking its time? He unleashes a brutal strike that splits the golem's rocky shell open with overwhelming power. His blade screams through the stone defense as he keeps hammering the massive construct with non-stop attacks. Vim's boosted strength hits like a thunderclap, smashing the golem's arm to pieces and blasting stone debris through the air. With rocks raining down, Vim spots the magical core and snaps his eyes onto it, zeroing in like his life depends on it. He hits the core with deadly precision, and the massive clay doll crumples in an instant, losing all structural strength. The giant's massive body collapses in an instant, turning into a lifeless pile of harmless rocks gone in seconds. Dust swirls over the ruins as the lone enchanter smashes that massive threat into rubble. Hans gapes in pure disbelief, then blurts to Camilla that he only caught it for a split second because it all happened in the blink of an eye. The other guild members are just as stunned, firing questions like, "Is it over already?" because they'd barely looked away for a second. Hans goes quiet and studies Vim's feet and his head, realizing that just by raw speed alone, Vim is already fighting for the top spot in the Fielbron rankings. Vim shoots out an apology for dragging it on, and Hans panics instantly, blurting denial while soaking in sweat. Hans heaps praise on him as genuinely incredible and unreal. Then Vim totally misreads the stunned silence as sarcasm. The rest of the party barrels in, and their faces light up with pure awe while confusion crashes in right behind it, because what they just saw is unbelievable. Camilla fixes him with an intense stare and blurts, "Who are you?" Right then, Heidemarie rolls in with a laid-back greeting. Heidemarie blurts out that they're both from the same hometown, but Camilla shuts him down fast. She's not curious about his background at all. The guildmaster locks eyes with her brand-new recruit, and you can tell this kid in front of her is straight-up undeniably strong. Vin barrels toward the group with a huge grin, yelling for everyone to hide Mary as he dashes back to his party. He grins and blurts that he got a little reckless today, and somehow it paid off, leaving him weirdly pumped about the result. Still, he admits the adrenaline has finally burned out, and his body suddenly goes totally wobbly. Camilla watches him, amused, like she's seeing a greenhorn adventurer swinging at his very first monster, totally not the hardened vanguard he's trying to be. She clocks his crushing low self-esteem and realizes it won't budge even with all his achievements, while she still hasn't seen a thing about his hidden fighting power. Camilla stares at his real smile and realizes this. He hasn't been hiding his true strength on purpose. It's guilt driving the mask, not a choice. She's totally thrown off by his behavior, staring in disbelief as his confidence flips from unstoppable to shaky without warning. Mary gently rests her hand on Vim's shoulder, telling him to calm down. He's getting way too worked up. Vim blurts out in pure panic, stuttering, "Wait, did I just say something weird?" Like his excitement is spinning out of control. Shaken by his own outburst, he slaps both hands over his face and rides the wave of pure embarrassment, mortified by how badly he lost control. Mary shot him a grin and blurted that smashing that clay doll solo was pure genius. Vim rubs his arm and looks away, sheepishly admitting he's only reckless because they're standing right there to back him up. He tries to spell out the brutal physical price, saying his body always pays for this kind of recklessness afterward. Mary slams the brakes on his self-diagnosis and points out the one weird thing: there's zero sign of pain on him. Vim freezes in pure confusion, finally realizing he should have been wiped out, totally drained of magic after pulling off a triple boost. He stares at his hand in pure disbelief, stunned to find he still has magic power left after that brutal fight. He starts wondering if he's truly getting stronger, but right then the shield squad steps in and hoists him up. The squad heaves him skyward with loud cheers of "Keeve Ho!" and he flails around, panicking the whole way up. Mary leans in, smiles warmly at the celebration, and realizes the world is finally catching on to Vim's true greatness. The bare-boned wooden roof over the knacked libel party house soaks up the sunshine, its shingles worn thin by years of brutal weather. In the armory, Monica stands alone by the window, eyes locked on the courtyard as swords and shields loom all around her. Simon bursts into the room, strides up to her, and leans in like, "What are you locked on to?" Monica beamed and jutted her finger toward the courtyard below, practically shouting for him to come see the chaos unfolding. In the training grounds, Camilla and Abel crash into each other with brutal, non-stop weapon strikes, while Vim watches from the sidelines like he's waiting for the next opening. Simon tells her to stop just standing there in awe and come train with them, because they've been doing this exact workout every single morning lately. Monica freezes by the window, biting her lip, scared that showing up will only get in the way of their intense moment. Simon throws it off with a laugh, teasing her that she's already loud enough to make it pointless to worry. Three figures linger in the courtyard, standing shoulder to shoulder, smiling with hard-earned pride, but clearly worn out from the fight. The sparring match ends with a final clash, and when the dust settles over the training ground, both fighters stand there breathing hard. Camilla drops her weapon and declares, loud and clear, that they're shutting down the session for today. Abel hits one knee, drenched in sweat and gasping, but he refuses to quit. He's still pushing forward. Camilla reminds him, today is a rest day, one day before we go all out tomorrow and tear into the 98th floor's exploration. She snaps her focus to Vim and grills him. How did that final enhancement tweak feel? Abel grins so hard it looks like he'll burst, yelling that it's absolutely wonderful and straight up awesome. Camilla and Abel gush over Vim, straight up admitting they never thought anyone could match their needs that perfectly. Vim gets all flustered when they hype him up, then blurts out that he's the one learning from the both of them. Camilla hits him with a heartfelt thank you, praising him for sticking with them this far, despite the fact he's only temporary with their group. She clamps her fist tight, and the excitement for that coming challenge spills out of her like it's impossible to hold back. Her face turns warm with excitement as she can't stop thinking, what happens when I go all in with this new power? Vim just stands there in silence, soaking up every compliment like sunlight and feeling his whole mood soar. He tells them, for tomorrow to work, you both need to take a real break today. He lifts a finger, a little unsure, and pitches an idea, something that could finally help them unwind and heal. He leans in and asks if they want to grab a meal together right now. Anything to help them unwind. He raves about this insanely delicious steak restaurant, and the two warriors instantly light up, grinning like they just hit the jackpot. Vim stammers under his breath, double-checking one last time that his invitation truly won't be a bother. He suddenly stops dead, panic crashing in, as he realizes he's got a study session with the reconnaissance team right now. Camilla's smile drops into a hard stare as she orders him to lock in the reconnaissance meeting because tomorrow is too important to mess around. Vim blurts out a frantic apology the second he realizes he has to awkwardly yank back the invitation he just threw out. Abel's face falls, Camilla's smile tightens like it hurts, and Vim finally gets it. He just shot them down, right there, without blinking. Abel snaps the vibe back into place and asks fast if they can keep the morning training going just a little longer. He thanks Camilla, then storms toward the stairs, riding out of that training session on pure momentum and a blazing win. Camilla lets out a heavy sigh, realizing she went too far, so she grabs a stronger recovery potion for today. Inside the library, Vim drills into his studies with the reconnaissance team, while Camilla watches in silence from the window, eyes locked on every move. The team huddles up to talk scouting, and they clock how Vim's aim stays deadly precise because he dials in tiny bursts of magic, totally unlike Simon, who floods a wide area and hopes for the best. They all agree that ever since Vim showed up, people have been leveling up, especially because his trap scouting skills are saving everyone's skins. They're blown away by the self-discipline it must take to build skills like that, and just talking to him lights a fire in their hearts. Camilla watches everything unfold and realizes it's only a matter of time before Nacht Liebel's members get fired up and push themselves to get better. Her smile fades into a sharp, icy glare, and she can't help thinking, that Vim kid is seriously creepy. She strides down the corridor, her mind buzzing. Are those spotless praises hiding something? Or is there something secret lurking behind them? Two guild members cram into a hidden corner, huddling tight as they whisper nonstop about the newest gossip, eyes darting over their shoulders like they're hunting for eavesdroppers. She blurts an apology for her loose mouth, but then admits she couldn't help it. She just had to spread that rumor, because she knows how bad it is when the wrong person hears it. She snaps back that no matter what Hydmeri recommends, it's still tough to sign off on Vim as a grantor when the rest of them have poured so much effort into it. She lays it all out, comparing Vim's shock entry to the members who still haven't jumped in yet, and you can feel the resentment boiling as that sudden spot sinks in. The talk turns to the fallout, like his mere presence could spark a guilt-fueled ripple, spreading out and catching everyone in it. The man points out that Nacht Liebel is pure brutality, elite nobles and academy students tear into each other with ruthless intensity, all for one prize getting chosen. While Vim studied nearby, the gossips kept yapping that anyone fired by another party shouldn't be allowed in no way without a proper check first. They're betting that after tomorrow's dive, everyone will finally see his talent up close, and their opinions will flip fast. Camilla steps in and, like a switch flipping, their quiet chat cuts off instantly. Her sheer presence roars for silence and demands respect. A guild member bursts in and tells Camilla that an Adventurers Guild representative is here. So Camilla snaps, "Show them in." Those massive doors swing wide, and there he is, an investigator rifling through paperwork, tension snapping tight in the air as he readies himself to talk. Dominic reads the report out loud, zeroing in on the wild claim that Vim took down a mud golem by himself. He asks Camilla to confirm it, and she nods, no hesitation at all, that it was absolutely an impressive feat. Dominic pushes even harder, grilling her on whether Vim truly took down the 97th floor master by herself, just like her instincts said. Camilla hooks her fingers together and shuts that idea down flat. No room for doubt. She shuts it down fast, saying it's not happening, and straight up dismissing the idea that he could have taken the boss alone. She even praises his speed as top-tier sharp in every move, and built different, but then she draws the line right there. Dominic leans in, eyes locked, as she tells him straight that Vim's combat skills are basically equal to their top candidate core members. She admits everything could flip on its head if the boy is still keeping more of his real power hidden. Dominic can't stop wondering if Vim's got something up his sleeve, while Camilla hammers the point that his weird, special uniqueness is about to be pushed and tested on the next exploration. The investigator rises to go, demanding that she rush back to the guild the second she figures out what that boy's hiding. He slaps a grim clause onto his demand. Make it clear the report only matters if Vim claws through the dive and survives. Life, the story, jolts into a cozy tavern where Hydmeri devours her food like she's starving, and the whole vibe feels worlds away from that stuffy office. Between bites, she fawns over Vim's sweet, sleeping face, and you can practically hear the weight lift off her shoulders as she realizes his nightmares have finally gone quiet. The waitress forces a strained smile as Hydmeri drops the bombshell. Vim has even started talking in his sleep. The waitress visibly freezes, torn and clueless, as the customer's obsessive rambling crashes over her and leaves her with no idea how to answer. Hydmeri clocked the waitress's deadbeat vibe and flat-out cornered the cowwoman, demanding to know what was weighing her down. The tavern owner steps in fast, telling the waitress She doesn't have to push herself to serve them right now. He says, voice grim, that last week a bunch from the tavern shoved into the 98th floor and just disappeared, like the whole party vanished without a single trace. Hyde Marie snaps her food stop mid-bite, eyes widening as the brutal news hits and realization floods her face. The story warns that small crews often recklessly rush straight into the front lines of exploration, chasing achievements like their lives depend on it. Most of these thrill seekers end up as corpses, or they just disappear for good, swallowed whole by the brutal, unforgiving wilds they never map. The owner just lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, it's tragic, but every adventurer faces death every single day, so you'd better be ready for that outcome. Hyde Mary slams both hands on the table, snapping everyone out of the vibe, then yells that she's buying the waitress a drink to lift her spirits. The waitress gasps at the offer, stunned that even the stingy mage is acting generous, because this kind of kindness never shows up. Hyde Mary swings in with a dramatic grin, saying this drink is a gift from a future executive candidate, then practically dares her to just take it. The whole vibe flips on a dime when the waitress stomps in with a giant tankard of beer, clinking it up as she cheers and toasts her benefactor. Hyde Mary erupts in a furious scream the moment she lays eyes on that massive glass, and the realization hits she's been outplayed. She scrunches her face, crunches the numbers in her head, and mutters that if the price matches a regular drink, then I guess it's fine. Chaos explodes when Hyde Mary blasts the waitress for ripping her off, and the patrons howl with laughter at the cow demon and the tiny mage. Hyde Mary bursts into hearty laughter with the waitress Greta, confessing she hasn't laughed like this in ages. She snaps back in a fury, swearing she's not a stalker, screaming that her name is Hyde Mary while Greta keeps poking her with playful nicknames. The vibe flips to pure tension as Greta nods and confirms Hyde Mary is set to dive into the deadly 98th layer tomorrow. Greta begs her to come back safe with Vim, and Mary huffs a confident, oomph kind of fighter, like survival is just a sure thing. As she walks off, the story hits you with a brutal thought. The person laughing today could be gone by tomorrow. Deep in the dungeon, the party shrieks in panic when they finally realize they plunged way too far, and they scramble to pull back before it's too late. A nightmarish monster explodes out of nowhere, smashing into their ranks and ripping through them, while their screams tear the air, each one shouting the names of the comrades who are dying. In the pitch-black dungeon, the floor reeks of blood as the adventurers get cut down one after another. The sole survivor bolts through the stone corridors, her breath tearing into ragged, panicked gasps as terror takes over. She huddles in a shadowed corner, shaking so hard she can't even breathe, trying to disappear from the nightmare stalking her. A grotesque shadow packed with countless eyes surges up from behind the clueless girl, and its creepy chirps lock her blood solid in her veins. The monster crashes down on its final prey and smothers the last breath of the doomed party. The towering clock tower looms against the bright sky, kicking off a huge day the whole city can feel in its bones. A huge procession of NACT Label members strides through the cobblestone streets, and their banner snaps proudly above the tightly disciplined ranks. Townspeople spill out of every window and cram the streets, screaming their hearts out as Hans and Camilla step forward and push themselves to the limit. Vimwalk forces himself into the massive armored crowd, trying to disappear, yet he still looks tiny, tense, and terrified as he fights to blend in. The streets are buzzing like a full-blown festival because the city is throwing a celebration for the guild's giant-scale investigation kicking off today. Vin shoots nervous glances at the crowd, secretly freaking out, wondering if everyone else is watching this wild spectacle too. He slams the brakes, guilt stabbing him, because he's still calling his old Dragon's Wing party members everyone. He frets over whether their wounds finally healed, because lately he hasn't heard a single bit of news about them. He shakes his head hard and reminds himself loud and clear that he's officially in Naked Libel, at least for now. He shuts the past out of his mind and locks onto the roar of the crowd cheering him on. Bystanders can't believe the size of it all, staring in awe as the guild pulls in every single one of its 122 members. Two guys in the crowd whisper through clenched teeth about a wild rumor someone mysterious is about to sneak into the elite ranks as a provisional member. One man blurts out the recruit's name with a shocked stare, shouting that he's the very Grantor magician Dragon's Wing just fired. Rumor has it he's become the talk of every adventure, and people swear he's ridiculously capable. The man rakes a hand through his hair, grinding his teeth as he scrambles to remember the rumored magician's name, only for it to slip away again. Inside the guild hall, Camilla steps up and fires up the troops, drilling it into the front line that they're the ones who charge straight into danger first. She warns them that they'll almost certainly run into the floor master, and that his deadly traps will brutally wipe out any newcomer who steps in. Her voice cuts through the air as she promises that after every brutal danger is faced, the ultimate prize is waiting master the labyrinth and claim the supreme honor. In that massive cathedral-like hall, armed adventurers line up in rows still as statues while they hang on every word from their leader. Camilla declares this mission isn't just another job, it's a dangerous gamble, risking their lives in the unknown depths like they've never done before. She barks out the order to strip themselves of everything every member has to leave, fear and their own wills behind, no questions asked. She screams at them to throw everything away, braving death to guard their honor, their treasure, and the comrades fighting right beside them. Every member of the guild snaps their weapons up together, blasting a unified roar as they chant Nacht Libel of Fielbron so loud and fierce, it feels like the air itself is shaking. Vim finally bursts into the chant with a late, awkward shout, and he looks totally lost right between the battle-hardened warriors. He breaks out in a cold sweat the moment he realizes he mistimed it, suddenly feeling awkward because he's nowhere near as intense as the other. Hyde Mary shoots him a sharp look, instantly catching his nerves as he scrambles to steady himself. The story reveals the first layer of the labyrinth sits right under the guild, and they waste no time using the safest route they can find. The 98th floor bursts open like a giant wild nature cave, massive rocky cliffs towering up, and bizarre plants creeping everywhere. Vim tilts his head in awe, staring at the sky like it's impossibly tall, so tall he can't even spot the ceiling. He runs through his frontline job in his head, boosting the whole team with upgrades and jumping in to scout whenever they need eyes on the ground. Responsibility slams down on his shoulders the moment he realizes that one delay from him could throw the whole operation off track. Abel spots the boys' panic and gently asks the pale-faced kid if he's getting jittery about the mission. Vim insists he's fine, then immediately he pukes, and Abel wastes no time pointing out the obvious. He's definitely throwing up. Abel steadies him by reminding him of his spotless training record, while Vim shuts out the chaos by silently running his tangled code in his head. Vim suddenly tells Abel to trust him too, blindsiding the swordsman and leaving him totally off guard. Abel's cheeks flare red as he blurts out, full of fierce passion, that he'll protect Vim no matter what, and even if it means they have to smash a floor boss. He instantly regrets the outburst, slams his face into his hands, and blurts out an apology for dropping something so painfully cheesy. Abel's stomach drops as panic surges through him about crossing the line, while Vim just stares on, totally thrown by the sudden shift. He can't help but wonder, after training together and chatting like it's nothing every single day, have they finally crossed into full-on friendship? Vim breaks his spiraling thoughts by quietly calling out his own name just to yank himself back into the moment. Vim stammers through his words, panicking as he tries to ask Abel out for a meal, next time blushing so hard it's embarrassing him for even daring to speak up. A weird, warm vibe spills out from the dungeon entrance, unless it's just the wind screaming through the stone. Vin jolts in panic when a bug suddenly skitters by, then blurts out the truth that every time he steps into the labyrinth, his mind starts inventing weird sounds. Abel flashes a grin and dives right in, snapping to the frontline team to lock into the bid-in formation. The whole party strides into the cavernous entrance of the 98th floor, crunching onto rocky ground where strange plants creep in every direction. Vim slams his holographic interface online, and the screen snaps to life, enemy confirmed, and a tight bee hydra head marked as the target. He tears through the creature's data and realizes this exact species can't live without a water source nearby. Vim stared at the damp walls and the bird-like creeps, and his instincts screamed that this whole place is loaded with water veins. Vim barks sharp tactical orders. Bettina, take the left while he charges for the right and slips underground to scout ahead. He snaps at the map maker to watch every step, warning that the road beneath them is slowly, steadily dropping lower. The teammate nods, grabs the advice like it clicks, and confirms the slope as the whole group tiptoes forward with nonstop caution. Vim's fingers streak across the holographic screen, flipping and reshaping the data with total, practiced control. He mumbles impossible coordinate strings under his breath, and his brain tears through grid calculations to pin down the whole area. Abel stares, stunned, as he realizes Vim is testing hypotheses and proving them way beyond anything he was ever assigned to do. Vim locks in on the glowing map, dragging his fingertip along the lines as he digs deeper into the structure data. He crunches the numbers and realizes that a map this precise could sell for several times its price, because he knows exactly how valuable his own work is. Panic hits out of nowhere as he overthinks every move with his magic, spiraling into a crushing mental loop of, "This is bad." The mental torment hits his body like a hammer. He crumples onto all fours and heaves a violent retch across the dungeon floor. A teammate urges Vim to drink up, but he waves it off like it's nothing, claiming everything's running smoothly because of the crew. Right when he's spiraling into self-deprecation, a notification blasts in telling him the leader wants him now, and it yanks him out of his funk. Camilla nodded and confirmed it right ahead was a massive hole, and she trusted his analysis so completely. She snaps her hand out and ushers them to a better spot, ready to lay out the strategy and read every shift in the situation. The whole group huddles around the map, nodding as the water smell tells them a lake or a rushing river is waiting just ahead along the hall. Camilla pulls Vim aside and orders him to test the water quality because if it's safe, they're ready to refill their supplies and keep moving. Vim checks the water's safe, then flashes the reason a rare butterfly that can only survive in spotless, clean conditions. Camilla grabs the report with a grin and snaps, "That's it, briefing's over," unless someone else has something to add. Vin keeps squirming next to Abel, visibly wrestling with a worry he's terrified to say out loud. Abel clocked his unease and pressed him on the spot, asking straight out if anything was still wrong. Camilla snaps at him to just say it, while Vim counts down, stumbling, panicking, until he finally manages to blurt the words out. Vim spots a weird topographical glitch. One moment, the road is going downhill, and the next, it suddenly tilts into a small uphill slope. Camilla weighs it in her mind, tense and unsure, was this just wild terrain or a hidden trap built to pull them under? Vim lays out the worst-case nightmare. If that uphill trend keeps climbing, the water's going to surge in and trap them for good. He paints a brutal scene of being trapped inside the labyrinth. Then a boss slams in while his whole back end is fully submerged. The soldiers mutter with jittery fear. In Vim's panic spikes, he blurts out apologies, realizing he's been treating a what-if idea like it's some serious threat. He stammers out an apology for spiking everyone's nerves, then retreats into his shell, buried in insecurity. Camilla lets out a heavy sigh and presses hard, asking how many times they're doomed to run through that same self-doubt spiral. She tells him, "Don't hold back," and lays it out. His introspective nature isn't a weakness. It's the engine of his growth. She gives him a soft smile and tells him, "You get to live it your way too." Vim's cheeks go beet red as she stammers out a sincere thank you, gripping every word like it matters, grateful for their acceptance and those kind words. After that, the investigation rolls on like clockwork, and the narrator makes one thing clear. The rest of the mission stays monster-free, no big threats in sight. Camilla checks the situation again, and just like that, she clocks it. This Labyrinth Dives profit is already locked in, and it's definitely in the black. She adds that they uncovered multiple gold veins too, and it seals the mission as a financial win. She leans in and says the progress is so smooth it instantly sets off alarm bells in their minds. She blurts out that everything's going way too smoothly, and that they're not just surviving the maze, they're getting dragged deeper into it. Even with all the doubt swirling around her, she's adamant big results are already in, and the dive is locked in for just one more week. She snaps that they can't turn back now, even as that nagging worry about the slope keeps tugging at the back of her mind. She swears it's totally impossible to turn back just because it feels wrong, and she snaps that they're knacked libo like the world itself says so. She snaps that if they turn back now, they'll wind up drawing dark maps of the whole area. Another member nods along, admitting the bleak truth of what really counts as the dark side of Felbrun. Camilla breaks it down. Dark maps are forged by adventurers who send out intel right up until the instant their lives snap out. She points out that with the cost of living so brutal, these maps get sold for jaw-dropping prices. She warns that if they walk away before finishing the investigation, the demand for those dark maps will spike out of nowhere. She's dead serious. No way are they allowed to drop a massive investigation halfway through under any circumstances. She declares they take pride in dodging trouble like this, shouting it loud that the guild won't ever fall short of excellence. She steps in, declares, "We're forming an advanced team now. We push forward. She lays it out straight with the risks on the table. This is the smartest move, the only way to keep everyone out of harm's way. She pumps them up, grinning, telling them they're just a little farther from finally stepping into the Great Hall. Guild members huddle together in tense whispers, begging the same question, who's about to get picked for this deadly mission? They all nod in agreement. Yeah, something this dangerous can only be handled by the elite of NACT Libel. A giant screen blasts out a message. The next 6 people have been picked for the advanced team. Right off the bat, the first trio steps into the spotlight. Monica the Mage, Abel the Tank, and Hans the Swordsman. Meet the last trio, Vim the Grantier, Hyde Mary the Sage, and Bettina the Mage. Beneath the NAC Libel banner, a massive investigation kicks off deep in the dark, mysterious cavern on the 98th floor. A 6-person advance crew races to lock down water sources, sprinting toward the Great Hall with pure hope blazing in their hearts. Vim gets dragged somehow into an elite squad of legendary adventurers, and he can't stop wondering how he ended up there. A magical chant bursts into the air, and the spell enchanted suddenly comes alive. The party members whip their heads around, stunned into silence as the magic finally grips them. They realize their bodies feel insanely light in an instant, and they can't help but stare in awe at the sudden surge of power coursing through them. Monica tells everyone she shoved a speed boost into her plan to hit the Great Hall fast, and if the fight turns ugly, she's got even more battle buffs ready to go. Monica's overwhelmed with joy as she finally unleashes this magic. Then she grabs Vim's hands tight, even as he awkwardly tries to brush off her heartfelt gratitude. Marie bursts in on a wave of jealous rage, screaming at Monica to back off and quit clinging to him so close. Monica feigns innocence, gasps what's wrong, then claps on that adorable Chan like a nickname, calling Marie Marie Chan on purpose. Marie snaps back hard, telling him to drop the honorific and quit playing buddy with Vim. Monica pouts with a playful grin, teasing them about whether they're even friends, while Marie glares daggers at her chest. With a snap of finality, Marie declares them enemies, then calls Monica Cowwoman B, leaving the mage totally baffled by the sharp, specific jab. The leaders trade sarcastic thanks, praising the girl's patience, while the bickering between them keeps flaring up. Switching gears to business, the leader locks in the route with Bettina and makes it clear he trusts her skills because this is her very first team mission. She says the plan is simple, cut through the shortest route, dodging fights at every chance. Bettina swears she'll give it her all, but she asks Vim for recon support if he can spare the power. Vim's blistering speed finally breaks him. He collapses, vomits onto the floor, and a teammate rushes over, shoving water into his hand. Watching the chaos unfold, the leader lets out a deep sigh because right now, he feels more like a teacher hurting unruly kids than a real commander. Massive frogs brood in silence as the party rockets past their nesting grounds. Racing at mind-melting speed, the leader can't help but wonder if Vim's upgrade is the reason they're flying like this. He clocks it instantly. No matter how fast they're flying, not a single one looks tired, so they're about to blast into the Great Hall in record time. He spots a shadow up ahead, shouts, "Monster!" and slams the team into a sharp right turn. Just as he makes the call, the scout cuts him off, snapping his guess in half because the threat isn't real at all. It's a trap. She fires off the trap spotting skills she pulled straight from Vim's recon data. The second he handed over the data, she froze blindsided by just how massive the pile of information he dropped on her really was. After crunching the stats on trap types, she realizes it's only a matter of time because a monster is definitely waiting just up ahead. A hulking scaled beast explodes out of the darkness, slamming the leader straight into a fight on the spot. The leader totally slips under that monster's swinging bulk and dodges the hit like it's nothing. His blade slashes into the creature's hide, but his face twists in pain as he realizes those scales are rock hard and won't give. Monica strides forward like she owns the moment, telling the leader to back up because she's taking the monster from here. Vim panics and blurts that they need to hit pause on the output. She's terrified she'll push it too far. Monica nods at the command as her staff starts loading a massive magical blast. A swarm of magical beings materializes around her, chittering like mad as they lock in and get ready to launch. Monica's eyes flash with pure power as she gives Vim's enhancement integration her official seal. Slamming keys on the interface, Vim rages through the settings, tweaking speed reduction and range to make the spell hit perfectly without risking a single thing. With everything locked in, Monica hurls her fully charged enchanted spell and unleashes pure force. She unleashes the Dunning-Kruger electric blast, locks onto the beast, and fires straight into it. A storm of magical missiles hammers the monster, and the whole battlefield erupts in one non-stop, deafening explosion after another. The creature gets smashed to nothing by a relentless barrage, crumpling under a storm of pure magical firepower. That massive beast screams in brutal agony as a storm of magical blasts rips through its defenses. Then it's clearly finished. A teammate bursts in and says every single shot landed dead on, and the other guy just freezes, shocked speechless at how perfect it was. Monica stares at the result in disbelief, then grins and tells everyone she tuned the range of her spell perfectly so it lands with that razor-sharp precision. Spinning toward Vim, the leader asks if he can enchant a weapon, and Vim says yes on the spot, instantly. Swordsman Hans gives the request a full green light, and you can practically see it. He's ready to throw Vim into the fight and put those enhancement powers to the ultimate test. Han demands the sword get harder and stronger without getting any heavier, and Vim doesn't waste a second. He fires off the enchanted spell to make it happen. With his blade blazing now, Han strides forward, brimming with fresh confidence, ready to slam into the last threat. He bares his teeth and swears he'll track the enemy to the ends of the earth, crushing his enchanted weapon in his grip as he lines up the strike. Hans unleashes a brutal technique. He yanks off a nage at Geary with a crosscut and ends it for good. The strike lands way too easily. Hans jerks back with a sharp gasp as his blade slides through the target like it's nothing, leaving him completely stunned. While the rest of the party roars at the victory, Hans freezes, eyes locked on his weapon, sweat pouring as confusion crashes over him like a wave. He realizes something's off. The blade feels too sharp, like he's carving through thin air, all thanks to Vim's enchantment. A teammate erupts in praise, saying there's no way Camilla could rate Vim's skills any higher after a feat like that. Suddenly, a terrifying shout snaps through the air. Look up! As another enemy drops in from right above them. A grotesque fish-like monster drops from above and slams into them out of nowhere, freezing the party in stunned silence. Reacting in a blink, the Draymar spell slams on, boosting him 3 times over to crush the surprise attack. That massive monster snaps its jaws wide to swallow them whole, but Vim is already flying through the air with his sword drawn ready to slam into its path. Vim snaps his arm in a single blazing sweep and slashes straight across the creature's body, his enchanted blade biting deep into its scales. The monster gets hacked clean in half, and as its massive body splinters apart, Vim lands safely on the ground like he meant it. Hans grabs Vim's attention, thanks him for the amazing work, and says the outcome was exactly what he'd predicted. Vim lets out a shaky laugh, brushing off the damage like it's no big deal, claiming the only reason he handled those feet was because the enemy was nothing but small fry. Hans squints at the description, saying the creature looks like a brand new species and there's no way it's weak. A deep, heavy rumble booms through the cavern as the wreckage of the battle finally comes to rest on the floor. Amid the rubble, a locket sits cracked open, flashing a smiling portrait of a young girl inside. The group finally clicks. These brutal relics weren't random at all. They were the dungeon's proof of an adventurer who dove in ahead of them and never came back. Hans snaps that there's no time to dig graves, but he still makes everyone stop so they can say prayers for the fallen. Vim watches the group, stunned. Every single one of them thinks and moves on their own, yet somehow they line up perfectly for smooth travel and clean, coordinated fights. While they pray together, he can't help but think back his old crew, Dragon's Wing, could never pull off teamwork this smooth. That moment hits him like a lightning bolt. He's really in with an incredible powerhouse party. No more stalling. This crew bursts back into motion, sprinting through the rocky cavern corridors like they're racing destiny itself. They burst out of the tunnel, and Vim leans forward to stare across the massive open land spread out in front of them. They finally roll up to their destination, clutching the shield of knocked libel, and stare out over the wild landscape like, yep, we made it. They crowd the edge of that massive underground lake, peering into the water and scanning every inch of the area like something's about to go down. Hans confirms it right on cue from Vim's prediction. They stumble on the Great Hall, and the water quality looks perfectly safe. He heaps praise on Vim's work again, saying this spot is perfect. Right here will be the relay point for the 98th floor. The team throws a wild celebration, and they shower Vim with cheers, because without him, the mission never would have pulled off this huge win. Hans tries to get one real moment of heartfelt gratitude out, but Vim trips over his words and swears he's just doing the helping part. Marie jumps in, challenges him for always turning compliments into self-roast, and tells him to just take the win. Vim tries to defend himself on the spot, insisting quiet but stubborn that he doesn't actually enjoy dragging himself into the mud. Marie snaps back with biting sarcasm, saying he's basically proof his logic is busted, like she'd have to be an idiot to drag a fired adventurer into an A-rank party just to sabotage her own organization. Vim nods hard, basically admitting that Hyde Marie nailed it with her assessment. Abel whips around with a calming smile and calls out to him, respectfully, Vim-san, like everything's going to be all right. Abel stands at the underground shoreline, takes Vim's heartfelt thanks in stride, and shoots back, "You're welcome," like it's no big deal. Vim freezes for a heartbeat, soaking in that quiet but terrifying vibe from the underground lade. Once the area was declared safe, the expedition's main force finally tore in to link up with the advance team. They figure the water levels or the big clue floor traps in the Great Hall don't seem likely at all. The commanders rally the troops, and they loudly sing everyone's praises for crushing it. They officially mark the Great Hall as their relay spot, and then they waste no time pitching camp there for the night. Tents shoot up beneath towering rock faces as the crew finally drops into rest, all of them tucked under the massive cavern sky. Vim sprawls outside his tent, staring at the dark, trapped in wakefulness because the ground feels wrong and it won't let him rest. He jitters over his notes, clawing through every line of the geography data he gathered, trying to make it all finally click. He remembers how the slope kept wavering, dropping for a moment, then surging back up until it finally dumped him right into this hole. He cranes his gaze into the black above and realizes the ceiling shoots up forever, like a barren wasteland of empty space. Panic slams him the moment he realizes the sudden flood of water will slam shut their escape route, trapping them for good. He starts picturing a nightmare where the room lifts off into the sky, and they're trapped with zero chance, no escape, just drowning. Panicked and desperate to steady himself, he kept repeating that they'd spotted no water traps and already charted the routes. He tucks into his blanket and tells himself worrying about a sudden flood is pointless, straight up illogical. Just as he's about to doze off, a sudden splash wet drops smack his face and shoots him fully away. He jerks his head up in pure terror, and the rain starts hammering down from the cavern ceiling above him. Panicked out of his mind, he yells at everyone to wake up right now because the labyrinth is flooding with rain. He stares at the pouring rain, frozen in shock, because this total disaster hits out of nowhere and breaks his brain to pieces. Chaos erupts among the adventurers as they blurt out that this weather makes zero sense. Then they panic harder, yelling, "Why is rain pouring inside the labyrinth? Like it has to be some kind of trap." Vim just stood there, drenched by the pounding rain, shaking as questions tore through him. Who could have seen this disaster coming? The truth slams into them as the night watches the floodline climb, and they realize the water's rising fast. Panic slams into everyone when a soldier yells the route is blocked and there's no going back now. The commander barks at everyone to stay calm and dig in. Right as the grim report hits him, the southern passage is already flooded. He lays out their do-or-die plan, saying that in this worst-case nightmare, they've got to hunt for a way out, then gear up to fight the floor boss head-on. Camilla storms forward, ferocity in her eyes, roaring at Nact Libel to get ready and prove they can handle this crisis. The squad tightens their grip on their weapons, forcing themselves steady as the shock of that sudden flood finally starts to fade. They hit the call to action together and roar out one loud, unified yes, instantly, snapping their hero morale back into full force. Vim stares at the transformation in stunned awe, realizing that turning fear into steel spine resolve is exactly what makes Nacht Libel truly unbelievable. Feeling empowered, he slaps his own cheeks, snaps into action, and decides to crank up the heat and do his part too. Scouts snap back in from every direction, shouting the same thing right now. The west, south, and east passages show zero weird anomalies. The radar operator locks eyes on his screen, sweat beating up as he fights to make sense of the readings swirling through the chaos. Suddenly, he jerks his head up in pure terror, screaming that something's charging in from the north passage. He tells him he can't see the full picture just yet, but he's pretty sure the floor boss is closing in. The commander snaps to attention and barks an order, hit the rearguard with immediate gunfire right after Vim slams his enhancement magic. The mages and archers stand in a tight line, eyes locked forward, roaring that they're ready to unleash a devastating volley. Vim clenched his focus tight, grinding through the mind-bending calculations to fire off the enhancement spell, even while the rain hammered down and stole his attention. He snaps his magic to life, unleashing Vibrate and Harden to turn every incoming strike into something lethal. Magical energy surged outward in crashing waves, swallowing the rear guard's ready spells and weapons in one blazing ripple. In the dark, a massive, writhing thing finally emerges, and someone yells that it's huge and nearly impossible to spot. The mages hurl the thunderstorm, give it her spear, and Vim tweaks it on the fly, dialing in the hardness, the vibration, and the air resistance to make it hit like lightning. Enhanced magical spears tear through the cavern air, zapping and crackling as they streak straight into the darkness. A blinding explosion crashes into the far wall, and the whole cavern lights up like it's been ripped open by pure impact. Even after that clean hit, the scout screams, "They're not down," then spots the reading shifting and shouts that it's about to be overrun by endless tentacles. A hulking shadow blasts out of the smoke, and someone screams that it's charging straight for them. The shield squad surges into the front line with a thunderous roar, slamming their massive shields down to stop the charge cold. Vim snaps into action, yelling "Enchanted" as he slaps a defensive buff onto the front line just seconds before the clash hit. Shields blaze with a reflective spell, blasting back the gigantic tentacles as they smash into them with bone-crushing force. The tank leader erupts into a maniacal cackle behind his shield, daring the monster to charge at them again and again. The commander barks an order to Hyde Marie to light up the targets, so they'll finally see what they're up against, and Hyde Marie jumps at the chance. She rips the flasher spell loose and screams that she can see its body, then the cavern blasts with light. Every adventurer sucked in air at once as that blinding light finally showed the terrifying size of the monster looming over them. A hulking, fleshy nightmare clings to the ceiling, staring down with a monstrous eye while tentacles churn and writhe. Its grotesque limbs thrash through the air, twisting and curling as slime and water rain down onto the flooded floor below. The soldiers freeze with terror, shaking as they blurt out, "No way is that thing really real, or is it way too big to be real?" The commander whips around to Vim, confirms it's the floor boss, then leans in and demands to know if Vim has any clue what it actually is. Vim fires back that it doesn't look like any floor boss he's ever seen, saying it's basically a tiny monster, more like a sea cow gone feral. Camilla clocks that the passage is still linked, and she reasons that if this really is a sea cow type, then fire should tear through it fast. Seeing that opening, the commander snaps orders to the rear guards switch tactics and unleash fire magic right now. Monica blasts the sky with magic, screaming her incantation as a blazing fireball whips straight at the dangling beast. A male mage charges into the inferno, roaring through the effort as he blasts a flamethrower's torrent of fire. Hyde Marie barrels into the assault, snapping scorching wind into action to whip the flames higher and slam the heat deep into the monster's flesh. Fire magic blasts straight into that grotesque pile of tentacles, swallowing the creature in a violent flash of light and roaring heat. The monster convulses in agony as blazing flames rip into its body, and its huge eye bulges wide from the sheer shock of the attack. When the creature jerks back, the soldiers erupt into cheers, shouting that their fire-based plan is working like a charm. Camilla snaps out rapid orders, telling the front line to lock up with the shield squad and hold the line against the tentacles, while everyone aims straight for the main body. She orders the rear guard to team up too, making it clear they've got to intercept every hit and then strike on their own to keep the pressure locked in. The troops snap back in perfect unison with a thunderous shout, then move instantly to set up that brutal formation. No hesitation, no delay. Camilla snaps at Vim to save his power, keep the upgrades only for the shield squad, and put their defense first no matter what. The shield squad leader flashes a fearless grin behind his barrier and yells to Vim, telling him it's time to strike and finish their part of the plan. Vim locks eyes with him, grinds out his answer with sheer fire, and pours his magic into what he's aiming to do. With the rear guard's magic ripping a path open, the frontline fighters smash forward through the gaps in perfect sync, like they've fought together for years. They unleash razor-precise hit-and-runs, carving into the behemoth's limbs while the seconds pile up and its stamina gets crushed. Vim watches the battle unfold in real time, stunned at how perfectly everyone moves together, like he's witnessing a chess grandmaster at work. Even though they're deep in enemy territory and battling through a brutal downpour, he realizes one thing: this fight is theirs, and they're steamrolling everyone. Against all odds, Naklibble seizes the tactical edge and methodically tears the floor boss apart. Vim can barely believe it. This top-tier party is showing off real power, pushing a boss this far on their very first encounter. Just as his thoughts start to spiral, Camilla suddenly blurts out his name, yanking his focus straight to the front. He whips his head toward her, stunned by how suddenly her gaze locks in and how fierce that intensity burns in her eyes. Camilla barks at him to push it to the limit. No limits, no holding back, because she's stepping in herself to end this fight. With a confident smirk, she leans in and tells him she's counting on him, just like always, to bring the power she needs. Vim shoots back instantly, dumping his magical energy into the spell, with full power to grant her exactly what she asked for. Camilla slams the official contract into place with a spoken, yes, verbally greenlighting grantor Vim's enchantment, and boom, the exact ICSA protocol kicks into action. Surrounding soldiers burst into gasps and cheers as they realize their captain is stepping onto the battlefield himself. Vim locks his magic onto Camilla's wavelength with deadly precision, then casts Enchanted to give her the perfect power-up tailored to her fighting style. Camilla thrusts her sword forward, and a massive wave of light explodes into the dark cavern, blasting everything in its glow as she braces to unleash her power. Squad leaders yell for everyone to back off and stay out of the way, clearing the whole area so their captain can unleash a brutal, devastating strike. The monster snaps into awareness of the danger and unleashes a bone-chilling, ear-splitting roar, bracing itself to fight back. Vim stares on edge, knowing bosses always pull some hidden trump card, and he's praying their one-hit plan actually lands and ends it for good. Camilla grins like a threat, determined to slam the enemy with one brutal strike before it even gets the chance to unleash its secret power. With her power roaring at full strength, she shouts that it's time to see what their training can really do, and she rockets straight ahead. A flashback rips the curtain back on a lone fighter, hammering their training under the moonlit sky years ago. Camilla hauls a monstrous steel roller across the stone courtyard, muscles screaming as she maxes out every last shred of strength. She throws herself right up against the edge, fueled by one thing: pride, as she masters her body and her magic, even while the limits press in. With a brutal grunt, she hauls the training gear forward, fighting back every inch as the crushing weight tries to break her. After finishing her 1,022nd repetition, she slumps in despair because the result tastes exactly the same as before. Her face contorts with pure anguish as she finally realizes her brutal grind has changed nothing at all. Frustration detonates and she spits out a curse at the dead, stuck rut ruining her training. She decides that if she can't level up as a warrior, then she'll throw herself completely into the one thing she can master: leading and commanding others. She steels herself to the fall of her warrior spirit, accepts this brutal new reality until one fateful moment flips her world upside down. Right now, the troops are roaring like thunder as their captain strides onto the battlefield, ready to slam the final blow and end it. As Camilla barrels forward, she realizes that every time Vim powers up again, the magic hits her in a brand new way. She feels the power sharpen and tighten, sinking deep into her bones and muscles like it's locking into place. That enhancement sparks a whole new flame of hope in her, ripping through every limit she once swore couldn't be broken. She squares up in front of the massive enemy, ready to unleash her renewed power and crush whatever stands in her way. She smiles to herself, because deep down she knows Vim has absolutely no clue what he's truly done for her. Vim keeps his eyes on her, totally blind to the deep gratitude burning inside her for his help. She replays the instant their paths collided, and she realizes that one spark flipped the entire direction of her life. Her eyes blaze as she admits it. His magic snapped her exhilaration back to life, reigniting her warrior spirit. With her ultimate technique roaring to life, she shouts Kaijingiri and commands its power to surge forward. A brutal shockwave detonates outward the moment she unleashes her energy. A teammate stares in pure horror, realizing the power burning here is way bigger than anything she showed in the Wyvern battle. Vim realizes a towering ceiling gives the captain a huge advantage. She can fire off her abilities without being boxed in by space. Camilla rockets into the air, blasting over the target at jaw-dropping speed. She twists midair and whips her sword up high, setting up one brutal, catastrophic stride. Stunned by how weightless she feels, she realizes her power is way bigger than she ever dreamed. Drunk on that bliss, she draws in one last breath, then prepares to unleash everything she's got and crush the enemy. Soldiers are shouting for everyone to retreat even farther, panic blazing in their eyes as they fear getting caught inside the blast radius. The monster freezes in place, totally unable to keep up with the brutal speed of the incoming attack. Camilla rockets downward, yelling the first half of her technique, Kyogen. She slams through the giri, carving straight down as a beam of pure light obliterates the monster. The massive beast rips apart down the middle like it's nothing. Vim's left speechless, staring in disbelief at the sheer, crushing force. Camilla drops onto the water like a feather, right as the monster's split halves slam down behind her. A deep, bone-thrumming hum rolls through the air as the giant corpse slumps down into the lake. The radar operator jolts up and screams, "It's not over!" And just like that, the calm gets shattered into pieces. He's warning them the target's biological response is still firing, and Simon is already on the move. The order screams, "Don't stop attacking," and the mages instantly unleash a brutal follow-up volley. A non-stop storm of magical explosions hammers the creature's remains until there's nothing left, no chance of it coming back. The operator stares at his screen, finally sees nothing move, and then declares, loud and proud, that they've won. The whole army bursts into a thunderous roar, cheering like they just grabbed victory with their bare hand. They slam into a hug and scream in pure disbelief, because they just pulled off the impossible wrecking a floor boss on the very first dive. The soldiers go absolutely wild, screaming that they're the invincible NACT libel, then start plotting a massive party for their triumphant return. While everyone else is caught up in the cheering, Vim stands off to the side, soaked and rigid, his body shaking as an icy dread refuses to let go. Sweat drenches his face as panic claws at his chest, and he keeps firing off the same question. Did the battle really end, or is he still missing something that could cost him everything? He just stares into the stormy distance, stunned that beating a floor boss might be this easy even with the rain pouring down. He tries to talk himself out of the panic, insisting they just smothered the danger before it could move. But deep in his gut, he knows it was never that simple. That nagging dread won't let up, because sure, they crushed it fast, but the weird weather still makes no sense and won't get explained. His focus gets ripped apart when he suddenly bolts forward, and his teammate yells his name in total shock. Vim halts dead in his tracks, spins around, and Abel barrels in right behind him, panting hard from that sudden move. Abel slams the warning into him. Be careful, because that freak downpour is sending the water level up at a terrifying pace. Watching Vim lock in on that map, Abel leans in with real worry and demands, "What's wrong?" Vim starts snapping the pieces together under his breath, then realizes the floor boss showed up and struck them the moment the rain began. He blurts out, breathless, asking if the floor boss can usually bend the weather and summon rain. The second he grasped what this meant, he slammed his comms button to reach the captain, urgently telling Camilla, "It's me." Vim warns that the waters rising will wake up the semi-aquatic monsters, making them far more active and way more dangerous. He grimly points out that after the flood slows the party down, the enemy will probably still be racing ahead even faster. Camilla cuts straight to the chase, flat out confirming that his call isn't a wrap. This crisis is nowhere near done. She shoots him a sincere apology for earlier losing control, compliments his razor-sharp intuition, then calls for an instant retreat. With zero hesitation, she makes the call if they can live long enough to report back on these conditions. Then this expedition has already succeeded. She fires off a question to Vim. Does he already have a retreat plan? If he does, they're using his flawless navigation to get out alive. Vim snaps his confirmation on the spot, then jabs at his holographic map to mark a razor-thin passageway to the northwest. He tells them it's a brutal detour that'll chew up time, but it's their best and maybe only shot to slip past the flooding. Even though the plan is set, Vim's hands keep shaking like they're alive, and he can't shake the thought, why is his body drowning in pure, uncontrollable terror? In the pouring rain, they huddled shoulder to shoulder, their victory still fresh in their minds, until the call to retreat crushed their morale like a cold wave. A weird, heavy thud suddenly booms through the cavern so hard, every soldier freezes mid-breath and clamps down on their weapons. Knights whirl in confusion, hunting the dark source of that ominous roar, as rain hammers down all around them. Bubbles start bursting across the water's surface, and the soldier's breath catches as huge figures claw their way up from the deep. A monstrous blob of flesh and writhing tentacles heaves up from the depths, towering over the terrified adventurers. The creature snaps into its full, horrifying shape, slime pouring off it while it glares down at the tiny humans like they're already doomed. In that blink, every member of the party feels that horror crashes in as they fully grasp what's coming for them. With sinking hearts, they realize the monster they just crushed wasn't the real threat at all. It was just a pawn. And this is the true floor boss. Massive splashes explode around them as even more shapes burst out, closing in from every side like they're trapping the group. The party gets boxed in by a swarm of giant worm monsters, each one just as huge as the boss, and they're barely holding on after barely killing one. A soldier gapes in shock, stuttering that the monster from earlier was nothing special, just some run-of-the-mill mob enemy. Camilla's sweat pours as nerves slam into her, but she clenches her resolve and finally admits it, conquering. The 98th floor won't be easy after all. The cavern floor crumbles into despair as hulking, tentacled nightmares burst up from the water, closing in and trapping the tiny band of adventurers. A stunned adventurer jerks back, gaping in disbelief, unable to even wrap their head around the massive threat unfolding right in front of them. Panic claws at them as they stammer out frantic questions about what they could possibly do against odds this insane. A scout shrieks that the storm is so relentless, he can't even tally the enemies. Rain keeps wiping out their vision. They finally clock it the storm is pure boss power, and they try to talk, but the downpour screams so loud they can barely get a word out. A frantic report blasts in from the west flank. 2 giant mobs are on the move and closing in fast. The east side snaps in right away, and it's terrifying they just confirmed another 2 giants are coming from that direction too. Tara's eyes widened as the South Guard roared that he'd just confirmed 5 more enemies closing in on their position. Bettina shouts from the north side, pure panic everywhere, yelling that they're trapped on all sides and begging anyone for orders. A soldier gasps for air, sobbing that everything's hopeless, then shouts that they should bolt right now and run for their lives. Plowing through the panic, Camilla locks onto the road ahead with ice-cold calm and barks for everyone to form a defensive line right now. Her unwavering calm cuts through the panic, snapping the soldiers back to the moment as they whip their eyes to their captain. Camilla roars at them to speed up, yelling for a defensive circle to lock in before the enemy slams the gap. She tells herself this is what it means to lead. She steels her nerves and refuses to crack, even when everything looks completely hopeless. The soldiers snap to attention and slam their shields together, forging a ruthless steel wall as those towering monsters loom over them. Giant tentacles crash down like wrecking balls, yet the shield bearers tighten their grip, sweating buckets as they dig in and refuse to give an inch against the giants. Inside the formation, the soldiers huddled in whispers, terrified because the path is blocked, and with no way back, they're starting to realize they might have to fight. Doubt crashes in as they wonder, can even knacked libel break through a floor boss and a swarm of mobs all at once? Vim's hands tremble as sweat blasts down his face and he desperately scrambles through the numbers. Can they slip away without getting chased? Or will they hold out just long enough to make it? Right then, bam! A heavy hand slams his back, yanking him out of his spiral as his teammate shouts his name. His comrade snaps at him, telling him, "Don't look down," and ripping into that gloomy face like it's completely wrong for him. Vim whips his head around and sees his teammates clenching their weapons with raw fire in their eyes, all set to take on the impossible. When the tank leader flashes that confident grin, Vim's stomach drops. He finally realizes he's the only one freaking out. Red-faced but fired up, Vim smacks his own cheeks, steadies his breath, and shouts a hard yes as he answers the call. He admits there's no promise of victory, but he insists they're not in a losing spot yet. Relieved they'd taken 0 casualties so far, he feels the shift. This isn't over. They still have enough firepower to keep fighting. Vim rips away his own hesitation to size up the chaos, swearing they'll all crawl back alive out of this hell. He locks in on what he can do in this exact moment, and he's determined to nail his role down to perfection. Those massive worms jerk back, their grotesque bodies writhing as they line up for a brutal barrage of attacks. Camilla shrieks for everyone to fight back as a roaring forest of tentacles crashes down on them. Without wasting a second, Vim hurls out the enchanted incantation, blasting support magic to slam his defense into overdrive. The shield bearers let out a thunderous roar of approval, teeth clenched tight, bracing themselves for the crushing hit coming straight at them. A violent storm of tentacles slams down from the heavens, blotting out the sky as they crash onto the tiny defensive circle like a hammer. A soldier stares as the shadows creep in, stammering that the sheer weight of all those attacks is crushing him. Camilla's grin turns feral as she roars out a warning, right as those massive limbs crash into place. They're frontline buckles, but they don't break shields groan and strain under the monster hit pounding in from the enemy. The impact slams the ground like thunder, and Vim drops into a tight crouch, gripping his weapon as the whole world rattles under their feet. While the battlefield erupts, Vim slips a dagger into his grip, his eyes blazing as a fresh plan sparks to life. A sharp command cuts through the air. Keep holding on while the soldiers roar in terror and strain with everything they've got to keep the defensive wall standing. The leader rallies everyone to hold strong because their survival hinges on staying locked in this formation. Camilla's voice slices through the despair, blasting through the crowd as she screams for everyone to lift their heads and fight back. The legendary Nacht Libel party is teetering on the edge of total destruction. The grim truth hits hard. This squad has already taken major hits and been partially wiped out by sheer overwhelming power. Knights and mages' bodies broken are strewn through the roaring flood, gasping as they fight to lift themselves against the relentless onslaught. A towering nightmare hovers over them, its colossal bulk spilling a shadow of certain death onto every survivor. Panic-stricken defenders hurl up their shields and grip their staves, shaking as they desperately claw to keep the line from cracking against the beast. A brutal flashback hits, and you see they had already planned for the worst, convinced they could handle anything that came for them. Their training and raw strength were supposed to be enough to crush anything that dungeon dared to throw at them. But the labyrinth didn't care. Its pure, twisted madness smashed every plan they had, and all their hopes crumbled to nothing. The brutal truth hits. If your party stumbles onto this floor boss first, you're basically doomed to get erased. In the stormy memory, Camilla snaps her gaze to Vim, face set and voice sharp as she calls his name over the roar of rain. She snapped that he wasn't part of Nacht Libel yet and told him, straight-faced, that if he wanted to flee on his own, nobody would hold it against him. Vim freezes in shock when she pleads with him for one last favor before he can even walk out the door. Shaken to the core by what it could mean, Vim blurts out an apology and flat-out refuses to go along with her suggestion. Camilla digs her heels in, insisting her desperate plan hinges on his full compliance, plus the brutal truth that casualties will have to be accepted. She vows she'll take down that monster alone, then demands he hand over every last bit of power he's got. Her word is law. Everyone else has to split into squads of 3 and scatter fast, and she won't lift a finger to help. Vim finally clicks. She's about to throw herself away, and she panics, begging her to at least tell everyone the escape route. Camilla flashes a sad smile and vows she'll take full responsibility for Nacht Libel's safety. Vin pleads for her to shut up like that, because he can't stomach the crushing weight of her self-sacrifice. She tells him that Hyde, Mary, and Abel will make sure he gets a secure future if he joins the guild, and that's when Vim completely breaks down. Tears spilling down her face, Camilla solemnly speaks the contract one last time, sealing Vim's enchantment for the final run. Vim clenched his teeth so hard it looked like they'd crack, tears blasting down his face as he fought to smother the pain clawing at his heart. Screaming through the agony, he slams the enchanted spell to life, pouring every drop of magic straight into his captain. A blinding pillar of light snaps into existence around Camilla as she screams for every last member to look at her. She says with spine-chilling calm that those are the last words she'll ever speak to the team. She shoves them toward escape as she stays behind on the bus, then drops the bombshell that she's already staked their survival on Vim. With a soft smile, she thanks her comrades for everything they've done together. Right now, a soldier finally clocks what's coming too late and shrieks in total denial as she lunges forward. Camilla stands alone in the dark, and just like that, her connection snaps with a brutal burst of static. She can't stop staring. Her whole body feels weightless, like someone just yanked a heavy burden clean off her shoulders. Her eyes snap open like a predator's, locking onto the massive target in front of her. The colossal worm surges up from the depths, mouths and tentacles whipping and writhing like they can taste the kill already. Camilla strides up to the beast and snaps, "You run this floor," then proudly adds, "And I'm Camilla." With a ferocious stare, she draws a hard vow respectfully, but without mercy right here and right now, she'll reap its light. She rockets forward, her speed slicing through the water as she vanishes the gap in the blink of an eye. A brutal shockwave blasts outward as she swings her blade straight through the monster's defense's pure, catastrophic power. The blast rattles the cavern to its core, and the beast freezes, stunned by the tiny warrior's brutal strike. Camilla slashes through the monster's massive tentacles, blood exploding through the air as severed limbs go flying everywhere. She rockets forward at blistering speed, taunting the beast like, "Come on, are you ready for my big move?" Bathed in magical glow, she clings to a vertical tentacle and shouts that the enhancement is top-tier quality. Her eyes burn with focus as she slashes through the monster's defenses with every hit of her sword. A monstrous tentacle gets sliced clean in one brutal motion, and the heavy limb rockets into the dark. She explodes across the battlefield at breakneck speed, and even her own teammates can barely keep up with where she's going. Camilla realizes she can climb forever, powered up with zero fatigue, and she can't stop staring at how effortlessly her body moves. She fires off questions to her old self, chasing one brutal truth. Are you really still you, or did the boring, apathetic version of her just get buried? With every strike, she can't help but wonder, did this powerhouse warrior become the real her? Or is she still hiding? Her blade bites true, carving a brutal slash straight through the monster's huge eye. A wild grin bursts across her face when she finally realizes she can go toe-to-toe with this boss. She tears down the creature's side at a sprint, swearing she'll slice every tentacle off and drive her blade straight into the central body. Grit and raw determination blaze across her face as she screams for more speed and power. Even with her ridiculous powers surging, she's still left stunned because that monster just won't fall. Vim watches with pure awe, and when Camilla unleashes her full power, he compares it to the kind of legendary clash only mythical heroes could survive. He claws back his resolve, steals into action, and bets it all on the time she's carved out for him. He locks onto his device and starts gearing up the retreat assistance for the rest of the party. He fires up the retreat protocol, his hands shaking just a little as it hovers over the controls. Vim hauls his wounded comrade to safety, and as they stagger off the battlefield, the man manages a grateful thank you. Marie clocks him coming from a mile away and blurts out his name in pure relief. She stands right in front of him and blurts out the truth she never stopped believing in him, not even for a second. Vim pants hard, sweat pouring down his face as he scans the area and finally confirms it's safe. He lays out the brutal truth about the second recon team. Hans is safe, but the rest are barely hanging on. With a sharp nod, he pivots to go and pushes Marie to move out right now. Marie freezes in confusion, staring as Vim's footsteps drag across the floor like something's pulling him back. Vim's breathing turns ragged, his mouth gapes wide as exhaustion slams into him. He suddenly feels his body weigh a ton, and he knows this trouble hit way harder than he expected. It's not just tiredness anymore. His legs turn into dead weights, and they flat out refuse to lift. A chilling certainty hits him as he finally pinpoints what this terrifying sensation actually is. A brutal hallucination of his abusive former leader clamps his head, hissing that he's nothing but dead weight. His eyes snap wide with pure terror when he realizes that gut-twisting, traumatic feeling his time in Dragon's Wing. He wrestles the panic down, pounding the question in his head, why is it even popping up right now, when there's zero time to breathe? Marie's scream tears through the air as he panics, slips, and starts to tumble out of control. A sudden memory of Camilla slams into his mind, blasting him with one brutal truth: falling back won't save him. Her smiling face lights a fire under him, pushing him to do whatever he can. He remembers her praise, and it hits him hard. She said his improvement was absolutely magnificent. He can't stop wondering why these memories are crashing back. Now her kindness keeps hammering through his mind. Images of her feeding him, handing him money, and showering him with praise slam through his head, proving just how deeply she cared. Her voice slices through the haze and demands he lock in, stop thinking, and just follow every order. A countdown rattles inside his skull, screaming at him to stop thinking and just move because the timer is about to slam down to 1. A chilling voice crashes into Vim's head, barking for him to obey Camilla's command and drive his feet forward. No hesitation. The voice turns vicious, hurling insults at him and barking at him to look up because staying frozen like an idiot will not cut him. Vim freezes in the pouring rain, shaking hard as the nightmarish ghosts of his trauma slam into his mind. The mocking voice rips into his terrified face, sneering that he looks downright pathetic right this second. It ruthlessly mocks his icy smirk, like the same face he wore the last time he humiliated himself in front of the trash leader, Kronos. The hallucination won't let up, demanding to know every thought in his head while he's stuck there, completely helpless. Suddenly, Hyde Mary's voice slices through the dark, screaming at him to stop bolting and finally think through what he's doing. She demands to know what's going through his head and traps him into staring down his own hesitation. Right at the most critical moment, the voice blasts him for doubting his comrades. Vim just freezes in the pouring rain, eyes blazing with terror as his own inner battle locks him in place. The colossal worm monster lurches up, its hideous head looming as it charges to crush the tiny humans beneath its weight. Camilla lunges straight for the beast, her blade blazing as she hacks off a massive tentacle in one brutal strike. Vim clings to the team's rallying cry, sure that once their captain steps in and leads the charge, nothing, not even the impossible, stands a chance. The soldiers shout in perfect sync, screaming that nobody quits. Then their morale rockets sky high even as the odds crush down on them. Camilla keeps hammering the monster, her blade slashing through its flesh with ruthless, unshakable precision. She whirls through the air, slips past every strike, and carves a clean line through the creature's brutal hide. A soldier bellows that the enemy's assault has finally stalled, and he spots a tiny opening to launch his counterattack before it disappears. He roars for everyone to grab the moment right now, screaming that this is the perfect shot to flip the whole tide. A brutal shockwave tears through the battlefield as a devastating attack detonates and leaves everything shaking. A battle-hardened warrior howls with pure resolve, throwing every last ounce of strength into one final desperate swing. The monster snaps back with a nightmare move, Human Hunt slamming it down to wipe out every attacker. A chilling whisper cuts the air. Good right as the trap snaps shut, Camilla's eyes blow wide with pure horror, too late to dodge the hit coming straight for her. A colossal limb crashes into her, shattering her armor and blasting her blood through the air. The blast hits like a thunderclap, sending a vicious shockwave skittering through the water and slamming everything back in its path. Vim shrieks his captain's name with raw terror, watching her get cut down before his eyes. Camilla gets hurled through the air like a rag doll, completely powerless against the crushing force of that hit. Abel clocks the danger and rockets forward, roaring like a beast as he throws himself straight into the blaze. He throws his shield up at the last second, bracing for that catastrophic impact that looks ready to flatten every single one of them. Vim lunges hard through the water and dives to grab Camilla as she drops, catching her mid-fall and holding her tight in his arms. He jerks his head up in pure terror, shouting her name again and again as the monster's shadow crushes over them. Camilla chokes for breath, blood spilling from her mouth, and she fights through it to praise Abel's reflecting skills. Abel lets out a gritted grunt under the crushing pressure, but he refuses to budge, swearing he'll keep the defense standing no matter what hits him. Vim frays at the edges, yanking at his captain's attention, shouting, "Can you hear me?" as the chaos swallows every sound. His findings hit like a thunderclap. Her organs are wrecked, and bones are splintered across her entire body. Camilla cracks her eyes open, barely moving, and asks who the hell is still standing on that battlefield. She sinks into despair as it hits, but her escape is a lie, and the whole party is still stuck there, right alongside her. Resignation flashes across her face as she whispers, "I see," and finally lets the weight of their situation sink in. She lets out a quiet laugh, swears no one's died yet, and shakes her head at them like they're sweet, clueless youngsters. With her last ounce of strength, she grabs the young, strong ones and shouts for them to flee, leaving the broken weight of her suffering behind. Vim is frozen in place behind his fallen captain, staring in disbelief while the words he mutters fade into the moment he finally accepts just how hopeless things are. He locks eyes on Camilla's kneeling form, utterly stunned to see the strongest warrior he knows crushed into helpless defeat. Vim refuses to run. She's still got reinforcement magic, so he declares he'll stay right there and take the hits as her human meat shield. Grit and desperation choke his voice as he clenches his fist and vows he won't give up yet. Camilla lifts her eyes with a strained, polite smile and gives his request her full approval. Then she practically pleads with Vim to let her have his reinforcement one last time. Vim's face twists with raw emotion. Sweat and rain drip off his chin as he grits his teeth and drags himself past pure terror. He hates himself as he realizes his fear is stealing the only precious seconds Camilla has left. A terrifying vision crashes over him, screaming that if no one steps in right now, this whole group gets slaughtered right here. The party's warmth crashes through his mind, and it just makes him feel even more undeserving of the kindness they pour onto a misfit like him. Tears sting his eyes as he trembles, crushed by the gut feeling that he doesn't belong in a party this incredible. He starts tearing himself apart in his head, convinced he's a painfully awkward nobody, an absolute misery who should have been thrown out years ago. He admits it every time he's been safe. It's been because the fur brands stood as one, and their strength has always shielded him. That debt to them pins him to the ground, so heavy he can't shake the thought that even dying 1,000 times still won't make up for how worthless he feels. He stares at his trembling hand, stunned that these amazing people welcomed him and still respected him, flaws and all. Vim slams open a channel for the whole team, and with instant clarity, drops the terrifying news: there's still one last hope to survive. The surviving crew slams to a stop in the pouring rain, stunned and baffled by the support mage's sudden, deadly serious declaration. Vim babbles apologies through clenched teeth, then steadies his shaking voice and declares he's going to straight up defy the orders. His teammates freeze in shock, staring at the timid enchanter like they can't even wrap their heads around what on earth he's about to do. Vim flat out admits the route he's about to take probably isn't the smartest play on the board. He swears it's his only shot left, and there's no choice anymore. He has to act. He snaps orders to the rest of the party to grab the opening and fall back while he stays behind, ready to block the boss and buy them time. Vim slams the hurt spell into motion, and the stalemate protocol kicks in, freezing the whole battlefield mid-breath. As that magical power swirls around him, he snaps to the confused team and shouts that he's about to unleash a specific debuff. He goes straight for the Lord of the Levels, announces his totally unhinged plan to take down the floor boss alone, and dares the whole world to watch. Camilla gapes up at him in pure awe, and it hits her hard. She was right all along. Something truly special has been hiding inside him this whole time. Vim jabs his finger at the enemy, stunned like, why would he do something that wild when he usually hates reckless moves? It all clicks at once. Camilla's words hit him hard, and he finally grasped what she meant: freedom to live life his way. A real, confident grin flashes across his face as he finally owns his choice, then embraces the freedom that comes with it. With a dramatic snap of his hand, Vim kicks off his ultimate move, activating Transition Puppet Master, and launches straight into a solo war. Vim freezes in the pounding rain, and a voice challenges his choices, calling him out gravely like the young Vim he still is. Massive, grotesque beasts surge up out of the water, their blood-curdling screeches tearing through the air above the lone figure. Vim braces against the pounding rain, jaw set, swearing this enemy will fall because it's his sworn duty. As he drags himself toward the shore, that voice calling his name crashes through the raging storm, loud as thunder in his head. In the flicker of memory, he nods to the girl behind him, his silhouette blazing against the light as his departure becomes real. She's drenched in sweat and worry, but she still flashes a smile, then quietly accepts his choice with a resigned nod. She points out that even with all his nonstop grumbling and doubt, the moment it counts, he somehow always finds a gutsy nerve he didn't show before. Vim flashes a brave, tear-streaked smile and calls it a final farewell to Hydemarie. She tells him straight up that he's got what it takes to win and begs him to stop fretting about what happens next. Vim nervously drags his fingertips across his cheek, admitting he's only stalling again, same move as last time. He throws out a cocky boast, insisting he's way stronger than the ruler who came before him on this floor. Hydemarie freezes for a moment, hooked by the shocking shift in his vibe. Trying to laugh it off, Vim admits the tension is getting to him. His emotions are surging, and he can't shake that weird, off feeling. She slices right through his bravado, and when she points out how his legs are trembling, she presses him, telling him to admit it. He's scared. Vim admits that the shaking is totally normal when you're betting your life on the line. She watches him like a hawk, and then it hits. His shaking isn't fear at all. Vim slashes the conversation shut, snaps that there's no time left, and turns to leave. She claims she knows him better than he knows himself, And you can see it in her eyes. She senses he's still missing the full truth about who he really is. As she stares at his vanishing back, she just knows one day he'll finally see himself clearer than anyone on earth ever could. Tears trail down her face as she finally admits the truth. No matter what she thinks, there are still parts of him she has no clue about. She can't believe it. Right in that desperate moment, he's still laughing. The monstrous thing slithers and shifts, its grotesque flesh throbbing and twisting in sickening, nauseating detail. The enemy taunts them as the tentacles, the leader cut down, start crawling back, regenerating fast and wreaking havoc on them all over again. And just when things couldn't get worse, the water level surged up fast, flooding the battlefield and flipping the whole fire. A colossal beast rises from the waves, towering over the waterline and crushing the tiny figure's presence. Yet he still stands there, refusing to back down against something that shouldn't even exist. Vim spots the rising water and knows it'll blast the monster faster, so he panics, scrambling for any way to shut this disaster down. The creature rips through the water, churning up a storm of dread as it lets out low, ominous growls. Then it's ready to strike. The beast shifts its massive bulk, and the noise alone makes the whole air feel suffocating. Vim clamps his fist tight, calms his breathing, and braces himself to explode with power. He steels his resolve and vows, "As a support specialist, I'll push a whole bunch of things to their absolute limit." A mental diagram flickers to life, mapping out how hard reinforcement gets, depending on which part of the human body you target. The easiest level has you hardening your bones and muscles with just 1 or 2 treatments. That's it. To push past your limits, you've got to crank up blood flow and forge a stronger heart so your body can feed every oxygen-hungry push. Beyond the heart lies a forbidden realm, an invisible core where power-ups aren't for everyone, because only a chosen few are allowed to level up there. At the very peak of difficulty waits the unknown level, the one that directly supercharges your brain. We cut to a flashback of Vim hunched over a desk, eyes blazing as he studied until the night burned on. He tears through the text in pure frustration, only to find that any real info on brain strengthening is shockingly rare. The ancient tome spills the truth. No matter how many times they tried, nobody has ever managed to fully strengthen the brain. Boosting processing speed in the consciousness center could skyrocket combat power, but the text screams that it's insanely dangerous. It's basically saying that pushing your own strength won't help the weak, and trying to level up someone else's brain is nearly impossible. Vim can't help wondering, will anyone ever be crazy enough to gamble their life just to try a technique this deadly? He locks eyes on the horizon, silent as a storm, like every thought crushing down behind his expression. A flashback hits, one stronger warrior stomps in, boots him off the battlefield, and even apologizes for Vim's weakness before taking the fight over with zero hesitation. With the whole room silent, Vim hunched over his desk, grinding through research, desperate to claw his way to real strength. He shoots his hand forward, staring at this forbidden path like it's his last lifeline. They call it the puppet master, where the user controls the body like it's just a doll on strings. A sharp snap of sound echoes as the activation process kicks off deep inside his mind. He knows this is insanely dangerous. Push his brain's processing speed too high and it could all overload, wiping him out completely. He shuts everything out and turns inward, suddenly hyper-aware of every flicker of his own consciousness. He sharpens every sense like a weapon, firing off rapid questions and answers to himself until his mind clicks perfectly into place. He meticulously tweaks the multiplier, sliding it right up to the absolute edge right before overload strikes. The final value gets punched up by a microscopic bump, just 10001 times his usual capacity. He grimly accepts that the side effects could wreck his brain, but it's the farthest he's willing to push himself. His mind sprints through theories, snapping into place as he realizes he can actually steer himself even in this state. Reality snaps back, one gigantic tentacle slams down to crush him flat. The puppet master technique snaps into full power, and a manic, breathless laugh blasts through the air. Vim clamps down on his weapon the moment those deadly tendrils surge in from every direction. Massive tentacles slice through the air at breakneck speed, smashing everything they reach. A wild storm of punches and kicks slams into his spot, blasting debris into the air and swallowing him from sight. With the speed coming at him so hard, he flashes a scary thought. What if he already died? Suddenly, his senses flip and the terrifyingly fast world outside seems to grind to a crawl. Vim reclines like it's nothing, slipping away from those brutal swings as his sped-up senses make them look slow. He jumps onto the writhing tentacles and sprints across them like it's nothing, pure speed, wild agility, and total impossible control. Spinning through the air upside down, he slips through the lethal maze of flesh with stone-cold calm. He rockets down the creature's limb, tearing toward the main body in a blur. He charges straight at the monster's core, bracing to unleash the one blow that decides everything. His entire focus locks in as he slices through the final defenses with razor-sharp precision. The crowd freezes in stunned silence, mouths hanging open as this impossible spectacle unfolds right in front of them. A streak of speed slices through the air as he barrels forward with the same brutal, unstoppable attack. He glides over the creature's hide, every move smooth and razor-sharp as he sets up the next hit. He bears the real power behind it all, flips a split-second boost switch, and suddenly his physical stats spike, multiplying by 20 in an instant. With his senses dialed to max, the whole world feels like it's locked in place, so the enemy's moves look painfully, ridiculously slow. Every fiber in his body snaps to attention the moment he gives the order, and he rockets forward like a living command. He charts the absolute best route and nails the perfect moment to strike, zeroing in with computer-level precision. His perception snaps reality open, and suddenly he can read every twitch and strain and every muscle fiber down to the smallest motion in the blink of thousands of a second. He can't stop thinking about how brutally hard the strong train pushes to make sure they win every single time. 10 out of 10. The weak have to pour every ounce of their energy into chasing that one in 100,000 moment, where pure coincidence finally lands in their hand. He finally gets it. Waiting for success to magically show up isn't enough anymore. He insists that he has to force that miracle into being and drag success into reality with nothing but his own will. Using the raw power of his technique, he rockets upward, leaping into the air just to slip past the final hit. Vim rockets across the shifting ground, and you realize he's supercharged his ligaments, toughening them so they can flex through the brutal strain without snapping. Dozens of lethal spikes slam down from above, pinning him in a brutal kill box of razor-sharp shadows. With a crazy grin blazing on his face, he swings through the chaos, pushing himself to keep hunting for that one in 100,000 miracle. He slips beneath the crushing strike, heart pounding, knowing one wrong move spells instant death until he finds the only path that keeps him alive. His laughter booms eerily over the water as he glides with impossible grace, and everyone watching on the shore is left completely frozen in shock. Camilla just stares, jaw dropped, because the impossible agility in front of her feels unreal. She can't make sense of his moves. Then he rockets upward with a jump so violent it feels like gravity itself just quit. She realizes he hit a move that should have shattered his joints, then somehow killed the jump's momentum with the backswing of his stride. She can't stop wondering if this feat is truly a one-of-a-kind miracle that only his wildly strengthened body could pull off. Horror crawls across her face as she realizes his movement has gone beyond anything a human body could ever do. She keeps staring at that tiny fighter slugging it out with the Leviathan, and then it finally hits her. Vim's transformation has gone way beyond anything she ever imagined. Vim laughs like a maniac at death's doorstep, cackling at the top of his lungs as he declares his brand new philosophy: live exactly how he wants. He doesn't just celebrate, he crushes impossible odds and drags a one-in-a-million miracle into the real world with pure, unbreakable willpower. His joy explodes, then slams into crushing despair when he realizes this miracle still can't keep death away. He measures his end with ruthless precision, knowing one slip just a few milliseconds off and he'll slam straight into shattered bones. Even with the cold numbers screaming doom, he taunts the beast anyway, because his boosted speed feels like the one advantage he can't afford to waste. Suddenly, the creature snaps back, whipping up glowing magical glyphs that circle its huge, looming body. Vim's eyes snap wide with pure terror as he realizes the beast is finally unleashing magic, one twist he never saw coming. A gigantic blade of magical power rips across the battlefield, slicing the air with unstoppable, bone-crushing force. On pure instinct, Vim rockets out of the way as that dark energy surges in close enough to erase him in an instant. He barely slips past the next blow, whipping his body mid-air to dodge a crushing hit from that massive swinging limb. He gasps in pure shock like the monster just proved it's truly ruthless by hacking off its own tentacles to slam a clean hit. A severed limb blasts through the air toward him, flying like a cruel projectile powered by the creature's destructive magic. Vim jukes and weaves through the non-stop storm of attacks, snapping that the enemy won't even give him one single second to breathe. With fire-burned madness in his eyes, he steels himself against the crushing onslaught and swears he'll dodge every single attack headed his way. Vim rockets across the raging network of bone-white tendrils, his shape flashing past like a streak as he fights his way through the deadly battleground. He snaps back with a feral roar, blade flashing wildly as he scrambles to keep that massive monster at bay. Vim flips through the air in mind-bending acrobatics, carving his way through a deadly world with a fearless grace that somehow makes his terror look small. Down below, the knights gawk in disbelief, faces slick with sweat as they witness the impossible unfold right in front of them. None of them can wrap their heads around it. Vim is still alive, their minds spinning at the sheer impossibility of how he's moving against a foe like that. The narration hits you with the brutal truth Vim has to take on the strongest of the hierarchs all by himself. Vim locks in an ultra-high-speed deathmatch, and he grins like a maniac as every single millisecond screams for his win. The crowd can only mutter in awe, utterly stunned by the sheer skill unfolding in front of them. Vim explodes into a storm of strikes, hammering the beast's massive limbs with lightning-fast precision. Vim rides the momentum and surfs along those towering tentacles, using the monster's body like a blazing highway. He dodges high-pressure water jets with freaky reflexes, and the crowd bursts into screams, shocked by how impossible his agility looked. Vim hangs in midair for a heartbeat, eerily suspended near the colossal bulk of the hierarch. He rips forward again, just a lightning-fast streak, tearing through the darkness. Just like that, the fight flips on its head, and it smacks him in the face, making the young fighter's breath catch in pure shock. Vim feels his mind yank away from his body in a jarring snap, staring at himself like, what the hell am I doing in this fugue state? The fight rockets along at breakneck speeds so fast he pulls off multiple insane maneuvers in the blink of a single heartbeat. Vim realizes exactly what's coming, so he bolts for freedom right now, or that giant limb will slam down and crush him on the spot. He's clinging to life by a thread, threading his way through odds so rare, one in tens of thousands, that he just barely stays one step ahead of death. As Vim tore himself down the creature's hide, he grimaced through the brutal strain, then realized to his shock, his insides were still totally unhurt. He catches the monster's shockwave, riding the wild energy like a waveboard and blasting himself to safety. When Vim realizes his time is running out, panic hits hard and he scrambles to escape as the impossible reality finally crashes down on him. He lunges out of the way as a monstrous tentacle crashes down, smashing the exact spot where he'd been standing just moments earlier. Vim drops in safely, stunned that his body pulled off every last desperate move his mind threw at it in that single instant. A wild thrill courses through him, and his mind stays rock steady while his body shakes with pure adrenaline. Suddenly breaking out of his battle trance, Vim realizes he got way too hyped and freezes, staring in stunned disbelief at what's happened. With a grim shake of resolve, he tells himself one thing: he has to buy time right here, or the other Furbrand is dead for sure. Vim snaps at himself for enjoying it, then hardens his focus and doubles down on the mission. No way that thrill is getting in the way. He can't stop replaying the sick thrill he felt while dancing right on the edge of death, and the shock of his own reaction rattles him to the core. The more the danger spikes, the more his heart races, an awful realization that it's thrilling and terrifying at the exact same time. Vim feels like he's been waiting forever for this deadly sight, and he swears that premonition finally snapped into reality. From far away, the soldiers stare at the wreckage and whisper, shaking, if Vim is still alive after that catastrophic hit. A colossal hire, looming in the water, twitches its countless limbs and shifts like it's about to strike. The soldiers stare in total confusion as the creature's body starts warping in front of them, and they blurt, "What are you even doing?" A battle-scarred knight spots the beast's transformation, and horror slams into him like a blade. Weird, floating noises swarm the air as the creature's biology somehow breaks every rule nature ever wrote. Vim freezes in total disbelief, sweat pouring down his face as everything spirals out of control. A chunk of flesh rips free from the main body and floats above it, and Vim can't stop staring, because what the heck kind of magic is this supposed to follow? The knight admits the hierarchs always pull a hidden trump card. Then he drops the horrifying truth about their enemy. The veteran knight stares into the void and admits this nightmare transformation keeps coming back because the old hierarchy used that same brutal tactic before. He realizes this wild change isn't strength at all. It's pure panic. The monster finally boxed in with no way out. Massive, pale tentacles slam down across the battlefield, ripping up the land and twisting it into a bloody maze. The hierarch finally rips off the disguise, and what stands revealed is a hideous, swollen god, crowned in writhing limbs and blazing with a glowing symbol. Vim wipes the sweat off his face, flashes a vicious grin, and clocks the moment the second round of this deadly game is officially on. A furious commander roars that he can't read the next attacks, then barks at all the youngsters to evacuate the area right now. He zeroes in on a BL and barks an order: drop your spot, get out, and let the veterans handle the defense. Abel's shaking with pure terror, but he won't bolt. Stammering that, as a shield commander, he has to stay put to catch every stray shot. The commander gapes at him in pure confusion, like he can't wrap his head around why this terrified boy won't back down. Abel clamps his shield tight, sure that somewhere inside this wreckage, hope has to be hiding. A battle-scarred knight flashes a calm grin at the boy and tells him to quit spiraling about dying, then lock in and fight. The hierarch's floating appendages start twitching and making eerie little sounds. Then you know it, the next attack is about to blow wide open. Huddled against a jagged rock wall, Vim stares at the drifting organs above him, and dread claws deeper with every second, like his gut is screaming that something terrible is coming. Then it hits him. Those support organs are built to hammer attacks down from above, and that means dodging with a jump is basically impossible. Teeth clenched so hard it hurt, Vim decides his current speed isn't enough, so he grits it out and shoves past his limit. He slams the trigger, and in a blink, his body rockets to a power level 50 times higher. His eyes flare unnaturally as he strains to widen his sight, desperate to drink in every last detail of the battlefield. Vin vows to gobble up absolutely everything, snatching even data that slips past his own field of vision and locking it away in his memory. The information hits him like a tidal wave, and his head spins so hard he feels like he's seconds from blacking out. Countless blazing magic circles snapped into existence around the hierarch's limbs, building power for a crushing, magical bombardment. The air cracks with raw power as the beast storms out its arsenal, blasting out simultaneous energy beams that hit everything at once. Water jets and magical shots slam the battlefield from every angle, trapping everyone in a non-stop bullet hell with nowhere to run. Soldiers scrambled for their lives as huge beams tore through the water and stone around them. Vim rockets through the chaos with a wild grin, yelling in stunned amazement as he threads his way through the impossible storm. He gasps in pure exhilaration, his senses snap on at full power, and he can see absolutely everything, even the wild chaos unfolding in front of him. He catches attacks from the blind spots, scans the water's reflections like a radar, and even spots the tentacles' shadows creeping across him. His mind races through what you can't even see by a sea, locking onto 377 tentacles, tracking 190 blades, 55 lances, and 1,020 bullets, like it's counting down to impact. With godlike clarity, Vim realizes he can map the exact flight path of every projectile that comes flying at him. He slips through the deadly barrage like liquid lightning, weaving between those monstrous hits that would crush him into dust. Vim erupts in a wild, maniacal laugh, praising how the hierarch is ruthlessly efficient, never wasting energy on pointless attack. He feels unstoppable, soaking in the rush of seeing the whole battlefield at once, like he's got a 360-degree mind map of every move. A rush of terror jolts through his spine as he realizes that if he slips even for a heartbeat, it's instant death. He can't stop wondering if that death hunt urge was always buried in him, because the negotiation with the hierarch feels insanely thrilling. Vim declares this moment pure joy, because he finally hits his full power and max performance at last. Deadly tendrils snap forward with blinding speed, tearing through the air in a wild frenzy of destruction. Vim just barely dodges a killing strike, and it hits him. He almost ate that attack head on. With the support fire cut off, a calm voice steps in and thanks Hidemari for everything she's done. In the middle of the chaos, a desperate scream cuts through the noise. Han, can you tell us how we can get out? The team grapples with a brutal choice: stick with Wim or fight for their lives while stray bullets scream past and they scramble to keep the injured safe. With the battle tearing the world apart, Even the idea of offering support gets ripped to shreds. A brutal storm of crushing punches hammers the battlefield, and every impact explodes with deafening power. Camilla clocks it instantly. Jumping into that lightning-fast clash would be suicide for them, and all they do is get in the way. Orders snap through the air. Hold the line, defend with everything you've got, and fall back as far as you can. With the great curtain set in motion, the whole crew launches into a frantic evacuation before it's too late. A brutal shockwave detonates through the air, blasting the leader's silhouette in harsh light as the chaos erupts around him. As the fight rages on, Camilla can't stop replaying Wim's wild promise that he'd take down the floor boss himself. She finally admits she thought he was just bluffing, like he'd never really go face the monster alone. To her complete shock, Wim isn't just keeping up with the boss, he's bullying it into a dead end, right where it can't breathe. Realizing this fight has leaped past their limits, Camilla throws her full trust behind Wim. Deep in the zone, Wim uncovers a wild side of himself and can't stop chasing the rush of cutting loose with zero hesitation. He charges forward with ferocious momentum, and his body turns into a blur of raw violence. Wim smashes through the assaults, then realizes the terrifying truth: he's stuck in a stalemate, and not a single blow has landed on the main body. Pushing himself to stay sharp, he knows he can't waste time in a battle that drags on forever. Dodging wave after wave of strikes, he grits his teeth and forces his mind to break past its limits, thinking even harder. He remembers feeling that tough shell buried in the black mist, and it hits him. This isn't natural at all. He locks onto the target and decides that shattering the core hidden inside it is the only path to victory. A brand new path snaps into his mind like the math just clicked. He can't fully explain it, but he instantly knows it's the fastest way straight to the boss. A surge of inspiration detonates in his head, lighting up the exact path he needs to take next. A wild solution blooms in his mind when probabilities collide and parallel moments line up just right. Right now, everything depends on whether he can stay locked on that plan. No mistakes, no slips. He realizes the shaking in his body started right from the very beginning, fear driving every tremor. Seeing that miraculous road to victory, he finally gets it, the terrifying, electrifying rush of being just one step from triumph. With a 90 death rate hanging over him, he still swears this version of himself can beat the odds. He turns the terror of suicide into a wild rush, then grins at just how ridiculous the risk is. He rockets forward until the world blurs, his face twisting under the brutal force of the wind. The gigantic boss erupts into action, whipping its tentacles through the air to snap him out of the way. To everyone watching, Wim suddenly disappears, like he got erased from the world right in front of their eyes. Wim freezes mid-breath, staring in shock as the rain cuts out of nowhere. He realizes it's not that he just stopped anymore. He blasted up so high he's riding above the cloud. When he realizes the enemy won't stop chasing him even down here, he slams into the descent to crank his speed even higher. As he drops headfirst, everything cuts out, sound vanishes into total crushing silence. In the unnerving hush, he can't shake the feeling that he's the last living thing left in the entire world. As he closes in on the target, a dizzying rush hits him, like total control over that space is slipping into his hands. Magic circles blaze to life as he charges straight into the impact zone, smashing forward with terrifying power. Wim snaps his head up and realizes the enemy just slammed up a barrier, desperate to stop his descent. He grinds his body past the edge and vows to burn every last ounce of strength to smash through. He rockets forward, cranking up the speed again and again until he turns into a living bullet meant to smash through everything in his path. His gaze snaps onto the target, pinpointing the one hidden core buried deep inside the swirling black mist. With razor focus, he smashes straight into the objective, detonating with a blinding burst of raw power. The whole world shatters into white static and glitchy noise, and then Wim standing there alone in a deadly quiet void. Confusion hits him hard as he scans the empty space, totally lost and not knowing where he is. A strange egg-like pod bursts open in front of him, and a thick, dark slime splatters onto the ground. The shell shatters wide open, and out spills a bottomless darkness hiding within. A glitching hand bursts out of the wreckage, clawing at the air, like it's reaching for something impossible. Distorted voices ricochet through the void, almost speech, but nothing ever clicks into anything you can make sense of. A gigantic shadow crushes over him, and it speaks in cryptic symbols, words that don't just confuse him, they break the limits of human understanding. Even though the words make no sense, Wim feels zero malice from the entity. He just knows it isn't there to hurt him. The vision cuts off just as fast as it starts, fading into nothing the moment he gives that quiet acknowledgement. Wim snaps back to reality, crumples to the ground, and gasps for air as exhaustion slams into him all at once. The floor boss's massive body collapses behind him, smashing into the water with a thunderous splash. He finally clicks. He actually pulled it off, shielding everyone, and then he locks eyes with the smiles lighting up his Russian comrades' faces. His strength gives out, and he topples forward face first into the water with a brutal splash. Alarm shrieks rip through the guild as everyone panics, screaming his name like their lives depend on it. As his consciousness slips away, he clings to one sweet thought: the relentless rain has finally stopped. The expedition wraps up with 106 injured, and then the final report drops like a miracle: absolute 0 deaths. They hit the entrance to the 50th floor, then everyone gapes up at a towering staircase, guarded by eerie serpent statues on both sides. A colossal amphibian titan towers up ahead, staring straight at the intruders like it's ready to tear into them any second. The giant frog snaps its tongue like a whip, but the vanguard slips out of the sticky strike with razor-sharp, practiced ease. Nicholas bursts forward and snaps the opening shut, hurling her massive hammer with a battle cry straight at the beast. Her erupting crush surges forward, and with a brutal connection, she slams the monster's jaw straight into the ground. Right when the beast stumbles back to its feet, Malice snaps out a binding spell, pinning its limbs to the floor so it can't move and can't fight back. A wave of fire crashes down and swallows the trapped monster whole as the next teammate blasts out a sheet of flame to burn it to the ground. The creature thrashes in agony as the flames devour it, trapped tight in magical restraints with nowhere to run. A lone swordsman bursts through the smoke and carves the burning beast into 3 perfect sections in one unstoppable, flowing slash. Blood splatters across Kronos' cheek, and he grins like he just nailed the perfect kill. With the fight finally over, the party barrels toward Kronos, firing off praises for how coolly he handled everything and how unstoppable his skill was. Now that Nicholas healed, Dragonwing dives right back into the dungeon, moving as one, their teamwork snapping into a whole new level of deadly, impressive coordination. Even while she's stuck juggling the map and a pile of random chores, the ELF can't deny it somehow. Their battle coordination has gotten way better. Even with their success shining bright, a nasty doubt starts creeping into her head as she studies how ridiculously fast they've advanced. She admits that shredding through this floor proves the trio isn't just lucky, they've got real potential. Their reckless courage swings the fight their way, and you can straight up feel the raw talent underneath. Still, she shuts it down cold, saying that even with all their talent, this party has 0 shot of lasting. That Dragonwing chasing frontline fame is gone, but this mid-level party's still got everything they need to survive. She admits it might come off rude, but the truth hits hard. These guys just don't have the raw power to beat a floor boss. The story snaps to the Dragonwing party house, where a hot, hearty meal is waiting to rescue them after the expedition. They all dig in, trapped in an awkward hush, while the only noise that breaks the silence is cutlery clattering against plates. Tension crawls through the room as they chow down, everyone snapping their gaze away and chewing like eye contact might explode. Breaking the quiet, Kronos snapped, asking if Nicola had cooked, then called her out for forgetting to yank the carrot stems again. Nicola trips over herself, blushing hard, and blurts out frantic apologies for being so clumsy, while the others try to wave it off with laughs. Their laughter cuts out the second awkward silence hits because one member refuses to bite into the stem, even with Kronos pushing them to try. The elf lets out a quiet inward sigh, feeling the air turn heavy and watching as nobody has a clue how to lift the mood. Suddenly, Kronos snaps to attention, remembering the exact thing he wanted to bring up with the whole group. With a laid-back grin, he turns to the girls and asks what they think about recruiting new members to boost their numbers. He snaps back and reminds them they're still in a rank party, admitting the whole rehabilitation got in the way, and he totally forgot. If they start recruiting, from recruiting, they can hop right back to the front lines in no time because their status is too damn powerful to keep them away. Nicholas snaps into silence, then blurts out the exact question with a shaky hesitation. How many people is he planning to squeeze into their close-knit group? When Kronos pitches the idea of recruiting a couple dozen people, The girls all lock eyes with him, each one wearing their own worried expression. The elf can't stop fretting over how they're going to vet all these strangers, especially when their current party is made up of nothing but women. Totally unaware of the tension crackling in the air, Kronos whips his head to Malus and demands her take, leaving her completely blindsided. He leans in with bright, innocent curiosity, waiting on the edge of his seat for an answer. As the elf watches, he realizes Kronos always slips in control like this, tweaking the conversation under everyone's nose. Malus blurts out that she'd probably feel safer if the new recruits were girls, but she insists she's okay with Kronos being the only guy. The elf watches that awkward exchange and instantly clocks the real problem. There's romantic tension in the air, and it's tearing their group dynamic apart. A tangled love triangle brews. Both girls crave Kronos, and somehow he pulls feelings right back for both. Nicholas sinks into silent dread, terrified that if more women crash the party, Kronos will snap, turning his obsession from Nicholas to the newcomers. Sophia drops into a troubled expression, and honestly, it's no shock she looks this worried. Seeing Sophia's distress, Kronos leans in and demands to know what's wrong. Sophia blurts out her worries. Money is tight, and they've got zero experience handling a whole roster of members. A heavy silence crashes onto the dining table, and her words hit like a truth that won't let go. Kronos brushes off her fears and snaps that if she truly thought the plan couldn't work, she should have shut it down from the very beginning. Sophia gets thrown off by his brutal pushback, stammers out a mess of words, and can't land a real defense. Kronos claims that the floor boss's reward is so huge that money practically stops being a problem. Panic hits Sophia like a truck as she frantically rips through her memories, terrified she might have missed that one crucial detail in her reports. Kronos clocks her hesitation and offers a private meeting in his room like, "If you can't find the words, come talk to me." Sophia tells everyone that Wim's notes prove it. There's no real evidence and no approval, so they can't move against the subjugated boss. She's shaking with panic, and then it hits. Horror floods her as she realizes she just made a massive administrative mistake. A piercing voice snaps in, ordering her to never speak that man's name again. Sophia shoots back with an apology, saying the records show those documents were supposedly sent. The whole crew lands on one brutal truth: that guy botched the paperwork, so that's why the reward money is still nowhere to be found. Sophia brushes off the blame storm and insists that approval should have shown up already, no matter what went wrong. She tries to convince them to pause the expansion, pointing out that with everything so uncertain, they're not ready to commit. Tension snaps as Kronos rips himself to his feet in full-blown fury, shattering the entire meal. Teeth clenched tight, he spits curses at that bastard because somehow he's back to stir up trouble for them all over again. He roars that Dragonwing is the one who crushed the 97th floor boss, then demands to know how long Wim's going to keep blocking them. Sophia drops her gaze in bitter resignation, accepting that this twisted story is the truth and nothing's going to change it. She bites out a bitter truth: this party isn't fixing anything. It's just rubbing salt in the wounds by slapping Wim Strauss with the villain label. The story suddenly drops into a hushed room where a sparkling chandelier dangles from the ceiling like it owns the silent. Wim groggily cracks his eyes open and realizes he's waking up in a bed that doesn't belong to him. A girl curled up beside his bed snaps to attention the moment he's awake, then blurts his name to get his attention. She greets him with bright morning cheer, but he groans through the pain. She snaps at him to stay perfectly still and say nothing because his battered throat and bruised body are hanging on by a thread. Rattled and spinning out, Wim scrambles for answers, desperate to remember where he is and how everything went so wrong. Memories crash back into his head, and before he can even breathe, he blurts out, "Is everyone okay?" The girl snapped at him for overdoing it right after she'd begged him not to. Wim snaps to his senses in a hospital, then scrambles to figure out how he even ended up there. She tells him, "Yeah, it's bad major injuries. I get it, but nobody's life is hanging by a thread." She blurts out that he's been out cold for 5 brutal days. She beams at him with a warm smile and praises him for everything he's been doing out there. Relief crashes over Wim like a wave, and he blurts out a heartfelt thanks to the heavens. Tears blur his vision as he finally commits, saving everyone is worth risking his own life. The girl leans toward the window and calls out to whoever's out there, telling them Camilla wanted them to be called the moment he wakes up. A gentle hand swings the door open, and that familiar voice calls Wim's name. Camilla storms into the room grinning and taunts him. "So, did you actually have fun with that reckless stunt?" Blushing like crazy, Wim snaps his eyes away and admits, with total honesty, that he liked it just a little. Camilla flashes a warm smile and his honest answer wins her over instantly. Wim jolts awake in bed as the door creaks open, and there standing right in the doorway is a face he instantly recognizes. To his total shock, guild leader Camilla, still locked in full armor, drops into a deep bow and lowers her head with pure, overwhelming respect. Startled by the sudden formality from his superior, Wim frantically flails his hands and pleads for her to please lift her head. A gentle voice slips through her hair as she earnestly, almost simply offers her heartfelt thanks. She admits it right now, all she can offer is heartfelt gratitude, because the truth is she has no clue how she could ever repay him. Tears pour down her cheeks as she keeps thanking him over and over, and her composure finally shatters under the sheer weight of relief. Wim stammers blurted out incoherent words, totally blindsided by the stoic leader's sudden, full-force emotional outburst. With his cheeks scratched in pure embarrassment, he humbly blurts out that he's just relieved everyone made it back safe. Camilla locks eyes with him, stunned that after he just risked his life, the very first thing on his mind is still protecting everyone else. Overwhelmed by emotion, her body spasms as she crashes straight into her breaking point. With a scream, she explodes forward and slams into him, crushing him in a bone-breaking hug that leaves him reeling. Win wheezes, breathing hard because the moment a stranger in metal plate armor wraps an embrace around him, he realizes too late that it hurts like hell. As Wim's face turns a sickly blue from the chokehold, a loud, roaring laugh bursts from the doorway at the sight of him fighting to breathe. The rest of the guild barrels into the room, yelling that the whole crew is here to pay their hero a visit. Without a second thought about his situation, the whole crowd pounces onto the bed, piling into the hug and crushing him even harder under their combined weight. Crushed beneath those towering corpses, Wim gasps out a ragged scream as something brutal drains the life out of him, slow and merciless. The pile swells bigger with every new member who dives in, ignoring the fact that the patient is still barely recovering. Wim shrieks that he's dying, then spots Abel rushing into the fight, and his stomach drops when he realizes his own friends are hunting him too. The nurse snaps into action, unleashing a furious command for the mob to back off while the other girls howl, furious that they can't get their turn. She lunges in to restore control, snaps at them that it's long past time to stop before they wreck everything for good. She watches the chaos unfold and grimly realizes Wim won't last much longer at this pace. Camilla's voice suddenly slices through the chaos as she roars at everyone to snap to attention. With zero self-awareness, she snaps at the whole crew to keep their contact brief, so the injured hero doesn't get worse. Deadpants, a guild member who preaches strength and redemption, just can't seem to match her own sermons because that bone-crushing hug she gave proves the opposite, and she shuts it down fast with a flat-out denial. They crack down hard, setting up a no-bypass system. Every single person only got one shot to thank him. A line snaps into place in an instant, and one by one the members step forward, eyes brimming as they choke out heartfelt thanks to their savior. Wim flashes an awkward grin as he grips the handshake, then quickly insists he's just doing his job as an adventurer. One guy tries to stretch the moment and squeeze out a few more words, but the ruthless system slams in instantly. Someone barks at him to move along. The assembly line never slows, everybody shoots off quick. Thanks, then gets waved out in a hurry so the next person can jump in. Chaos erupts again the moment someone tries to squeeze back into the line, and a hard, cutting rebuke shuts them down fast because they already had their turn. Fights erupt over who gets to claim those moments, while his members scramble for one more heartbeat with him, just one. Camilla fiercely defends the brutal time limits, insisting that if they stretch even a second longer, their hype could literally murder the very savior they came to save. A calm voice cuts through the chaos, telling them right there to call it quits for the day. The nurse yanks Camilla away by the collar, and the leader gets a sharp reminder she's an intensive care patient too, and she has to be taken back to her room. With everyone gone and the world finally quiet, Wim lets out a soft laugh, stunned by how ridiculous and how warm his comrades really were. The nurse comes back and softly tells him the storm's over, so he should finally get some rest, and he nods gratefully, like it's the best news he's heard all day. As he sinks into the pillows, the room falls deadly quiet, And all that praise from today crashes back in like a wave. He can still hear the shock in their voices as they told him they'd never, ever seen anyone fight with that kind of jaw-dropping skill. The heartfelt thanks from that girl, the one she said after he saved her life, keep pounding through his mind. As his eyes start to droop, the whole guild's tearful cries of gratitude wash over him, and peace finally settles deep in his heart. All alone after the visit, Wim soaks in the quiet afterglow and finally lets out a smile because their gratitude lit up something real inside him. He grips the sheets like their life itself, stunned by that brand new rush of being useful and hearing their grateful thanks hit back. With Camilla's strength backing him up, he steels himself and makes it official. He's joining the Knacked Libel Guild for real. Panic hits him as loud voices spill outside his door, and he realizes those troublemakers have finally showed up for a visit. He just accepts it and tells himself the truth. This world is packed with every kind of person imaginable. His thoughts slide into a darker contrast, weighing the gratitude he got today against the people he used to thank back then. He clutches his chest as sharp pain hits, then snaps at himself hard and slams the brakes on those thoughts. Even in this kindness-filled moment, traumatic memories slam the brakes on his hope, and despair swallows him whole. Swamped by emotion, he finally gets it. Those bitter feelings won't stay buried, and they're spilling out anyway. He frantically tells himself those dark thoughts don't reflect who he really is, grinding his teeth as he tries to shove the resentment back down. Standing outside the door in silence, the nurse listens with a grim face. She can feel the hero's hidden pain seeping out. In a dazzling, high-class office, a report came crashing onto the desk of a top-ranking official, confirming that Wim Strauss has finally awakened. An official breaks the city-wide buzz about Knacked Libel allegedly bending the 98th floor boss to their will. He watches the whispers explode among the journalists, rumors flying that the temporary Grandmaster's actually the one who killed the beast. His sharp gaze pins his subordinate in place as he growls that the guild's job is simple: find the truth. The subordinate breaks into a cold sweat and quickly nods, agreeing with his superior's verdict. A tiny amused chuckle slips out of the guild master, cracking his stone-still stoic act. His aide couldn't believe his eyes. How rare was it to see him this pumped over something as small as an investigation? As they rush off toward the hospital, they can't stop thinking it this lucky hero is about to come face-to-face with the guild master. As they head out, the master nudges them and says, "Use this moment. Go ask me about that shady 97th floor incident with Dragon Wayne." Camilla Gaze stands at Vim with a solemn face and demands a promise. Just one thing. Her expression melts into a warm, gentle smile as she leans in and asks him to remember her and promise to think of her at least once every day. Vim just freezes, staring back in full-blown confusion with no idea how to answer a request that hits that hard, that fast. The story then flips to a book excerpt saying the labyrinth's floors don't connect by stairs or bridges, only by teleportation circles scattered between them. Dr. Hinkes throws his whole life into studying Lano's Lutz, convinced that the more you dig into it, the space around you just reshapes itself into something like a floor. Vim grips the book like it might explode, staring in awe at the cover of the controversial text, Labyrinth Freak. Lying on his sickbed, Vim can't help it. No matter how many times he rereads Dr. Hankey's essay, it still hits him like a thunderclap. You can feel this wave of empathy and warmth pouring out of every word the author writes. Even with how brilliant Vim's theory is, he can't shake the shock. How come he never sees a single one of the doctor's papers published in academic journals? His thoughts get ripped apart when Camilla suddenly screams his name from the doorway, and he erupts into a shock-filled scream. Camilla flashes a sly grin, daring him to admit it takes real guts to ignore her while she's right in front of him. She blurts out a quick apology, laughing it off as a joke, then admits that he looks so locked in on that book that it had to be one of my money to Vim's eyes flare with pure excitement as he confirms no way. He never thought he'd actually get his hands on a copy of Labyrinth Freak. Camilla lets slip that she pulled a few strings from her contacts to get it, but the trade route itself stays locked behind a secret. She snaps that the book came from an unapproved branch because turning self-published manuscripts into legit peer-reviewed books takes forever. Vim grips the book with a grin, buzzing with curiosity, and can't help wondering if any other members of the Act are as hooked on this kind of science-flavored stuff as he is. Camilla barges into his thoughts, tells him there's a visitor waiting, and asks if he'll mind heading to the reception room. Vim nods, then hauls himself out of bed. His feet slam the floor with a brutal thump. He tells her, straight up, that even if he looks wrecked, he's actually bounced back a lot since that battle. An older doctor grabs Vim's attention and bluntly warns him he can't keep wrecking his body because he's already been pushing far past his limits on the 98th floor. The doctor leans in and says the move is a must because the visitors won't fit in that room as it is. Vim's left totally stunned. He can't wrap his head around it, because how in the world could a visitor possibly not fit in the room? The doctor leans in and says the guest probably won't even clear the doorway. Camilla flashes a confident smile while Vim's nerves scream as he blurts out, "So who are you exactly?" A messenger bird drops a note, and the guild master wants to talk right with him. Outside, a hulking giant sprawls beside the fountain, and his massive weight lands with a bone-rattling thud. A furious dog lets out savage barks at the giant man, who's just sitting beside a terrified child on the bench, shaking from fear. A bystander nervously corners Guildmaster Gottolf and begs him to do something about that terrifying aura that's sending shivers down their spine. Gut Health says he's just wandering around, then snaps at the barking dog like, "Don't ask for the impossible." The dog instantly shrinks back and whines, terrified by the fierce stare glaring out over Gotel's sunglasses. A reporter rushes up to the chaos and shouts, "Excuse me," just to snag the giant's attention. The little man strides right up to the giant and calls him straight out, "Guildmaster." He leans in and asks if he can fire off a couple questions to nail down whether the rumors about Wim Strauss are real. Gotthelf shuts him down on the spot, flatly saying he's got nothing to say to any reporter. The reporter won't quit, begging for a quote to prove the headline like a single grandeur just toppled a floor boss all by himself. Gotthelf snaps his head around, face carved of stone, and bluntly repeats that he has absolutely nothing to say. The reporter goes for it, sliding over a huge donation to the guild and daring him to trade it for a justice statement. Gotelf snaps with a sharp, disbelief-filled sound at how wildly brazen that offer is. He leans in like a threat from the shadows, demanding, "Tell me, I heard you right. Are you really trying to buy him off?" The reporter snaps to it too late, then stammers out a frantic denial as the guildmaster's wrath crashes down on him. The reporter freezes in pure shock as Guth Health towers over him, his face twisting into raw fear and total confusion. Gotelf glares down in pure disgust, hissing that he's scum for trying to bribe the guildmaster. The reporter shrieks in pure terror, snatches his hat in panic, and realizes the horrifying weight of his mistake the second that looming figure steps in. A razor-thin silence snaps into place as the reporter freezes cold, trapped under the guildmaster's unblinking stare. Gotthelf slams his massive hands together inches from the reporter's face, and the shockwave hits so hard the poor man can't stop trembling. Wind slams into the reporter so hard it warps his face, knocks his glasses out of the air, and leaves him frozen in stunned silence. God's Health declares that before he ever becomes a guildmaster, he's a man of the claw. As the reporter staggers back with the bleeding nose, fist clenched through the pressure, the giant priest roars that he'll never miss a single sin committed in his presence. The reporter crumples to the ground, trembling like crazy after the intimidation hits. Gottolf tore into the reporter, demanding to know why he wouldn't show some backbone and cover the other big guilds, Minerva and Kitsune, then sneered that maybe that clap finally knocked some sense loose. Alva storms in and chews out the guildmaster, shouting that he caused the reporter's nose to bleed, so now they'll probably fire back with a nasty negative article. The reporter panics on the spot, swearing he never meant to cover the incident, terrified that retaliation is coming for him next. When the offer to be healed hits, the reporter snaps it down hard, then panics, blurts out some lame excuse, and bolts from the scene without looking back. Gotthelf steadied his nerves, thanked Wim for making the long trek to the reception room, and hurriedly apologized for the whole disturbance. Wim freezes in awe and fear, staring at the towering figure now sitting across from him like nothing happened. The giant strides up and introduces himself with full formality, Gotelf, Guildmaster, and says it's an honor to finally meet Wim. Wim shoots back a nervous reply, forces a shaky introduction, and sweats buckets under the Guildmaster's piercing presence. Narrative exposition drops the bomb. Gottolf. Notchenhauer is a living legend. He once carved his way through the labyrinth, crushing foes with a colossal warhammer. He's a one-of-a-kind warrior priest. No fixed class, no tricks, just raw physical power, charging straight into the fight and even healing himself to stand there and take the beating. Gottolf politely asks if he can call the young adventurer Woman O, And for a moment, his scary reputation drops as his demeanor turns respectful. Vim's mind shrieks that the guy is terrifying, but on the outside, he stammers, "It's totally fine. Yeah, I don't mind the nickname," like he's trying to convince himself. Gotelf bursts into hearty laughter, slaps his knee, and tells Vim not to worry at all. He only showed up to say thanks and offer his congratulations. Gotelf leans in, the glare on his glasses flashing, and then he drops a bold little detail he's dying to confirm. Vim perches awkwardly on the sofa's edge, stammering his thanks like, "You really came all this way just to thank me, Guildmaster." Gotelf snaps that since he took down the floor boss all by himself, paying his respects isn't optional, it's mandatory. He flashes a huge grin, leans in and tells Vim he nailed it, praising his achievement to the bone. Vim's totally thrown off by the exact wording, and he can't stop wondering why that single-handedly part is even there. He shuts the Guildmaster down and hammers it home. Naklable's whole crew took down the floor boss together. Gotelf breaks into loud laughter, grinning because Vim is exactly the kind of man Camilla swore he'd be. He lays it out plain. Getting the boss to trigger his phase change and knocking it down is basically the same as soloing same merit, no shortcut. Gotelf drops the bombshell that Camilla and the rest of Naklable back this assessment too. So all that's left for Vim is to swallow the credit. Vim tries to claim it's a mistake, but Gotelf snaps him shut, demanding he accept the honor. He tells Vim he's heading to the awards ceremony and walking home with a reward during the upcoming Festival of Passage. The Festival of Passage is Veerbrand's biggest celebration. Whenever a floor boss gets wiped out, the sky opens up and a brand new floor path appears. Gotelf says that since this lands right after they just cleared the 97th floor, they're going to throw a never-before-seen joint festival for both floors. He's convinced this will be the biggest festival Veerbrand has ever seen ever. With a grim, focused stare, he lays it all out, and what he reveals is beyond extraordinary. Gotelf tells the story of how Dragonwing steamrolled the 97th floor boss with just 4 people, then months later did it again by crushing the 98th floor boss. He points out the brutal irony this time. The 98th floor boss goes down to just one adventurer, the same person Dragonwing kicked out. Vim sinks into silence, crushed by the Guildmaster's words and the massive weight of what he's just accomplished. Gotelf straight up says everyone in Veerbrand already knows Dragonwing crushed the 97th floor boss. And then it's like, yeah, the link to Vim should be screamingly obvious. He drops a bombshell. Dragonwing still hasn't gotten official approval for that exact subjugation. Gotelf admits the whole approval process got put on hold because Dominic, his sharp-eyed subordinate, noticed something just wasn't right. Vim stares in shock and blasts back in confusion, swearing he wrote those documents himself and insisting there's not a single mistake in them. Dominic double-checks the paperwork and swears it's flawless, leaving VIM even more rattled about why the delay happened at all. He makes it crystal clear the report feels off, like Vim didn't just get left behind, but somehow tried to write himself right out of the story. Dominic admits the Labyrinth might have played tricks on everyone, but after they investigated on site, it became crystal clear something was seriously wrong. He tells him that Vim's earlier reaction basically sealed his theory. Vim kept quiet about his own deeds because he truly thinks they don't matter. Dominic keeps pressing for an answer, but Vim panics and blurts that he never claimed anything. He just reported the objective truth. He presses harder and figures out Vim is the last one standing. Then he finishes the boss when the other 3 crumple down. Dominic confesses he went undercover as a reporter so he could get the real truth straight from Kronos. In a flashback, Kronos grins and quizzes the disguised Dominic, offering him a taste of the glorious boss floor showdown if he wants to hear it. Kronos smirks like he's untouchable, bragging he erased the monster for good, cutting it clean in half, and the horrific feeling still crawling in his hands. In the present day, Dominic clocks it instantly. Kronos' massive retelling clashes head-on with the official report, and it doesn't match one bit. Vim stares down, baffled, and blurts out how in the world the tale ever spiraled into this full-on lie. Dominic watches coldly as Kronos, unlike humble Vim, seems to think he's the whole show, like his powers and talent are on some higher pedestal. Vim jumps in to cover for his old boss, forcing out a shaky laugh and insisting that Kronos is just the type to hype things up a little for the reporters. Dominic admits Kronos could be something big, but he rips into his character and shuts down the official record, demanding real proof before it ever stands. Vim's sweating buckets under the crushing pressure, and he finally blurts out, So what exactly do you want from me, Guild? Dominic thunders that, sweeping the truth under the rug when it's about a floor boss's honor and subjugation is a sin. With absolute certainty, he declares that Vim can reclaim every ounce of credit that's rightfully his. Vim's stomach drops as they realize, oh no, they're about to officially hand him the 97th floor clear like it's sealed and done. He battles himself in silence, realizing he hasn't even figured out his own tangled feelings about Dragonwing yet. Vim panics that if he pulls back his report right now, it'll turn everything between him and his old party into a total disaster. He's torn up inside, overwhelmed too, and he can't ignore it. These strangers are trying to help him, even though he's fighting every step. Vim plants his feet and declares it. Dragonwing took down the boss, then he got dropped like trash. But Nacht Libel scooped him up, recognized him, and claimed him. He fixes them with a sudden, terrifying glare and demands to know if they've got a problem with that version of events. Guts' health and Dominic freeze for a split second, their mouths going silent as the sheer pressure blasting off the young adventurer hits them like a wall. Vim yanks himself out of that trance, and the second he realizes he just stared down the Guildmaster, panic explodes into a sharp gasp. He drops his head in panic, keeps apologizing, and swears that back then he was so desperate he can't even remember what happened clearly. Gato forgives him, but then fires back accept the honor of clearing the 98th floor, at least. Later down the hallway, Camilla corners Godelf and asks how the meeting went, but he just shrugs and says it's hard to say. Gotelf stares off, thinking Vim only trusts what's locked in as truth, then wonders if the kid even realizes he just brought a floor bus crashing down. He clocks that the kid has zero presence, and he doesn't even think he'd be able to spot him in a crowded room. Gotelf drops his serious face and admits it straight. If Vim really locks in, even he can't stand up to him. Camilla snaps at him that money can't buy Vim, and it's clear as day Gotelf is pushing him hard. She smirks like she owns the truth, and Gotelf just lets out a quiet hum as he silently admits she's right. Gotelf tells her not to go overboard with the boy, and she just laughs like, what's the point? He can't stop me anyway. He confirms that Vim just wouldn't claim the credit for the 97th floor subjugation, and that's the tragic part. Gotelf replays the meeting in his head, and the truth hits him hard. The only time that boy ever felt real to him was in that one single moment. In a brutal flashback, Vim's eyes burned with terrifying intensity as he confronted them about his past. For a blink, Gotelf swears it felt like he actually glimpsed the real Vim hiding under all that shyness. He strides off, still wondering if that quiet kid might actually have what it takes to take down a legend like him. Abel drops a fresh change of clothes onto the table and fires off one last question to Vim before he leaves the room. Anything else he need? Vim blurts his thanks, hauling himself upright in a sick bed as it sinks fast, swallowed by a mountain of gifts that keeps climbing higher and higher. Vim scans the mess, lets out a heavy sigh, and admits he's genuinely shaken by just how much presence he's been hit with. A narration caption reveals that Abel shows up every single day, faithfully checking on the adventurer as they recover. Flashbacks reveal Abel, grinning like sunshine, insisting he'll handle it even with his own jam-packed schedule. He's practically shouting, "Leave it to me." Abel blurts out nonstop that he's so grateful, repeating to Vim again and again that he looked absolutely badass during that battle. Vim flashes an awkward smile and wipes his sweaty brow, because sure, Abel's trying to be nice, but that nonstop high-voltage praise is so intense it's almost embarrassing. He finally gives up and accepts the grim truth. Right now, his job is nothing more than lying in bed, taking one endless visitor after another. A guest greets him with a huge smile, saying he looks way better than the last time they visited him last week. Another visitor steps up with a fresh bouquet of flowers and swears the scent has a special calming power that'll speed up his recovery. A beaming man thrusts a jar of olives into view and proudly boasts that he grew every single one back in his hometown. Someone else thrusts a copy of the hottest new novel into their hands and says it's being sold nearby. A woman bends low, tears streaming down her face, and thanks Vim for keeping her husband safe through that brutal expedition. A proud father shoves his baby onto the bed, swearing she's an angel, and orders Vim to hold her right now. Finally, Vim is left alone. He lets out a long, shaking breath of relief, looking tiny and utterly drained as chaos swallows him in a mountain of gifts. He grabs the wrap box, freezes in place, and tries to yank the memory back. Who exactly handed him this thing? Vin frets that he can't remember faces at all, panicking because Naklable already has 122 members. What if he can't nail all their name? A weird dude with a monocle steps in, grins, and introduces himself as Gregor, part of the Brother Branch Party, the Libra Robbie. Gregor breaks it down. Once you count the members from every branch party, the number of associates shoots up to 1,000 or more. He leans in with a wicked grin, whispers to Vim that his beatdown of the floor boss was so legendary even the secondary parties couldn't ignore it. Vim stares him down, clocking how Gregor doesn't give off the same razor-sharp intensity as the main Nacked Libel crew. Gregor rubs the back of his head, looking embarrassed, and blurts out that, yeah, he's the leader now, but he was just handed the title a short while ago. Vim's chest loosens with pure relief, and he instantly clicks. This awkward, unthreatening guy is absolutely one of his own. Gregor steps forward with a white box, wearing a modest smile, and begs Vim to take it as a little welcome gift. Vim tears open the gift and freezes in pure shock when he sees the box is packed to the rim with gold coins. Gregor misreads the whole reaction and blurts, "Is this not enough?" While Vim panics and slams the door on the idea, refusing an absurd bribe like it's poison. Vim warns that taking the money will spell trouble for Camilla, but Gregor pushes back hard, insisting it's just a small token of gratitude. Gregor realizes he messed up, lets out a shaky laugh, and blurts an apology for gifting something that's totally inappropriate. His gaze drifts to the bedside table and then stops dead, because a certain book on the shelf catches his eye. Gregor's eyes light up as he cranks up the volume, clocking the cover of the notorious academic book, Labyrinth Freak. He whips around to Vim and fires off a question. "So you read too?" And Vim, super cautious, finally admits he only reads a little. Vim snaps at him to read it carefully, warning that the guild never signed off on it and that the whole thing is seriously questionable. Gregor whips around in shock. There's that rare book right here, and blurts out, "Vim, did you really read it?" Because he knows getting a hold of something like this is insanely hard. With a shy blush creeping in, Gregor finally admits the truth. He's not just reading the book, he helped write it, even sending an article on fluorescent paint. Vim's eyes blaze with excitement as he confirms he's never read the other works, yet he's absolutely certain about that one article. Gregor lights up, grinning wide as he reveals his pen name is Jaloon, and tells Vim he's thrilled that Vim finally knows his work. He stared at Vim with fresh respect, and the thought hit him hard. He never expected to find a brother in a place like this. They chew the fat for hours about the same obsession, and eventually Gregor leans in and begs Vim to keep their hobby locked down, no telling Camilla. Vim beams with a warm smile as the conversation finally wraps up, and that comfort hits him hard because he knows he's not the only one like him inside the organization. The sun blazes over the guild hall, flashing like a spotlight on Vim's return. Today is the day he's finally discharged from the infirmary. Camilla flashes the hospital staff a goodbye, then snaps a reminder to Vim. "Take care of yourself," as he steps out through the infirmary door. Vim can barely believe it, shocked at how fast he's recovered, since he never thought he'd be cleared and sent home this quickly after that brutal fight. Vim steps out into the open air, breathing it in as he finally shakes off a whole week of confinement. Camilla's got that cool smile on her face as she waits for him, then fires off a congratulatory line about his discharge while she casually leans against the wall. She throws out a quick apology, saying sorry she made him travel all the way to her instead of going to him in the room. Then Vim shoots back fast, waving it off like it's nothing, and admits he's just thrilled to be moving at all. Vim snaps to a stop and just stares, shocked because this is the first time he's ever seen Camilla in plain civilian clothes. Camilla catches his intense stare, turns bright red, and stammers, "If you keep looking at me like that, I swear I'm going to feel embarrassed too." Vim looks her straight in the eye and tells her, no sugarcoating, that the outfit absolutely crushes on her. Then he smirks and adds that it's not weird at all, it's just a casual style that fits her perfectly. Camilla brings her fingers to her face, suddenly shy, admitting she still feels a bit off, like she's totally exposed without her usual heavy plate armor. She tells him that for years she's been stuck in her armor day after day, no exceptions, so when Vim finally asks what happened to her old gear, you can feel the mystery hanging in the air. Camilla lets out a tense breath and shows you the truth. Her beloved armor is back at the shop, getting hammered through huge repairs after the damage it just suffered. The flashback slams you into a brutal showdown where her armor gets blasted with brutal hits, taking the punishment to shield her from the floor boss. Then she finally admits the truth. The brawl on the 98th floor wrecked her armor's structural integrity. She hears the horrifying scrape of metal tearing apart, and the gut punch hits as she realizes her defense is collapsing at the worst possible second. Her face hardens the moment her fingers hit the torn spot in the armor, and the terror of dying crashes back like a wave. Camilla finally admits it. This armor didn't just help, it saved her life, acting like the only wall standing between her and a fatal hit. If she hadn't been wearing that specific high-grade set, she'd swear she would have dropped dead on the spot. Vim stands there with a heavy face, fully feeling the weight of the fight. They just barely made it through, and how close he was to losing her forever. Camilla snaps out of that crushing gloom and slams a bright, forced smile right back into the conversation. She cuts off the heavy talk about death and armor and insists, "Enough, let's move." And they start heading out. As they stride along, she leans in and tells him she's got something huge she needs to talk to him about right there in the city. She asks him to stick with her for a moment so she can lay out the whole situation. No eavesdropping, no interruptions. They stroll through Virabran's loud, bustling streets, soaking up the city's electric energy and the crowd's nonstop buzz. Camilla kicks off her explanation and points out that Virabran is a gigantic meeting ground where adventurers from every corner of the world crowd in. Since it's the heart of exploration, people flood in from every corner of the world, chasing fame, fortune, and pure glory. She warns that where the light shines and the wealth glitters, the deep shadows are always lurking underneath. She reveals that while the spotlight's elsewhere, power-hungry parties clash over resources, territory, and prestige, and it turns brutal fast. This competition goes toxic in a blink, sparks fly, and the guild can't clamp down on the chaos fast enough. Camilla whips around to Vim with a fierce stare and snaps that he's got to stay sharp now because all eyes are starting to land on him. She suddenly freezes, whips her head over her shoulder, and feels a chilling presence creeping close. Vim catches her sudden tightness, snaps, "What's wrong?" and spins around totally baffled. Camilla finally lets out a shaky breath, wondering if it was just her imagination or if someone out there really was watching. She cuts back into the conversation and warns him that Virabran has a nasty dark side most people refuse to see, especially the deadly parties trading in black maps. She calls black maps illegal because they're made by tossing disposable people into the labyrinth to spring traps and carve the route using their bodies. She rattles off more horrors like the demi-human slave trade with its hooked-up parties and how illegal magic drugs get pushed and distributed. Camilla snaps that even worse darkness is buried deep inside the city's giant walls, giving these evils room to rot in silence, completely unnoticed. She finally cuts through the small talk and asks him straight up if he's ever even heard of a party called Minerva Akaya. Vim freezes mid-breath, and the name jolts a spark of recognition inside his head. He says he's heard of them, nodding slow as the name clicks back into his memory. Camilla's face stays stone cold as she steels herself to tell them exactly why she brought them up. She drops the bombshell that, yeah, they're a top-tier guild, but the whispers say they're tied straight to the city's darkest underbelly. The scene slams shut on a towering, intimidating building like the story just warned you that a brutal fight is moments away. Camilla admits she got paranoid, sure the enemy would strike Vim the moment he was discharged, but she had no choice. She had to stay on guard. Vim trudged through the quiet outskirts of the city, and the name Minerva Akaya kept hammering in his skull, echoing like a warning he couldn't yet place. In a roaring tavern, Chrono twirls his wine like he owns the place and casually fires off a question to Nicola about the girl labeled as number 15. Nicholas rubs his cheek and remembers that red-haired warrior. Sure, she was cute, but her fighting power, it barely impressed him. Chronos flashes a smooth, fake grin and acts like just showing up is enough to spark life into their party. The elven mage slides in with ice-cold practicality, shuts down the girl the moment he reads her eyes, and tells her to go check out number 6 instead. Nicholas lets out a silent sigh, terrified that picking members on silly whim will wreck the party's coordination. The mage stares at Chronos like a bomb about to explode one wrong word, and he'll snap, hitting the reset button and wiping every bit of progress back to square one. She snaps her attention to a nearby table where a loud crew is buzzing about Knack Label's latest win. The patrons stare in disbelief as Knack Label rockets past the 98th floor, and they can't stop praising their own elite status. Kronos snaps mid-rank in place, his rival guild's name cutting straight through the tavern's roaring chaos. He snaps to his feet, towers over the gossiping adventurers, and demands to know right now if that story is real. The adventurers freeze mid-breath, stammering as recognition hits because there they are, staring down the terrifying leader of Dragonwing. Kronos locks onto them with a bone-chilling stare, then demands they spill every last thing they know about that rumor. The man admits with shaking nerves that knocked libel supposedly crashed into the floor, bossed mid-expedition, and jumped on it right away. He says the wildest part. There's a rumor they beat that monster on the spot, no backing up, no retreat at all. Another patron snaps that the tale just doesn't add up because it took a full 3 years to climb to the 97th floor. Gossip flares that Vim has been dragged into nude libel, and Kronos snaps to attention, jittery with rage. They still remember the huge tantrum Kronos threw the moment he realized his old baggage carrier was pulling it off without them. Kronos clenches his composure and scoffs that a dragon wing won't bow to their kind, but the guy cuts him off and drops even more shocking news. Before Camilla can be named, the adventurer stalls, then drops a weird rumor. Maybe she wasn't the one who struck the killing blow. He tells you straight up people are whispering that the temporary adventurer riding with the party is the one who took it down. The crowd's left completely baffled. How in the world does a top guild just sit back and let some outsider snatch all the glory? Kronos slams his fist down and roars at the guy to cut the riddles and spit it out clearly. The man trembles, then drops the bombshell the temporary member just wiped out the floor boss solo. Krono just stares, the word solo sliding right past his thoughts, like it can't possibly be real. The man insists that this one temporary member supposedly took care of the whole threat by himself. Kronos' mind snaps back in fury, rejecting the idea that anyone could take down a floor boss alone. A phantom image of Vim grinning mockingly slams through his mind, and denial hits him like a violent wave. Rage ripples through him as he shakes, muttering that there's no way this could be real, and then he snaps a warning, "Don't mess with him." His party stares in terror as his calm shatters right in the middle of the loud, packed tavern. Kronos snatches the adventurer by the collar, yanks him into the sky, and roars that nobody can take a floor boss alone. He hurls the terrified man into the wall, sneers that the rumor is pure trash, and the whole tavern freezes into stunned silence. The elven mage screams at him to stop, jabbing a finger like, "Can't you see everyone staring at your disgraceful display?" Kronos suddenly lets the man go. Then the red haze fades away as the man blurts out an apology, swearing he has no idea what possessed him. He rubs his hair back and blurts out a shaky excuse like he's only been a little on edge lately. A rugged guy at the next table leans in and blurts out that Kronos is right. The rumor sounds crazy, but it's not as unbelievable as people think. He shoots in a sharp jab, saying it's just as unbelievable that 4 people supposedly cleared the 97th floor. War rages, then the stranger digs the knife in even deeper, bellowing at the top of his lungs. So why is Dragonwing's promotion to a rank taking forever to go through? Kronos' crew snaps to attention at the jab, and then someone finally calls it out. Turns out the heckler is Daz, the beer rank adventurer, the Iron Fist. Krono laughs off the rumors, saying Vim only pulled it off because their old chore kid botched something along the way, and he scoffs at the idea that anyone could drop a golem using nothing but their bare fists. Das beugt sich nach vorn, spuckt mit einem fiesen Grinsen und stichelt, dass der angebliche Core-Boy in Naklu erstaunlich gut dasteht, und dann kichert er Kronos an, indem ihm anbietet, die neuesten Gerüchte über seinen Ex-Teamkollegen auszuplaudern. Kronos snaps, demanding to know what that man's tone even means, while Daz just shrugs it off, insisting Vim probably slipped into the guild through connections, not actual skill. Daz barrels right up to Dragonwing and roasts them to their faces, calling them mopey-dopey and saying they don't look like an outrank party at all. Then he jeers at how they've fallen, rubbing it in that all the hype around them has just vanished. Krono locks eyes with that dead cold stare and flat out repeats that he's just been on edge lately. Then he fires back, asking if the guy's deaf or simply too stupid to have caught the warning the first time. Tension snaps the moment Daz rises up, towering over Kronos and flashing a clear "fight's coming" signal. And the whole tavern erupts, patrons cheering like they're begging for the first hit. Daz leans in so close Kronos can feel his breath, grinning like a threat, and taunts his senpai to step outside for a round in order, wrapped in a dare, one the leader can't afford to ignore. Kronos tilts his head, calm as ever, and spits that the brute must be new. If he's that reckless, then he vows to drill him with a painful lesson and make him learn when to shut his mouth. The crowd howls as the two fighters charge the fight out of the arena, and one guy yells for Daz to beat Kronos, showing just how much the place hates Kronos. Kronos' party members huddle in panic, terrified this street brawl will wreck their shot at an A-rank promotion. Yet even with the danger looming, bets still get thrown down fast, with Das money quietly doing the talking. Under the moonlight, loud crashes boom, while the tavern crowd howls with laughter. Kronos clearly bit off more than he could chew, and they're bragging that he never learned his place. Daz rockets through the air, blasted back by a hit that shatters his jaw and sprays blood everywhere. Then it clicks too late, the rumors that Kronos had a weakness were deadly lies. Kronos slams a fist straight into Daz's face with brutal, surgical precision, cutting through his desperate, garbled surrender, then barrels into the attack again and again with zero mercy. Rage consumes Kronos as he viciously hammers the defenseless man, roaring that he should have shut his mouth, his eyes wild, his mind slipping, and every ounce of frustration crashing down on the beering adventure. Nicola darts in, snatches Kronos by the arm, and yells that the fight is over while Kronos thrashes like he's about to smash the man into the ground. Kronos finally stops gasping as Daz crumples to the ground, knocked out cold and shattered, and the brutal chaos dies out so fast it leaves an awful, crushing silence. The whole crowd freezes in shock, finally understanding the real muscle of a party leader who hunted down a floor boss, and Kronos rips into them with a challenge, demanding to know who dared to claim he wasn't strong. He flips into full apology mode on the spot, grinning at everyone like nothing happened, because after that little burst of heat, he makes it everyone else's problem. Then he shrugs off the brutal beating like it was just a harmless loss of temper. Kronos swivels toward his party, swearing this attention is nothing but proof they're blowing up, and he orders them to shut it down and ignore the idiots chasing that ridiculous rumor. The elven mage stared him down with crushing worry and urged them to slow everything down for now, trying to calm the storm as she sensed his instability bubbling right beneath the surface. She insists they can still prove themselves by pushing into the rest of the 98th floor, and she swears that taking a breather now is the smartest play for what comes next. She forces a bright smile, shoving him to remember they have to recruit new members first, then begs him to rally the party and get it back on its feet. Kronos flashes a grin and nods along, like he's buying every word of her logic then. For a brief moment, the tension finally starts to melt away. The second he turns his back, his face hardens. He has zero plans to slow down. And that agreement was nothing but a lie meant to shut her worries up. He mutters that they're dragon wing, and they were born for the front lines of the labyrinth. His pride won't let them fade into the shadows. With a wild grin, Kronos announces they're about to show the world what happens when you piss off Dragonwing. Then he snaps orders to his terrified crew to get ready for the 99th floor right now. As the mage recoils in horror watching him vanish, a hooded stranger slips from the shadows and studies them from the alley, silent, unseen, and absolutely plotting something. Vim's beams blaze with unstoppable energy, practically begging him to get back to his morning practice just for a few hours, please. Hyde Mary pulls up his hood, flashes a smirk at Vim, and declares that he's been picked to speak at next week's study session about the Labyrinth Freak book. A burly adventurer flashes a huge grin and practically dares him to join for a drink right there to celebrate his recovery. Three pumped-up guys link arms and practically beg Vin to join their shopping trip because they're all about matching fit. Vim bursts out a nervous laugh, swamped by the sudden, relentless spotlight of everyone staring at him. A wild montage of eager faces crashes into his vision, everyone screaming his name and shoving gifts into his hands from every direction. In the hush of her study, Hyde Mary is trapped in a world of books and maps, hammering away at her desk like every second matters. She leans in over the magical map on the table, and the city grid lights up as a blinking signal pops to life. Her eyes pinch tight as she spots Vim's tracking signal crawling through the streets in a weird, jagged pattern that doesn't follow any logic. Verbrand is buzzing, and people can't stop talking about what's happening on the 98th floor, and those rumors are lighting a fire under everyone's chances. A fresh diagram spills the truth. Tons of guilds are already lining up to snatch Vim the second the official guild statement drops. Hyde Mary leans over the map, tracking every move, and realizes Vim's been slipping into coffee shops and bars while she's been stuck dealing with the Sages Association. She mutters under her breath like a detective, side-eyeing the whole situation, trying to figure out who on earth he's meeting in all these places. Her calm shatters, and she erupts in a furious scream because his actions are so suspicious she can't ignore them. A hooded figure slinks around a brick corner like a shadow, desperate to stay invisible. Hyde Mary watches from afar and clocks it. Vim's in a disguise now, and he's already yanked off his tracking device. She tracks him as he slinks through the streets, sure his hidden way of moving is masking a scandalous secret. Her mind takes off, and she's convinced he's sneaking around just to meet another woman. She flashes the thought that he might be with Abel for half a second, then instantly tosses it aside because she's convinced Vim has zero friends besides her. Jealous fury surges through her as she crushes her spyglass in her grip so hard it's almost about to snap. She insists it's a recruitment meeting, claiming his plain clothes are way too boring for a date. Doubt crawls in as she can't help thinking maybe his fashion is so bad that those really are the clothes he wears on dates. A sudden noise blasts up from the street below, snapping her right out of her tangled thoughts. Vim slips through the jam-packed marketplace, eyes flicking over his shoulder, like troubles written all over his swagger. Right on his heels, an unsuspecting figure trails him just a short distance back, slipping right into the crowd like they belong there. Hyde Mary jolts to the truth someone is actually shadowing Vim through the streets of the city. She sweeps her gaze across the crowd and snaps her focus on the hooded pursuer he's tracking Vim's every move like it's copied. The stalker slips around the corner after Vim, striding into a hidden alley totally clueless that a hunt is already closing in on them. Spell-Hyde Marriage Chances unleashes ice magic, snapping magic chains in place to freeze the pursuer mid-chase. A gigantic pillar of ice rockets up from the ground, pinning the stalker in place. As Hyde Mary leaps down and yells at them, the foe, the hooded figure slams onto the cobblestones with a bone-jarring thud, and the freezing spell locks every limb, leaving them utterly still. Hyde Mary loomed over the captive with a wild, terrifying stare, snarling demands to know exactly which side had sent them. She leans in close, eyes burning with pure disgust, and lashes out at the stranger as a creep who's been stalking people. The stalker panics and swears he's innocent, then whips his face into view because it's none other than Abel. Abel shoots his head up in panic, then quickly blurts his name to the stunned mage. Hyde Mary just freezes, staring at nothing. Her mouth whispers the name again and again as the adrenaline finally drains away. Abel stays stone still in the alley as Hyde Mary looms over him, barking for answers about what he was doing. She snaps her arms across her chest, glares him down, and demands a real reason for why he's been lurking behind Vim. Abel snaps his gaze away, cheeks burning, and blurts out that he only wanted to copy Vim's style. He scratches his cheek and breaks into a nervous laugh, cheeks burning as he admits he can't stop thinking about Vim since that fight. Abel clasps his hands in pure awe, blabbering that Vim is so cool he wants to be exactly like him. He praises the adventurer's laser focus, then points out the wild truth the second Vim locks in. He turns into a completely different person. Mary's eyes go ice cold as she interrogates him, demanding to know what his hero worship even has to do with stalking Vim through the streets. Abel tells everyone that no matter how different their classes are, he's sure that copying Vim's moves is the only way to climb to the exact same level. Hyde Mary props her chin on her hand and squints at his logic, like she's not buying a single word. Sweat beads on Abel's face as he lets out a shaky laugh, then blurts out, "So you get it now. You finally understand my reasoning." Hyde Mary cuts in with a blunt, "You're a stalker," then turns to storm off, coldly daring him and saying she'll hand him over to the authority. Abel snatches her up in a full-blown panic, begging for mercy and pleading with everything he's got that this is his very first defense. Hyde Mary halts in her tracks, whips around and levels a stern stare at him to make the rules crystal clear. She shrugs and says she's totally fine with him, either drawing strength from Vim or clinging to him like fuel for inspiration. She slams into the wall and fires back a warning. Messing with Vim's privacy is a line he's not allowed to cross. Abel drops into a crouch, lets out a chilling, rasping laugh, and roars in agreement. Yeah, she's totally right. Hyde Mary snaps back in disgust, staring him down and barking, "What's wrong with you?" as his creepy laughter keeps hanging in the air. Abel blurts that he's trying to mimic Vim's laugh, but Hyde Mary shuts the whole imitation down on the spot She glares with dead-eyed panic and snaps at him to stop shaken by just how wrong everything is. With a scream of total rejection, she orders him to stop acting like that, right? As Abel panics and immediately agrees. Mary tells him, I'll let you off just this once, but trust me, there won't be a second chance. She waves him off like he's nothing, shooing him away while barking, hurry home already. Abel halts mid-step, flips the script, and demands to know why she'd been tailing Vim in the first place. Mary jerks her gaze away, cheeks burning, and blurts that she's kept other suitors from poaching him on Camilla's orders. She turns her face away fast to hide the blush, swearing it's nothing at all while Abel just stares, eyes burning with doubt. With Vim suddenly out of sight, Mary freaks out, screaming that it's all his fault while Abel just watches in cold silence. Vim sinks into a quiet corner of the cafe, staring at nothing while he waits, all alone, for his appointment. He jerks his head up in surprise as a voice cuts in, apologizing for the wait, and just like that, his guest is finally here. Vim stands up right away, greet ready and polite, telling the visitor he just got here and hasn't been waiting long at all. Peering through the window, Abel's jaw falls open in pure shock when he finally clocks who Vim is meeting. He starts trembling uncontrollably, his brain completely buckling under the weight of what he's seeing. Abel can't believe it. Vim is out there meeting a woman, and not just any woman, but a stunning beauty, and it completely shatters his picture of the fearless adventurer. He slams Mary around, shouting what they should do about this insane twist that just blew everything up. Mary freezes in place, eyes blazing wide as her mind catches up to what's happening inside the cafe. Her shock snaps into rage as she catches Vim chugging his coffee black, yelling that he always dumps in milk and sugar. Abel lunges in to quiet her as she explodes at Vim, begging him to stop playing it cool and pretending he's some kind of grown-up. He tells her she should at least try denying her jealousy, even while he admits he always figured Vim was just a late bloomer. Abel's eyes snap to the table, and right between the two sits a mysterious paper bag that begs to be opened. Through the window, you can see the two talking, and the bag suddenly steals the spotlight. The woman gently drags the paper bag across the table and pushes it toward Vim, like it's something fragile she can't afford to drop. Marie sucks in a sharp breath, and her eyes go wide as recognition hits her like a lightning bolt. Through the window panes, you spot her, an elf with glasses, wearing a face so serious it feels like bad news. Mary snaps that she's seen this woman before, and her mind races like it's trying to remember where she's met that face. She slams her hand on the ledge and snaps, there's the proof. The stranger is the mage tied to Kronos' party. Vim sinks into the cafe chair, replaying his expulsion from Dragonwing in his mind, and realizing the accountant they shoved in after him can only go so far without someone guiding her. He sits across from Sophia, the elf accountant, and groans that this chaotic handover process keeps dragging them into secret meetings, over and over. Vim blurts out an apology, admitting he dragged her into this mess, and that after he got tossed out, she probably doesn't want anything to do with him. He replays that chat with the guild receptionist, and suddenly it hits him. Sophia isn't just a pretty face. She's way smarter than he ever thought. Vim takes a sip of tea and rubs out his first wild assumption she didn't join just because she fell head over heels for Kronos. He realizes her sharp, professional way of doing things has just split the party's gold, or the vein, everyone's been chasing with a whole new crew. Sophia grins and backs up his deduction, saying this new setup makes the recovery medicine a huge game changer. Vim's totally stunned at how fast she gets his explanations, and it instantly drags her back to the days when his old teammates used to grumble that he was impossible to follow. He stares at the documents in his hand, ready to slam the final details into place and seal the transfer for good. Vim says one last meeting should be enough to lock it all in, and she swears that after that, everything will turn out okay. Sophia dips her head and apologizes, admitting she selfishly stole his precious time with all these matters. Vim shot her a relieved look, thinking, it's you, so I can finally dip out because you've totally got this. He snaps to attention in a surge of frustration, realizing he's still fretting about Dragonwing, even after they kicked him out. Right as Sophia stands to leave, Vim blurts her name and cuts her off, stopping her mid-step before she can reach the door. He pauses, heart thumping, and awkwardly broaches the deadly subject, the 97th floor boss. Vim freezes, realizing he might have just tripped a landmine by bringing up that topic to a live current member. He leans in and tells her, no matter how loud the rumors get, I swear the subjugation approval will go through eventually. With a worried smile, he tells her not to make any rash moves, because that reward money should keep them afloat for now. Vim catches himself, eyes dropping, then blurts out an apology, admitting he's crossed the line and he has no right to weigh in on their business anymore. He admits that, for a while, Dragonwing was his home, and even with all its flaws, he still refuses to stop calling it that. He leans in and asks her if she'll carry his message to the rest of the members for him. Right away, he snaps the request back and decides it's safer she shouldn't say a word about what he told her. Sophia bursts into a mischievous giggle, then swears up and down that her lips are sealed about everything they just talked about. Vim snaps his head up in shock, totally unprepared for how the elf flashes him a playful, warm reaction to his request. Sophia grins warmly and admits the truth: she can handle the work, sure, but she'll never, ever replace it. She waves him off with a promise to meet again and leaves Vim alone, trapped with his thoughts. Outside, Mary frets over whether it's truly safe to leave them alone, then reassures herself with one thought: Ophia is Kronos' woman. She insists that even if something shady goes down, they can brute force it into a clean fix in just 3 hours. Abel gapes at her, totally lost, like her weird time estimate is written in a language he just can't crack. Mary's lips curl into a confident nod as she swears her logic is solid. Then Abel shrugs and tries to change the subject. Abel leans in and asks if she's close with Vim, and she lights up, proudly declaring they're best buddies, same town and all. He can't stop thinking, why is she stalking him when they're such good friends, and she could just talk to him face to face? Hyde's smiles vanish. His expression darkens into a heavy frown, like the truth is way uglier than it first looked. Fed up to the bone, Abel shouts a greeting to Vim from the street so loud and so fast they blow their cover completely. Mary goes stone still when Abel shouts her name, and then she admits almost under her breath that her bond with Vim is way more complicated than anyone thinks. The scene snaps back to the cafe. Vim shouts to Sophia one final time before she walks out. He begs her to keep their meeting under wraps, and she nods, nervous words tumbling out as she agrees. Alone at the table, Vim glares at his empty cup and swears he'll never bring up Dragonwing again. So he tells himself from here on out, the most he'll do is pray for their success from a distance. Vim shuts out the noise, locks in on his own road, and finally understands he has to put himself first. He stares down his future and finally admits it. There's no real escape left, only the path he has to take. With a fierce stare, he decides that the only place he belongs now is with Nacht Libel. Camilla leans in and asks Vim if he's finally bounced back even a little from those brutal injuries. Vim exhales a shaky breath of pure relief as he stands right in front of her. Camilla says he's probably exhausted, but Vim fumbles and awkwardly denies it. She snaps at him for downplaying himself in the report, then orders him to rewrite it so it clearly shows he crushed the floor boss. A report sprawls across the desk, packed tight with dense text and jaw-dropping diagrams. Camilla flips the conversation on its head and presses him to finally give the answer to the question she asked him earlier. Vim looks on edge, sweat beading as the request hits him like a ton of bricks. He fires the words he needs straight through his own mind, crystal clear. But this time, a weird hesitation crawls up inside him and clamps shut his courage. Camilla earnestly asks him to join the Nacht Libel and makes it crystal clear this isn't just a suggestion. She tells him he doesn't have to be fully prepared. He can walk away at any moment if the terms don't sit right with him. She pushes him to take that first tiny step toward the choice he's been avoiding. Her armored hand shoots out toward him like she's inviting him in for the next fight. Vin admits he's done spinning his wheels. He's sick of indecision and ready to switch it up for real. He tells himself loud and clear that change is possible and that he's got to make it happen. With his friend's smiles burning in his mind, he vows to rip out his twisted nature and finally laugh for real together with them. He realizes this is his one shot, and his mouth starts stammering out a shaky answer. He fumbles for words, convinced his first try just doesn't hit the mark. He shuts down the overthinking and blurts everything out in one shot. Vim grips Camilla's hand hard and demands, "From now on, you've got to take care of me." Camilla grins from ear to ear, thrilled to see that he finally made the right choice. Vim storms out of the room, clearly stunned by how fast everything just flipped on its head. He storms into the guild hall and finds the whole place cheering and clapping like he just won them over. The crew claps him aboard like a conquering hero, and Camilla just stands there in the doorway, watching him step in. A guild member shoves him forward, practically roaring, "Say something to the crowd." Vim's heart is hammering as he insists no stumbles, No hesitation, he's got to act like the real deal. He steps up, tells everyone he's Wim Strauss, and swears he'll give it his all to the very last second. The crowd explodes into cheers, yelling congratulations and rolling out a wild welcome like a victory parade. They hoist him up into the air, lifting him high as the crowd erupts in celebration. Wim gets flung sky high by his brand new guildmates. Camilla watches the celebrations unfold, smiling like she's exactly where she belongs and loving every second. The story tells you Knocked Libel didn't just fight the floor boss. He reaped the rewards as if it was fate. The guild slams out a formal "We won" declaration, and just like that, full-scale exploration kicks off. The camera dives onto the 98th floor, where the ground is jagged, rocky, and brutally uneven. He's got a smart plan. He splits the job into multiple small teams and lets them swarm the map, expanding it fast and efficiently. Wim's stuck in a knot, terrified he won't be able to click with a partner he's never even met. He grips his own nerve, pumping himself up by saying, "I'm a Knocked Libel member now." He steps up to his new partner, flashes a confident smile, and tells him he can't wait to team up and work together. He bows hard, yells his name at the top of his lungs, and swears he'll never hold anyone back. Wim fires off a silent victory cheer inside, finally getting his words out without tripping over them. Wim freezes in awkward silence while the beanie-wearing stranger steps up and snaps at him to stop acting like this is the first time they've met. The stranger suddenly drops her mask. She's Bettina, and she points out that they literally just teamed up last time, leaving him utterly lost. Bettina lets out a weary sigh, saying it's okay since she's playing anyway, while Wim panics and blurts 1,000 apologies for forgetting her completely. Wim's stomach drops as he realizes he screwed up after all those study sessions, and he blurts out, "I wasn't wrong, I was just distracted by other stuff." Camilla stands on a jagged rock ledge facing the guild and snaps an order, "Stay on your toes and keep the lines of communication open, nonstop." The exploration crew sprints through the massive tunnels, and their pounding footsteps boom off the stone walls like thunder. Wim skids to a violent stop, his boots screeching across the ground as he feels something waiting just ahead. He yanks out his magical map and snaps at the team that a massive presence is lurking near the fork in the road. Wim shakes off that earlier embarrassment and steels himself, mission first, no distractions. He fires himself up, reminding himself that his role in the high-mobility map-making unit is mission critical, then promises he'll sweet-talk Bettina with snacks later. Wim instantly scans the danger, slams a label on it as a Type D wyvern, and pinpoints it dead ahead at exactly 25 meters. The team captain's eyes widen as the novices lay down their reports shockingly fast, impossibly precise. A creepy visual overlay snaps into place inside Wim's vision, and that same gut punch sensation hits him hard again. He rockets forward the second the wyvern pokes out from behind that rock, eyes snapping onto the target. Wim snaps the numbers in an instant and realizes 3 jumps off that crumbling rock will slam him onto its neck. He steadies himself to unleash the move, absolutely sure this plan will hit exactly where it needs to. A flashback snaps in his manic grin blazing during the boss fight, and that wild rush of beating low odds has his heart pounding like crazy. Just as the memories start to hit, Camilla's voice blasts through the wrist communication device, screaming his name. Wim spills everything about the wyvern sighting and begs for the green light to strike the moment he gets it. Camilla gives him a cold look, then snaps that he needs to dodge a fight if there's even a way to avoid it. Wim slams on the brakes, whirls around, and stares over his shoulder, baffled by the order to stand down. He grudgingly admits that dodging the fight is the smarter move. Even as his shoulders sink in crushed defeat, he lets out a heavy sigh, and the moment the adrenaline drains out, the excitement just collapses inside him. Wim can't figure out why that crushing disappointment hits so hard because deep down, part of him is still itching to fight. The captain cracks a bottle open, shoves a hunk of dried meat into Wim's hands, and thanks him for turbocharging their whole expedition. Between bites, the captain can't stop thinking Wim's extreme versatility is so all over the map that choosing the perfect job for him feels downright impossible. Back at the guild office, Camilla corners the newly joined Wim and demands he break down his enchantment techniques, especially what he uses during the floor boss fight. Wim agrees to spill his side, and Camilla tells him he doesn't have to go further than what he's comfortable sharing. Camilla leans in, eyes locked on him, certain that his explanation is finally going to prove her suspicions about what his powers really are. Vim lays out his template enchanting game plan with pre-made codes, and Camilla's eyes widen because she realizes this guy isn't faking it. She grills her about the dangers of using it on other people, and she confirms the usual outcome: no disaster, just muscle fatigue and pain. Camilla pushes even harder, zeroing in on the brutal question: what happens to him if the casting doesn't work? Vim shrugs like it's obvious when that body part gets hit. It's damaged for real. Camilla's face tightens with worry. She can tell this is a major crack in his technique. During the floor boss fight, Vim drops the bombshell he slammed enhancements straight onto his own brain to crank his stats through the roof. Camilla stares at him, horrified, and blurts out, "What would have happened if that enchantment had failed?" Vim just shrugs and admits he might have blacked out, or worse, suffered brain damage like it's no big deal. He bursts out laughing, saying he only lived through pure luck, and he leaves Camilla staring in disbelief at the terrifying risk he chose to take. Camilla locks eyes on him, refusing to chalk it up to luck, and she realizes he's probably selling himself way short. She stares at the boy who keeps charging straight into mortal danger. Right as the captain yells that something's gone terribly wrong, Bettina snaps to it. She sees the trap closing and she shouts, frantic, to retreat right now before they get surrounded. She pushes the plan to regroup with the main team before those beasts slam in and close the distance. Camilla studies the odds, betting Vim can take down one or two beasts while her gut twists at the three massive ones looming right there. She makes a split-second call, then fires off a no-nonsense command: "Vim, get in there and fight." A wyvern screams in pure agony as a sudden deadly blast of silver confetti tears it apart in an instant. The massive beast slams into the ground with a bone-jarring thud, and just like that, it's gone silent. Camilla confirms the first kill, then snaps a warning to Vim. There's still a second wyvern and a chimera running loose. She fires a straight-up question at him. Can he handle the rest of those threats by himself? Vim shoots back a steady, single-word yes, even while the odds scream for him to quit. He snatches his resolve out of thin air and rockets forward to cut off the next monster. Camilla's jaw drops as Vim blurts that he's switching his suit to Puppet Master mode. He slaps the device on, and in a blink, it blasts his power with an instant surge 20 times stronger. Vim rips across the battlefield with inhuman speed, screaming as he unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. In the middle of the chaos, he doubts his own sanity for ever choosing that deadly Puppet Master mode. He finally gets it. If he truly cared about safety, he'd never have used it, because even last time he already knew it was too much for him. A massive lion beast bursts forward to maul him, and Vim just grins because he knows he's dancing on the razor-thin edge of death. He can't help but wonder, am I hauling myself this far just to meet everyone else's expectations? With blood-slick hands gripping his dagger, he shoves doubt aside with a hard, unshakable certainty. He slams the brakes on his thoughts and goes all in on surviving the brutal carnage right in front of him. Vim storms out triumphant, smoke curling around him and beast corpses littering the ground after his brutal slaughter. The whole guild explodes into cheers, chanting his name while he's still bent over, panting hard after the whole ordeal. Camilla steps up to him with a solemn stare, and when she recognizes that dangerous technique, she realizes it's the exact move he used on the floor boss. Vim leans in and reassures her he's got a handle on it, and somehow it's holding up way better than he ever expected. Camilla tells him to ease up, and even through her stiff professional mask, you can hear her worry bleeding through. Vim grins through the grime and flashes a nod, swallowing her warning like it's the final word. The story swings to the sunlit streets of Verbron, where banners snap overhead, roaring in celebration of the victory. Townsfolk are whispering in shock, convinced there's no way some kid could have actually wiped out a floor boss. They mixed up the skinny Vim with the massive Abel, staring in disbelief as the rumor just didn't match what they were seeing. Skeptical eyes track Vim, clocking that hunched loner as a walking gloom. Vim forces his spine up and squares his shoulders, refusing to let his look stay the same now that he's a night dragonfly. He snaps out of his thoughts when a warm, friendly tap lands on his shoulder. Hyde Mary pops up with a big, cheerful grin, and she's totally teasing him the moment she says hi. She greets him like a real colleague, then slams him with cheers and congratulates him for finally joining the guild. Vim gives a quick thank you, but she snaps at him right away, calling out how he pushed his hospital discharge early just to dodge the visitors. She spills the truth she figured out. He hacked his recovery by using the Puppet Master app to poke his pituitary gland into speeding up healing. She shoots him a fiery glare and pouts hard, basically warning, "Stop that reckless mess. This is not okay." Her face turns gentle as she leans in and asks, "So you really like the people in Night Dragonfly?" Vim looks totally stunned by the question, but he answers anyway, wearing a gentle, reassuring smile as he tells the truth. Heidemarie grins back, relief hitting her hard as she realizes she was right to invite him. She clenches inward, furious that she can't really hear what's beating behind his words. His heart, loud and clear, out of reach. The official guild notice finally declares the 97th floor boss is crushed, and that win gets locked into history for good. Inside the guild house, Dragon's Wing's last remaining members crowd around the table, buzzing as they finally digest the long-awaited news. The swordsman leans back and snaps that the bureaucracy dragged this out way too long, and everyone else lets out a breath of relief because now they can finally kick back and relax. Sophia clutches the notice with a troubled stare, whispering that the air around Dragon's Wing has been awful lately, thanks to the nonstop gossip. Ever since Vim got kicked out, she's seen the cracks spread more and more. People are now openly questioning how strong this party really is. Behind her glasses, her eyes sharpen as she finally admits to herself, the critics are right, this party can't bully a floor boss into submission. She swallows the brutal truth and admits, straight up, that their current formation just isn't strong enough. Sophia admits that even without every detail, she's certain Vim was the key piece that helped them crush the floor boss. Kronos slams a document onto the table and declares a mind-blowing 500,000 bounty for whoever subjugates them, just to yank their focus away. He tells them they've got to get the leader's magic seal to cash the check, then whips his gaze over to Sophia. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he hurls the sealed key across the table, straight into her hand. Sophia scrambles to grab the key midair, stunned by how reckless and sudden his move was. She locks eyes on the key, instantly getting what it means: total trust in a brand new face, yet a sharp unease crawls up her spine. A cold shiver rips through her as she trembles, terrified of the reckless future Kronos is absolutely cooking up. Kronos flashes a grin and announces that they're officially an A-rank party, now both in name and on paper. In a flashback, Vim leans in and asks if she's truly not planning to quit, and you can hear his worry loud and clear in every word. Vim's smile flashes in her mind, telling her to chill, no wild moves needed, because the reward will keep them surviving for a while. Desperate to steer them onto the safe path, Sophia blurts out and fights back against her leader's deadly plans. She urges them to plunge straight into the 98th floor right now, snapping the plan forward while they finally have a little breathing room. She figures that if they strike now, they'll lock in a steady profit, no wild risk, no gamble. Kronos shuts the idea down on the spot, slamming the decision like a gavel. He's dead certain they're going straight for the 99th floor. Sophia drops her gaze in defeat, sweat pouring down her face as her attempt to force logic into the conversation completely collapses. Kronos stands in front of the group and fires off a hard lecture, while everyone else scrambles for quick wins. Dragon's Wing has to surge forward to stay on the front lines. He throws his arms wide and blasts out that this relentless drive is the real heart of their whole party. The new girls lose their minds, squealing and swooning over how cool he looks, while Sophia can't shake the feeling that his swagger might be fueled by pure desperation. She clocks it instantly. This isn't just anger, it's a burning need to scrub every humiliating rumor off the city like it never happened. In a flashback, the party goes wild, screaming in denial as they refuse to believe Vim just took down a floor boss all by himself. Sophia locks onto Kronos' unwavering smile and realizes he's desperate to prove his real power on the 99th floor. The towering stone gate of the labyrinth looms up ahead, like it's ready to swallow the adventurers whole. A fierce marching rhythm booms through the air as the freshly reborn dragon unfurls its wing, 48 female recruits following close behind. A brutal army of 52 barrels forward like a stampede, chasing sheer numbers over everything else in a desperate scramble to seize power. Smooth, lightning-fast travel between the transfer gates is the make-or-break key to hitting the front lines before anyone else. Knack Label runs huge, tightly organized parties that map every road and keep them maintained so travel stays smooth and effortless. The Dragon's Wing brings no shortcut at all, so they have to shove forward through a labyrinth using treacherous secret gates. So they're shoved into one brutal obstacle after another, clawing forward just to gain a single inch. That brutal pace chews them up. Half the fresh recruits collapse from pure exhaustion before they even make it to the 98th floor. A brutal clap of hands snaps the air shut, and the grueling march comes to an abrupt stop. Chrono faces his drained troops with a blazing smile, then calls out that right here is where the Real Challenge kicks off. The recruits stagger and gasp, faces chalk white with exhaustion and terror, staring straight into the cave's pitch-black void. Sophia scans the group with a sharp, critical eye. She's unimpressed by the low overall skill, but she spots a few seasoned adventurers still holding their own in the crowd. Chrono steps up in front of the recruits and greets them like legends in the making, officially welcoming them as Dragon's Wing's newest members. Then he declares they've finally reached the real front lines of the labyrinth, kicking off their true mission at last. With eyes like burning coals, he screams to the terrified crew, swearing, "I'm right here with you," and ordering them, "Don't be afraid." Sweat drips down their faces as the recruits scan the room, fear buzzing in their chests while Kronos roars for them to lock arms and unite their hearts as one. He fires up the crowd with promises of glory and honor, waiting after this dive, swearing he can already see the win crystal clear in his mind. Kronos strides forward with pure manic confidence, declares that the 99th floor is waiting, and snaps the group to move out right now. They step into a dense ancient forest where monstrous trees and wild choking vines crowd every path, nothing like the floors they've faced so far. They plow through the heavy undergrowth, and every step gets swallowed up by the jungle-thick vegetation around them. Kronos and his core crew stride forward like they own the world, while the fresh recruits stare around, baffled and quietly rattled by every weird corner. A fresh recruit wipes the sweat off his brow, staring around like, why is this heat so suffocating, and why does everything here feel so alien? Another recruit stares up in total disbelief, shaking their head like, wait, are we really in a labyrinth? Because what they're seeing looks exactly like a real sky. A cool wind hisses through the treetops above, reminding them this floor is nothing like the stone corridors they're used to. Kronos flashes a monstrous grin, eyes dark and wild, as the truth of where they are finally clicks in his head. As the party rustles through the brush, the echoes boom back, and Kronos can't help praising their grind, muttering, very good, to himself. He bursts into uncontrollable laughter, savoring the fact that he's finally dropped into a floor nobody on Earth has ever even dared to step on. Perched on a jagged rocky outcrop, Kronos looks down at the crowd below and declares that they've finally clawed their way to the labyrinth's front lines. He roars that this moment will be carved into history, then pushes them to stay in sync and trust each other if they want to pull it off. A voice from the crowd slices through his grand speech, yelling at the boss to stop everything and hold up just a minute. Kronos snaps to a stop, swivels his head, and addresses the interrupter, Rebecca demanding what she wants. Rebecca snaps, wondering why they aren't using communication magic, because coordinating this many people without it would be straight up impossible. Kronos shuts that worry down on the spot, saying, we've always just called out to each other, no magic needed for our crew. Rebecca snaps back with real frustration, insisting that talking like this only worked back when they were a tiny party. She won't budge unless everyone has a real game plan, because charging into unknown territory with a giant crew needs coordination, or they're doomed. Kronos brushes off her real concerns and turns his back to shout for Miley, insisting he's got a plan. With a dead cold look on his face, he snaps at the mage to torch the entire forest until nothing's left standing. Miley kicks off her chant, snapping the words into place as the twin lines promise. They'll never fade. Just watch the devastating spell get unleashed. A colossal magical circle blooms across the sky, crackling with raw power as she unleashes the high-level spell, Inferno Torrent. A blazing white pillar of fire rips out of the heavens, smashing into the forest and wiping out a huge chunk in a thunderous blast. The recruits clamp their hands over their eyes as the blinding light and brutal heat slam into them, and that shockwave crashes through like a raging wall. The forest ignites in a blazing fury, flames devouring ancient trees and punching a deadly path straight through the thick, tangled undergrowth. Miley pushes through the smoke and ash and declares, we can move on now. There's nothing left alive to stop us. The recruits lock eyes on the wreckage in stunned silence, whispering that this magic proof Dragon's Wing is pure top-tier rank party level. Kronos tells them that down on the lower levels, they had to tiptoe with fire because the oxygen runs out. But up here, with the open sky overhead, they can finally unleash pure roaring hell. He shoots his hand up and barks for everyone to copy Miley's move, then set the rest of the forest on fire. He throws his arms wide, screams that beasts fear fire, and orders them to roast the monsters until they're nothing but ash. An old-school adventurer with an eye patch snaps towards Sophia, bails on the spot, and tells her straight up he's out. He storms off without a glance, telling her, "Tell the boss I don't even need my payment." As he storms out, he sneers to himself that Kronos is a total idiot for thinking magical monsters are anything like normal animals. He figures that when weak monsters see flames, they panic. But when stronger ones get hit, they don't break. They adapt, get smarter, and grow more resistant. And Sophia realizes she has no argument left. A bone-chilling screech tears through the sky above, and out of the flames, a monstrous threat finally comes crashing in. The battle-scarred adventurer grabs Sophia's shoulder and tells her to bail on the party while she still has a chance, because the ugly truth is, the real monsters are already here. Sophia freezes for a heartbeat, ripped between the urge to bolt and the gut truth that in this chaos, she has to fight for survival first. A shape bursts out of the churn of smoke, and the recruits freeze because it isn't a beast at all. It's a nightmare of a monster staring them down. As it comes into view, they jerk back in pure terror because it's not a beast at all, but a humanoid thing, totally unlike anything they've ever faced. Thick smoke billows from the flames, swallowing their sight completely, and panic erupts as they shriek, "We can't see them!" Agonized screams slice through the dark as the unseen threat rips through the recruits, and they crash hard to the ground. A girl shrieks in total confusion as the others whip their heads around, demanding answers like, "What's happening?" Panic rips through the group as they yell for the enemy's location and plead for orders that never arrive. An observer watches the chaos explode, realizing that with no leader to steer them, the party is sliding straight toward total destruction. A commander screams over the chaos, demanding everyone lock in and form a defensive line, then back up as one, because they only survive by standing together. He swears he'll protect every last one, barking at the terrified recruits to breathe, stay steady, and dig in where they stand. Screams ricochet from every corner as the enemy hammers in again, and the recruits shake with pure, gut-wrenching terror. Their hearts drop as the truth hits retreat is dead, because they're boxed in on every side. Creepy sounds crawl out of the jungle, and the terror in their hearts tightens like a fist. A hand bursts out of the bushes, and Kronos snaps into action, spotting it as a brand new species of monkey-type monster. The monkeys pound their hands into the ground together, band hitting it in perfect rhythm, like they're calling the ritual to life. The recruits stare in disbelief. Is this some wild music cue or a full-on ceremony? They can't wrap their heads around it. Monsters just pulled off those obvious, deliberate moves like they're thinking monsters. Kronos smirks with a jittery rush of excitement and madness, claiming they're the very first explorers to ever make it to this spot. A thunderous crash rips through the air, and a violent shockwave jolts the adventurers so hard it rattles them to their bone. The boss snaps its eyes open, one brutal glare so intense it freezes everyone who dares to meet it. A brutal thud rattles the ground as one member collapses and his teammate sprints in panic, shouting, "Are you okay?" A man clutches his chest and gags for breath, fighting for air while the boss's crushing pressure pins him down. Sophia's eyes go wide as the entity towers in front of her, and the sheer suffocating presence smashes the air out of her. Tara clamps onto the group as they shriek, suddenly realizing this isn't just any monster, it's the floor boss itself. A reckless adventurer blurts, "I don't need Kronos," and barrels ahead, blasting a wind cutter spell to show everyone he's got the power. The boss slips the attack like it's nothing, moving with effortless grace, and the attackers just freeze, their faces stuck in stunned disbelief. The boy jerks in shock, staring at the aftermath like his brain can't process it. His attack missed the target completely. The boss readies a deadly finger flick and growls a warning to the human, "Don't you dare underestimate this." Kronos stares in shock as the monster's counterattack detonates out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. With a brutal, gut-wrenching slash, the adventurer gets cut clean in half and blood explodes from his body like a geyser. Sophia's left standing there, shattered, as the headless corpse slams into the ground with a brutal, crushing thud. Sophia realizes her instincts were dead on from the start, And the moment she's sure, she knows for a fact this fight can't be won. Not even one. She finally admits to herself, stepping into a floor boss here means certain death. Her legs betray her, she drops to the ground, panicking as she can't even stand or move, and terror hits when she realizes she's losing control. Cackling monkeys perched in the treetops taunted the helpless adventurers, flinging their hands and jeering at their misery. They flashed creepy, toothy grins that send shivers crawling down everyone's spine as they watch. Right then, those monsters explode forward and lunge in, and just like that, the final slaughter kicks off. Sophia clenches her teeth and pushes herself into action because she knows she has to do something right now to save them. Monkeys surge forward with their teeth bared, and in every savage grimace, you can practically see death lining up to strike. Sophia shrieks for everyone to pile behind her, desperately trying to shield them, but it's not working. Monsters crash down on them, and the whole scene crumbles into a brutal storm of screams and blood. Kronos' eyes snap open with a sharp crack as his mind suddenly slams back into place in a strange, unfamiliar room. He snaps upright in bed, stares around the fancy room like it's a crime scene, and panics where the heck is he? A voice suddenly cuts in, yelling that Lord Kronos is awake at last, so he jerks, startled, and spots someone standing right nearby. Kronos locks eyes with the stranger using his only visible eye, glaring like he'll never blink until he knows exactly who they are, while his bandaged face aches and throbs. The hooded figure says they brought him here, and Kronos snaps, asking if this place is even a hospital. The stranger drops a grim bombshell. He got beaten by the 99th floor master, and now half his team is either dead or totally missing. Kronos lets out a violent scream, clutching his chest as the sharp punch of reality slams into him. He drops into a crouch on the bed, staring in disbelief, trying to untangle that nightmare and blasting himself with one thought: what the hell happened? Panic crashes over him as he blurts his party members' names over and over, frantic, demanding to know if Sophia and the others made it out alive. The hooded figure stayed cool and told him, with relief in every word, that those three, the same ones are still alive. The stranger kicks off a slow, deliberate philosophical rant, and it leaves the bedridden adventurer utterly baffled. He rips into the cruel truth of battle, how striking first gets you crushed, mourning how fate just slammed a warrior of Kronos' caliber. With Kronos reeling, the figure snaps into a hard truth. They took brutal losses, but his efforts still shoved their conquest of the 99th floor forward. Kronos locks his gaze on the hooded man, dead silent, demanding again, who are you really standing in front of him? The figure sinks into a deep bow at the bedside, declaring that Lord Kronos is held in the highest honor and that helping him is a privilege. Kronos freezes in total shock, his mind scrambling to process the sudden, unbelievable respect this mysterious stranger just showed. The stranger bluntly tells him that even wild, extraordinary talent can get crushed when bad circumstances hit or the missing information keeps him from finding the way. He draws a sharp line between that luck-baiting crowd and himself, insisting this moment proves how success doesn't just fall into your lap. It comes with an ugly, unfair truth. Kronos sits there with a grim, shadowed face as the stranger leans in and asks if that exact line makes anything click in his mind. Kronos clocks the logic, mutters a sharp, "I get it," and pushes the mysterious man to keep talking. He finally drops his hood, and boom, there's that unsettling grin and a monocle staring back as he introduces himself as Garyon, rushing in with an apology for keeping everyone waiting. Jurian lets out a sinister cackle, the pitch almost too high, and fires off, "Kronos, don't forget me. Remember me now." Right as a brand new alliance sparks into existence.